Chapter 97. Linya looked around and saw that there were indeed 5 more people. There were so many that some of the cameras could even detect that some of them were overlapping. Because the workshop is more important, he probably put a few more here. Linya said. Lin Xian said, of course it's possible, but little fairy, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Linya looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian said, think about it, the cameras were installed just before this batch of crystals was shipped over. Coincidentally, there were 5 more cameras here, which allowed us to see the surroundings clearly. Coincidentally, there was a problem with this batch of crystals, so the new cameras could see the entire process of the crystals being shipped over. Linya understood Lin Xian's meaning. You're saying that we can assume that Huang Shiqiang started planning this half a month ago, and added the cameras just to prove to me that everything was normal, and that the crystals were normal? That's right. That's my guess. Because there are so many cameras here, I'm even more suspicious. After a pause, Lin Xian continued, from where the crystals were stored to here, everything is within the range of the cameras. There are no blind spots, so he can prove to us that the crystals didn't have any problems in the factory. But it's also possible that he just happened to want to record the entire process. That way, the crystals would be safer. Linya said. Of course it's possible, but I'm suspicious of him, so I'm more inclined to believe what I said. If my guess is correct, then he's exposed a flaw. Linya found that her brain couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's. What flaw? In other words, the crystals were swapped out before they were transported to the factory. Linya's beautiful eyes lit up. I understand. Why didn't she realize that Lin Xian was so smart before? But there's a premise. The crystals were really swapped out. Linya said. I think that based on this premise, we can basically confirm it with the combination of our previous points. Linya also nodded. But if they were swapped out midway, then it's even more impossible to find them. That's possible. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and then he asked, how were the crystals transported here? Linya said, every time, I'm the one who drives them here. It's impossible for them to stop halfway, so it's impossible for them to be swapped out midway. If I'm not wrong, the car usually stops at the spot where little fairy drove just now, right? Linya nodded. There's no camera there, right? Linya was right. Lin Xian, it seemed like that was the case. Lin Xian's Lin Xian's, Lin Xian's Lin Xian's Lin Xian. Linya nodded. Normally, I would either enter the factory directly or drive away because I never thought that something like this would happen. I thought that it would be enough to escort the crystals to the factory. So that's the location of the switch. Lin Xian pointed at the area where Linya's car was parked. Linya even felt that Lin Xian could become a detective. This made her incomparably shocked. Most importantly, what Lin Xian said was correct in the eyes of someone as smart as her. It was also the most likely scenario. That's just our suspicion. We don't have any evidence. I know. Little fairy, do you still remember the person who moved the box? Linya nodded. Huang Shiqiang and Minister Qin. Lin Xian then nodded and said, hee hee, little fairy, I'm hungry. Go and cook for me, I'll look for it. Linya nodded slightly. Actually, there was nothing she could do if she couldn't find it. She had already tried her best. Then I'll go to the cafeteria to cook for you. Then, Linya walked away. Lin Xian then went to the parking lot. There were no surveillance cameras here. It's been 2 days. I can only hope that you haven't moved this batch of crystals away because of your cowardice, or that you haven't found a buyer yet. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. Lin Xian then activated his eye of spiritual insight. Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do anything if he didn't have the cave's spirit eye. However, things were different now that he had it. Lin Xian released his eye of the cave spirit, and his pupils turned purple. In his eyes, everything seemed to become transparent, but it wasn't truly transparent. It was just like the robot's perspective in the movies. So it's under my feet. The cave spirit eye could see through mechanisms. In principle, it was able to discover a difference in a similar place. For example, there was a hole in the cement floor under his feet. This was the difference. Lin Xian walked over and found that there was a small gap in a rectangular piece of cement about 2 meters wide. Normally, the gap would be blocked by dust, and one wouldn't be able to see it if they looked carefully. However, the gap was bigger, which meant that it had been opened by someone not long ago. There were 2 areas that were broken. At first glance, it looked like there were 2 small gaps in the cement floor. He didn't care at all. In fact, this was where he let go. Lin Xian squatted down and placed his hands on the gap. Then, he lifted it up. Sure enough, the cement floor was actually a cement board. After opening it up, Lin Xian saw a space of about 2 square meters. Everything was confirmed. When the box was moved down, Linya only told the people behind to move the box in. Then, she walked into the yard. They happened to be blocked by a car, so they opened the cement board. There were boxes and fake crystals inside, so they could just swap them. There were no cameras, and there was no one around. The employees were working, so Linya couldn't see them. This was why they dared to do it. However, it was already empty. Lin Xian covered it up, so no one saw him discover it. Even if they did, there was no evidence that Huang Shiqiang did it. However, the cave spirit eye saw that the air was filled with various colors of light. That was spiritual qi. Ordinary people could only sense it but not see it. However, the cave spirit eye could see it. It was very thin and couldn't be sensed. It was also very faint. However, Lin Xian could search in this direction. This could be considered good luck. He just happened to level up the cave spirit eye and had this ability. It just so happened that the crystals were moved away not long ago, probably a few hours ago in the wee hours of the morning. Otherwise, the spiritual qi would no longer exist. Lin Xian kept the cave spirit eye open and searched in the direction of the thin spiritual qi. The spiritual qi in front of him was getting denser. So it hasn't been moved away. It's just changed to a safer place. Lin Xian's lips curled. In front of him was a piece of land. With the cave spirit eye, Lin Xian could sense that the spiritual qi here was relatively strong. In other words, there was a treasure under the ground that released spiritual qi. Naturally, it was the crystals. This place was only 200 meters away from the factory. The rest was simple. Because their fingerprints were on the box, the situation was set. Lin Xian really admired his own intelligence. Then, he swaggered back to the factory. Chapter 98. After returning, Lin Xian went to the factory's kitchen. The other chefs were cooking for the workers while Linya was making lunch for Lin Xian alone. "Why did you come in?" "It'll be done in a while," Linya said gently when she saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked to the side and said, "I'll help you." Then, okay. Soon, the 3 dishes were finished. They were all Lin Xian's favorite dishes. Linya made more so that the employees could share it. After filling 2 bowls of rice, Lin Xian and Linya went to the cafeteria alone to eat lunch early. It had to be said that this was Lin Xian's favorite taste. Regarding the matter of the crystal, even if they wanted to move it, it would be impossible to do so at this time, so Lin Xian was not in a hurry. "Let's go back after eating," Linya said to Lin Xian because she felt that she wouldn't be able to find anything. Lin Xian took a bite of the red braised pork and said with a smile, "Why should we go back? A good show is about to start." "What good show?" Lin Ya's beautiful eyes were full of doubts. Lin Xian smiled, "Let's eat first. After eating, gather everyone. Oh right, especially that Huang Shiqiang and Director Qin." Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian suspiciously, but she believed that Lin Xian wasn't playing around. It must have something to do with the crystal. Could it be that Lin Xian found evidence? Was it really possible? But if it wasn't like this, then how could it be explained? Lin Xian wanted her to gather those people naturally had something to do with the crystal. Although she was doubtful, Lin Ya chose to listen to Lin Xian. The two of them quietly finished their meal. The employees were nearing the end of their work and it would be mealtime in about 10 minutes. "Then I'll go organize it." Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian and said, "Yes. Organize to the parking lot outside." Lin Xian finished the last few bites and walked over. The employees had already gathered. "Chief Lin, it's almost lunchtime. What's the matter?" Huang Shiqiang looked at Lin Ya suspiciously. "Nothing much, I just wanted to show everyone something." Lin Xian walked over with a smile. "Look at things." Everyone was puzzled. This factory had 30 employees, so it wasn't considered small. Lin Xian clapped his hands and walked over to the cement board and squatted down. Everyone looked at him. Then, they saw Lin Xian lift the cement board. At that moment, Huang Shiqiang, Qin Kaiwen, and Qin Kaiwen's pupils shrank. "Everyone, come and take a look." Everyone gathered here. Lin Ya also walked over. "There's actually a cellar here." Everyone's jaws dropped. This is too mysterious. Who would build such a small cellar in a place like this? What's the use of it? It's still empty. Lin Ya seemed to have guessed something. Lin Xian then looked at Huang Shiqiang and asked, "Director Huang, do you know about this small cellar?" Huang Shiqiang's face was full of shock. Then, he quickly shook his head, "I just found out. This is interesting. When the factory was built, this cellar wasn't built." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Of course, this cellar has only been excavated for less than half a month. The cement slab above was originally normal ground, but it has been cut open. It looks like normal ground, but it has actually become the lid of this cellar." "But what's this for?" someone asked doubtfully. Lin Xian smiled and said, "What's it for? Of course, it's the place where Director Huang and Qin Kaiwen removed the crystal and switched it." Lin Ya understood Lin Xian's meaning. But there was nothing inside. So what if he said that? Although Huang Shiqiang and Qin Kaiwen were shocked that Lin Xian was able to find this place, they weren't afraid. "Lin Xian, I admit that I have to bear some responsibility for this matter, but you directly put all the blame on me and Qin Kaiwen. That's not right, right?" Huang Shiqiang said. Qin Kaiwen also nodded. "That's right. The two of us are veterans of the company. We've been following Boss Lin ever since the company opened. Boss Lin has been very good to us. Why would we betray her and switch this batch of crystals worth tens of millions? Are we still human?" Lin Ya slightly frowned. According to her understanding of Lin Xian, she wasn't that smart, so she panicked. Could it be that Lin Xian didn't do everything well? But when she thought about it, Lin Xian was indeed very different now. So, as his sister, she chose to believe in Lin Xian. Yes, Director Lin has been very good to us. Director Huang has also been very good to us. It's impossible for them to do such a thing. I think we should consider this matter at length." Everyone was discussing. At this moment, Huang Shiqiang and Qin Kaiwen were standing at the peak of morality, while Lin Xian had become a person who slandered them and casually put a bucket of shit on their heads. Lin Xian didn't panic. The corner of his mouth curled up as he said, "Everyone, don't worry. Come with me to a place. I asked everyone to come together just to let you all be witnesses. Oh, right, bring 2 shovels." After saying that, Lin Xian walked out of the factory. The others looked at each other. They even thought that Lin Xian was playing with them like playing house. Follow him. It wasn't until Lin Ye gave the order to follow Lin Xian that those people followed. Lin Xian naturally brought them to the place where the crystals were buried. The closer they got, the more flustered Chen Kaiwen and Huang Shiqiang became. It can't be, right? They were already buried here. How could they be discovered? It can't be. This direction must be a coincidence. But why did he ask them to bring shovels? When they arrived at the spot, Lin Xian stopped. 1 meter in front of them was the place where the crystals were buried. Chen Kaiwen and Huang Shiqiang looked at each other. They even broke out in cold sweat. How could it be so coincidental? The place where the crystals were buried was right here. But when they looked at the surface of the soil, it didn't seem like it had been touched by outsiders. But Lin Xian stretched out his hand and said, "Come, give me a shovel." After taking a shovel, Lin Xian started digging on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they saw Lin Xian digging the soil, which happened to be where they buried the crystals, the 2 of them suddenly trembled. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Ye said to another person, "Help little Xian dig." "Yes, Director Lin." It wasn't buried deep. After digging for about a meter, the alley was revealed. "Director Lin, I think we dug up a treasure." "What?" Everyone gathered around with a dumbfounded look. Then, the surface was wiped clean. Someone recognized it. "Isn't this the box where the crystals are stored?" "It looks exactly the same." Lin Ye walked over. She recognized the box at a glance. "Then where did the box of crystals in our storeroom come from?" "I think we only have one." Lin Xian dug a few more times. Then, he suddenly used all his strength to carry the box that weighed more than 100 kilograms. Chapter 99. Almost everyone recognized it. It's true, it's exactly the same box. How could there be an identical box buried here? The box looks brand new, it doesn't look like it was buried a long time ago. It looks like it was buried a few days ago. Lin Xian walked over and directly opened the box. Inside were crystals of various colors. These crystals were all placed in small containers, otherwise their power would be scattered. However, these containers could still allow the small amount of spiritual energy released by the crystals to leak out. When there were many crystals, this small amount of spiritual energy would be slightly larger. Lin Xian was also able to sense it because of this. Seeing the crystals, Lin Ye's beautiful eyes lit up. There was no need to think, this was the batch of crystals that she had swapped. It's crystals. The clothes we used before didn't have any attributes. I heard that they were swapped. This wouldn't be the real batch of crystals, right? It must be, otherwise how could there be such a coincidence? Also, the box is the same, it's still quite new. Then what's going on? Everyone was talking one after another. Lin Xian looked at Huang Shiqiang and Chen Kaiwen and said, "You two, please explain." Huang Shiqiang said with certainty, "It's the batch that we swapped. It looks like there's someone among your employees who isn't clean. Who is the one who stands up and admits it? We'll be lenient." Right now, he was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have taken action earlier or transported it further away. Why did he have to bury it here? The main reason was that they hadn't found the next buyer yet. They were afraid that moving the box would be caught on camera. It wouldn't be good if they were found, so they hid it here and waited for the limelight to die down before taking it out to sell. But how could they have thought that Lin Xian would find it? How did he find it? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Lin Xian coldly laughed, "Director Huang, don't push the blame to others. We're all villagers from nearby villages and are very simple. They wouldn't dare to do this kind of thing." Huang Shiqiang nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead. You're right, you're right. Then who did it? Doesn't Manager Huang know? Huang Shiqiang pretended to be stupid and shook his head. How would I know? Anyway, this thief must be very cunning. Who said there's only one? Am I right, Director Qin? Lin Xian looked at Qin Kaiwen mockingly. This. I don't know either. Qin Kaiwen gulped. Lin Xian then looked at everyone and said, let me tell you what happened. Then, Lin Xian said, that day, my sister drove factory manager Huang and director Qin to transport the crystals over. The car stopped at the entrance of the factory where we were just now. There were no cameras there, so my sister asked factory manager Huang and director Qin to move the box inside. Naturally, she didn't think too much about it and entered the factory first. At that time, factory manager Huang and director Qin opened the cement board that I opened just now and took out the box that contained the same number of crystals as the box. Of course, the crystals inside were all fake, so they took the opportunity to put the real box of crystals inside. If they were fast, 20 seconds would have been enough. Huang Shiqiang's face darkened as he pointed at Lin Xian and angrily said, Lin Xian, don't think that you can say whatever you want just because you're Director Lin's brother. Do you have any proof? Lin Xian smiled. Don't be in such a hurry, I'll continue. Then, they moved the fake box in and hid the real box in here when it was safe. I'm guessing that they haven't found the next buyer yet, so they're waiting for the situation to blow over. As for the number of crystals in the box and the number of different attributes, my sister has already told you, right? So, it's easy for you to swap the same number of crystals. Qin Kaiwen said, again, where's the proof? Lin Xian chuckled and said, proof. It's simple. Then Lin Xian pointed at the box behind him and said, this is the real box, and the fake box is in the storage room. It's simple. If you swapped the real box, you would have to move the two boxes back and forth. So, whether it's this box or the box in the storage room, your fingerprints are on it. If it wasn't you, then there must be a box that doesn't have your fingerprints. So, we just need to ask an expert to identify it. Huang Shiqiang laughed and said, okay, then we'll ask an expert to identify it. Of course, they knew. Because the two of them had swapped boxes back and forth, if both of them were found and had their fingerprints, then it would be direct evidence. For safety's sake, they really wiped it clean. Lin Xian laughed and said, you're not panicking, are you? You might only know about fingerprints, but there's something called DNA. This thing needs to be cleaned up with professional tools. For example, if a small piece of your skin is left on the box while you're moving such a heavy box, just a little bit of it will be left on the box. Or maybe some dandruff from your clothes will fall on the box. That can be found. Qin Kaiwen and Huang Shiqiang's pupils shrank. It seemed like it could be done. Now, I'll give the two of you a chance. Admit it, and I'll be lenient on behalf of my sister. If you don't admit it, I'll ask an expert to identify it in person. But when Lin Xian finished speaking, Huang Shiqiang couldn't take the pressure and knelt on the ground. Chief Lin, I really didn't do it on purpose. I beg you to give me a chance to atone for my sins. Huang Shiqiang was so scared that tears came out of his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Kaiwen didn't need to hide anymore. He knelt there like Huang Shiqiang. This was a fraud and theft case that involved tens of millions. Even if they went to jail, they would be ruined. Most importantly, they were just ordinary people. They had the system but didn't have the guts to go out and farm monsters. These people could be punished by the law. The trial court was meant to punish warriors. The surrounding workers all had expressions of disbelief. It turned out that their boss was the mastermind behind this case. How despicable. These people should be executed by firing squad. Chief Lin treats us so well. Our salary is no less than 1,000 yuan higher than the other factory workers. Even so, they still want to cheat Chief Lin. Bah! Scum, scum. Seeing this scene, Linya's heart still ached. Not for them, but for herself. These two people had been with her for a long time, and she treated her subordinates very well. She had never exploited them. Even so, they still betrayed her. Lin Xian's lips curled. Since you've admitted it, everyone can see it, right? Then, the two of you should prepare to spend the rest of your life in jail. Huang Shiqiang was stunned. With snot and tears, he said, "Young Master Lin, didn't you say that if we admit it, we'll be lenient?" "We admitted it. Please let us live." Lin Xian shrugged and said, "Yes, I did say that. I said that I could represent my sister to be lenient. But sorry, I can't represent her." Chapter 100. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Huang Shiqiang and Qin Kaiwen were stunned. They had been tricked. "You tricked us." Huang Shiqiang raised his head and glared at Lin Xian. Yeah. Fuck. Bastard. Go to hell. Huang Shiqiang suddenly got up from the ground. No one knew when he pulled out a dagger and directly stabbed at Lin Xian. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but scream. Linya subconsciously ran to Lin Xian to block it for him, but Lin Xian didn't dare let her block it. Linya's realm was so high that a mortal's body wouldn't be able to block it. Lin Xian reacted and blocked Linya with one hand. Then, he kicked Huang Shiqiang, who had rushed over, and he fell to the ground and fainted. "Little fairy, what are you doing?" Lin Xian then grabbed Linya. Linya didn't know what to say. "Don't you know that I'm a martial artist? I can still react this way, but what about you? What if you get hurt?" Linya couldn't speak. Lin Xian obviously knew that Linya cared about him. He was very touched, but Lin Xian was scolding her. Why was this woman so stupid? Protecting him had completely become her conditioned reflex. She didn't even think about what level she was at. Lin Xian didn't blame her. He was just afraid. Then, Lin Xian glanced at the people behind him and said, "Everyone, I'll leave these two to you for now. Bring them back to the factory and call the police while you're at it. Then, go eat. I'll take my sister to rest first." Okay. These were all very simple villagers. Of course, they hated evil. Lin Xian brought Linya back to the factory and placed a bowl of soup in front of her. "Little fairy, don't do this again in the future, okay?" Lin Xian looked at Linya and said softly. He was afraid that something would happen to Linya, just like how Linya was afraid that something would happen to Lin Xian. I just didn't think too much about it. Linya was like a child who had done something wrong. She wasn't wrong, but Lin Xian didn't think it was right. If the roles were reversed, Lin Xian would be like this too. But didn't this prove that they cared a lot about each other? Okay. There won't be a next time. I will never let this happen again. I really like vegetable soup. Let's drink some soup, go to the police station to file a case, and then go home. Lin Xian said. Linya nodded. By the time they got home, it was already close to night. This matter had been satisfactorily concluded. Of course, there were losses, but the crystal stones were found. This greatly reduced the losses. Now that the crystal stones were found, Linya would explain this matter to the citizens and this matter would come to an end. As for those two people, they wouldn't be able to get out for at least 20 years. Their lives were already like this. They only had themselves to blame. There was no need to sympathize with them. Sympathize with them. Then, if the crystals were not found, who would feel sorry for Linya when she lost tens of millions of crystals? When they got home, Linya immediately prepared dinner for Lin Xian. While they were eating, Lin Xian said to Linya, "The Academy is organizing a training trip to the demonic beast domain tomorrow. There will be a mentor accompanying me. I'm not sure when I'll be back, so you don't have to cook for me." When she heard that Lin Xian was going to the demonic beast domain, Linya was naturally worried. However, when she heard that it was a training trip with a mentor accompanying him, his safety should be guaranteed. She nodded and said, "Be careful." Of course. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had cultivated Heavenly Thunder Flash for an entire night. His progress was faster last night. His Heavenly Thunder Flash had reached 40% completion. He estimated that he would be able to master it in 3 days. After eating breakfast prepared by Linya, he went to the Sky Marshal Court. The Sky Marshal Court's punishment had not been announced yet. They would have to wait until Lin Xian returned from the demonic beast domain training. The training trip usually lasted for a day. In other words, the punishment would be announced tomorrow. In fact, Lin Xian was not very worried. When he arrived at the beginner class, a few hundred people had already gathered at the entrance. Lin Xian's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. After all, Lin Xian was now a famous person. Ding! You have successfully made a young lady handsome. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian. Damn it. Am I so charming now? I didn't do anything, but I can still make a young lady handsome just by walking over. Which young lady has fallen for me? Lin Xian, I bought you breakfast. When Lu Yufan saw Lin Xian, he jogged over and passed the breakfast to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was rather surprised by this. Don't misunderstand. I'm just thanking you for helping me. Lu Yufan blushed and ran away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and muttered, "Can I try to confess now?" Ding! You have detected Yi Yi's jealousy. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at Yi Yi, who was not far away. Lu Yufan ran over and happened to be saying something to her. Is Lu Yufan jealous of Yi Yi for giving me breakfast? Damn it! Lin Xian really wanted to see how much Yi Yi liked him. However, he did not trigger Yi Yi's confession mission. Oh, women! Look at how harmonious those two girls are. Look how happy they are. Actually, the other one is jealous. Lin Xian chuckled inwardly as he walked over. Wait! Lin Xian saw a girl in black casual clothes beside the group of people from class 10. She was sucking on a lollipop. Why is she here? Why is Ling Ying in class 10? Lin Xian braced himself and walked over. Glancing at the favorability rating, Ling Ying's favorability rating towards him was still at 10, not more, not less. Senior sister, why are you here? Although the two of them had sparred before, there was no unhappiness between them. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said, freshman training. Each class will be led by a teacher. At the same time, there will be an arcane body realm cultivator from the advanced class accompanying them for safety reasons. So Ling Ying wants to go out with class 10. That's not bad. Who knows, I might be able to increase her favorability rating. Senior sister, I'm actually very curious about something. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and smiled. What is it? Lin Xian pointed at her lollipop and asked, Senior sister, why do you like eating lollipops so much? Lin Xian glanced at her. Her lollipop wasn't anything special. It was just a very common lollipop. Yet, she kept it in her mouth all day long. If not for the fact that she was a martial artist, this girl would definitely have diabetes. I'm just used to it. Ling Ying did not say much. I also have lollipops here. Senior sister, do you want some? Lin Xian grinned. And what flavor? Ling Ying asked curiously. Salty. It should be salty. Don't be ridiculous. How can there be salty lollipops? I really do have one. Lin Xian said. Let me see. Ling Ying reached out her hand to Lin Xian. Ah. There will be a chance in the future. Lin Xian laughed. Ling Ying really did not think wrongly. Was she too naive? Nonsense. How could this girl be naive? Chapter 101. At this moment, Xiao Runing walked over, and the students of Class 10 quickly stood in position. Xiao Runing glanced at everyone with her beautiful eyes and said, For this training trip, each instructor will lead a class. I'll be leading Class 10. Also, everyone, please welcome your senior, Ling Ying. She's also one of the most powerful experts in the Sky Martial Court. This time, she'll be with me to ensure everyone's safety. Immediately, applause and cheers from the men rang out from the side. Ling Ying was the second most beautiful girl in the academy. Of course, everyone was excited. However, she usually walked around the academy more. As for Han Chuxue, the number one beauty, she rarely showed her face. Ling Ying nodded politely at everyone. Xiao Runing placed her handbag on the ground and took out some small glass beads from it. Then she said, These are the ice condensing beads that I asked someone to make. They are similar to a spirit tool. Its effect is to suddenly touch an object and it will display the power of ice. It can freeze the room for a short period of time. Even if it can't freeze the room, it can slow down the speed of the object by a lot. Xiao Runing paused for a moment before she continued, There's a limited number of them. At the same time, I've also given them to the other classes. There are a total of 39 people in Class 10. Now, you have 3 minutes to find 2 companions. For the upcoming training trip, we'll be divided into classes. However, during the journey, you'll be in groups of 3 and follow the main group closely. You'll supervise, protect, and take care of each other. Now, group yourselves. Lin Xian did not need to think too much. Before he could say anything, a group of people had already gathered around Lin Xian. This was because everyone had heard of Lin Xian's strength. He was very strong. It would be safer to be in his group. Lin Xian, can Yi and I be in your group? Lu Yufan and Yi Yi held hands. The 2 school beauties walked up to Lin Xian and looked at Lin Xian charmingly. When Lu Yufan asked this question, everyone knew that they had no chance. Just as they had guessed, Lin Xian naturally chose the 2 campus belles. Damn, wouldn't he be an idiot if he didn't choose beautiful girls? Could it be that she had to follow these 2 men? Since you bought breakfast for me, I'll reluctantly agree to your request. Yeah. Lu Yufan jumped 3 feet high. This was a world of difference from her previous attitude towards Lin Xian. Men. Miss Xiao, did you see that? This is a man. Ling Ying couldn't help but complain to Xiao Runing beside him. Xiao Runing couldn't help but laugh. It's normal. If you were to choose, one side is two very handsome men, and the other side is two women. Which one would you choose? Ling Ying licked his lollipop and was stumped. Anyway, I know that Han Chushue will definitely choose women. She doesn't like men. Ling Ying changed the topic to Xiao Chushue. Han Chushue. Where's Han Chushue? Lin Xian had appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said, with such a beautiful senior like Ling Ying here, you're still thinking about Han Chushue? That's not the same. After all, she's the #1 beauty in Tianhua Academy. Ding. Felt resentment from Ling Ying. The degree of resentment is quite high. Scumbag value plus 50,000. To talk about the #1 beauty in front of the #2 beauty, any girl would have a lot of resentment, alright? Is that so? I'll bring Han Chushue to see you another day. How about that? Ling Ying's lips curled up into a devilish smile. That's good. Senior, you better be able to set me up with Han Chushue, hee. Oh. Are you sure you're good enough for her? Ling Ying raised an eyebrow. Lin Xian shrugged and said, whether I'm good enough or not is another matter, but I feel that when she sees me, she will definitely fall in love with me. Alright, remember what you said. Ling Ying couldn't help but laugh. Let Han Chushue fall in love with Lin Xian. How could that be possible? There were many men who were many times more outstanding than Lin Xian, but Han Chushue wouldn't even look at them. Ling Ying knew her too well. Ling Ying even thought that this woman liked him, but she was completely cold. Then what if I managed to get Han Chushue? Lin Xian asked with a smile. If you can get her, I'll let you do whatever you want. How about that? Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian. Are you sure? You can even have a 3P with me. Sure. Xiao Runing secretly rubbed her forehead. This young man, their conversation was simply too explicit. She was only 2 years older than Ling Ying, so why did she feel that the generation gap was a bit big? Then what if you can't get her? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. If I can't get her, then I'll let you do whatever you want. Alright, you said it. Miss Xiao, you be the witness. Xiao Runing helplessly nodded, alright, then I'll be the witness. You're dead. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian proudly and said. The person who could get Han Chushue hadn't been born yet, and it wasn't certain. The person who was most likely to get her, the person who she couldn't forget, had already died at the hands of the Netherworld Flame Lion, let alone Lin Xian. There are still 20 days before the Tianwu conference. This is the deadline. Ling Ying added. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It was just a casual bet, what was the big deal? Even if he lost, could this Ling Ying really do anything to him? Furthermore, even if he won, could she really go for a 3P? Lin Xian, what does a 3P mean? Lu Yufan came over and blinked her big eyes as she asked. This was the first time Yi had heard of this term, so she also looked over in confusion. Xiao Runing, Ling Ying, and Lin Xian were all stunned for a moment. How should I explain it? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and thought for a bit before saying, it's 3 people doing exercise together. Yeah, that's it. What kind of exercise? All kinds of postures and then moving around. It's mainly 3 people. Lin Xian said. Yi said at this time, Fan and I, plus you, aren't we 3 people? Can we try a 3P now? Lin Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This wasn't what he said. Ding. 2 big sisters request to have a 3P with the host. It's really a scumbag act. Scumbag value plus 1000000. Lin Xian, could this also increase his scumbag value? It was only 100,000. It didn't seem like much, but if it really happened, wouldn't it increase his scumbag value by a few million? After all, pinching a big sister's but already gave him a scumbag value of a few 100,000. Heartwarming felt that she couldn't chat with them anymore. God! The students these days were all too fierce. It wasn't that they were that pure. In fact, they were really pure. The two girls were indeed young misses from rich families. They had heard of some terms and understood them, so it was normal. However, there were some terms that they had never heard of before, so it was normal that they didn't understand. Chapter 102. Heartwarming hurriedly said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Xian, come over and collect the ice condensed pearls. Give one to each group." After that, Lin Xian distributed the ice condensed pearls and everyone's groups were formed. Heartwarming looked at everyone and said, "The use of these ice condensed pearls is that if you are in danger and Ling Ying and I are unable to help you immediately, you can just throw them out." These were made from the deep freeze spirit crystals that Lin Xian had found. Of course, there were more than that, but they were all distributed to the other 9 classes. Therefore, only 3 people could form a group and each group would get one. Lin Xian's group's ice condensed pearls were given to Yi to hold on to. At the entrance of Tianhua Academy, several 54-seater buses were already parked there. After that, the 10 beginner classes boarded the buses one after another. The bus drove out of Tianhua City. The students were listening to music and chatting on the bus. In the front 2 seats, Lu Yufan and Yi were playing games on their cell phones. Lin Xian and Ling Ying were sitting together. Lin Xian did not understand that it was Ling Ying who had chosen to sit together with them. However, the people behind them were extremely envious. "Senior Ling Ying, you have already come out to lead the group. Why hasn't Han Chushua come out?" Lin Xian asked. Ding. Detected resentment from Ling Ying. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Really? Although Ling Ying did not like Lin Xian, this guy kept talking about Han Chushua in front of her. She was not happy about it. She, Ling Ying, was a beauty that did not lose out to Han Chushua in terms of looks. Can't you be like a normal guy and flirt with her? Why must you keep talking about Han Chushua? Ling Ying did not seem to realize it himself. Was this considered jealousy? She is injured and is recuperating at home. Injured? Ling Ying said helplessly, the more serious injury is actually psychological. Don't tell me you saw the man you like cheating on you. Ling Ying, I will pass on your message to her word for word. Don't, I'm just kidding. You're deliberately making it harder for me to get her. Lin Xian said very seriously. Ling Ying laughed disdainfully. It's not that I look down on you, but now I've begun to think of a plan to deal with you. That's so troublesome. Take me for example. If I win, I'll bring you to the hotel directly. Once the room is opened, I'll just throw you on the bed. You still have to think about it. Ling Ying took a deep breath. She swore that this Lin Xian was the second man who dared to take liberties with her. She had already crippled the first man's limbs, but why didn't she feel any anger when Lin Xian took liberties with her? It was very strange. Ling Ying also felt it, so he felt it was very strange, but he couldn't figure it out. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying's favorability level. It was still 10. How should he increase her favorability level? Lin Xian felt that it was a little strange to pick up other girls. He just felt that he couldn't do it, but he felt that with Ling Ying's devilish personality, Lin Xian didn't feel any guilt at all when he picked her up. He even felt that it would be great to get rid of her after he picked her up. Lin Xian also didn't understand why he felt this way. Perhaps it had something to do with the girl's personality. She was gentle and weak, so he couldn't bear to touch her, but a seductive girl like Ling Ying could. Perhaps it was because of this reason. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that Ling Ying might be his first target. At the same time, she might also be the most difficult. But she was the one Lin Xian wanted the most, and also the one who had the least psychological burden. But this favorability level was very difficult to increase. Speaking of which, if he made her shy, would he be able to increase her favorability level? I heard from Miss Xiao that you have an older sister? Ling Ying suddenly asked. That's right. Teacher Xiao also told you this. Ling Ying nodded. In private, Miss Xiao and I are good friends, and we talk about some things. She also told me some things about you. I just don't understand. You're flirting with pretty girls in school. Does your sister know? She doesn't know. Lin Xian shook his head. You don't dare to tell her. Ling Ying smiled. Lin Xian shrugged indifferently. What's there to be afraid of? I just don't want to tell her. You two aren't biological siblings, right? Lin Xian shook his head. Yeah. I guessed it. Usually, the younger brother wouldn't be afraid to tell his sister about this. Lin Xian glanced at the beautiful Ling Ying and asked, Senior Ling Ying, you know this very well. Do you have a younger brother? No. Then do you know the difference between a biological sister and a biological sister? Ling Ying naturally understood. So you have that kind of intention towards your sister. Men. Ling Ying said disdainfully. So you know. Lin Xian smiled and continued, then do you know that biological younger brother, and biological younger brother actually have 3 meanings? Ling Ying really thought about it carefully, and then, suddenly, there was a scream in the originally harmonious car. Everyone's eyes looked over. What's wrong? Xiao Runing in front looked over. Miss Xiao, I want to sit with you. This woman touched me. Lin Xian looked aggrieved. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. He actually dared to tease her. She suddenly thought of a certain meaning in Lin Xian's words and couldn't help but punch Lin Xian. Sit down. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying refused to let Lin Xian leave. Xiao Runing just shook her head. If they wanted to make trouble, then let them make trouble. I say, are you crazy? Lin Xian complained. Ding. Felt Ling Ying's anger. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying returned to normal. She glanced at him and didn't say anything. Then, she peeled a lollipop by herself. Ding. Ling Ying's favorability towards you +1. Lin Xian, no, Lin Xian really wanted to know what a woman's mind was like. She had clearly hit him just now, but her favorability towards him increased. So Lin Xian really didn't understand how to read a woman's mind. It was very simple. At first, Ling Ying thought in that direction. Naturally, she was angry because Lin Xian was teasing her. Then, she subconsciously hit Lin Xian, but she didn't use too much strength. But when she calmed down, she realized that Lin Xian was indeed a little different. Although she hit him just now and was a little angry, and even a little embarrassed, she didn't feel disgusted. This was why her favorability towards him didn't drop. Instead, because Lin Xian spoke to her in a special way and even said that she was crazy, Ling Ying's curiosity was piqued. That's why a woman's mind wasn't easy to read. After a few seconds, Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian who kept rubbing his chest. Then, she said faintly, don't you guys like girls hitting their chests with their fists? I'm just helping you massage it. Lin Xian, big sister, you also said that she's a girl. Are you? Ling Ying, she glanced at Lin Xian and the corners of her lips curled up. She regained her usual demonic charm. I am now, but if you can get Han Chuxue, then you have a chance to turn me into a woman. Lin Xian, damn. This woman was indeed a seductress. She was teasing him. Chapter 103. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and looked at Ling Ying. I'm confident that I can get her, so can we go ahead of time? What do you think? Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian. I think it's not impossible. Chi. In front of them, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were playing games with their headphones on, so they did not hear the conversation between Lin Xian and Lin Xian. After about an hour, they saw the barrier protecting Tianhua City. Then, the 10 buses drove out together. Once they left, they would be completely unprotected. From now on, they would have to rely on themselves. Senior Ling Ying, where are we going to train? Lin Xian asked. They only knew that they were going to train, but they did not know where to go. The location of the training is different every time, but the content is almost the same. The students will have to fight with demonic beasts. Although the new students in the academy are all at the Chi building stage 5-star, most of them were brought up to this stage by someone else. They're only there to help. None of them have any combat experience. The most they can do in the Sky Martial Court is virtual combat, but it's not real combat. Ling Ying said. No wonder Miss Xiao said that I don't need to come. Lin Xian laughed awkwardly. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said, you really don't need to come. First, your cultivation is high, and second, you have enough combat experience. What you need to do now should be an advanced dungeon. What we should do is to go to the depths of the demonic beast's territory to train. The beginner classes training is only for Chi building realm demonic beasts, so what are you here for? Lin Xian regretted that he did not ask about the training's content. He thought that it would be helpful to him, but he thought too much. Even if the group of Chi building realm 5-star students fought against Chi building realm 3-4- and 5-star demonic beasts, there would not be any powerful demonic beasts. Lin Xian really did not care about the experience of demonic beasts of that level. So what was he doing here? But it's okay for you to come. Just treat it as protecting everyone. Lin Xian pursed his lips. So the place we're going to is very close. Ling Ying nodded, about 3 kilometers. There's a chance we'll encounter quite a few spirit condensation demonic beasts in that location, but most of them are still Chi building. After chatting for a while, the car stopped. Lin Xian looked back. He could still see Tianhua City from here. They were about 1 kilometer away. In front, Heartwarming looked at everyone and said, everyone, get off the car. After you get off the car, stand in groups of 3. We'll walk forward from here. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi hadn't finished their game yet, so they could only hang up because they had more important things to do. Everyone got out of the car. Lin Xian, Yi Yi, and Lu Yufan stood together, while Ling Ying stood beside Heartwarming. The other classes also got off the car around them. Heartwarming looked at everyone and said, from now on, we may encounter demonic beasts at every step, or even a group of demonic beasts. Everyone be vigilant. If it's a single demonic beast, we'll temporarily fight in groups of 3. Remember, safety first. Okay. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi's faces were red. It wasn't because they were shy, but because they were excited and nervous. To be honest, they hadn't really fought with demonic beasts before. This time, for them, and for everyone, it was an experience. Not only did they train their combat skills, but they also trained their mental strength. Okay, now follow me and Senior Ling Ying. Our training ground is in front of us. It's a small mountain forest. The terrain is difficult to walk in, so always pay attention to your feet. Let's go. Then, under the lead of Heartwarming and the others, Class 10 walked forward. As for the other classes, they also went in different directions. There were already demonic beasts here, but Lin Xian and the others were in a group of dozens. Even if the demonic beasts saw them, they wouldn't dare to approach and would hide far away. Lin Xian, over there, over there. Yes. Then, the three of them nervously walked over. The long-armed demonic ape was a demonic beast with a very bad temper. As long as they didn't go over together with dozens of people, it wouldn't run away. Moreover, it was very easy to provoke it. This was their way of gaining experience. It was very rigid, but there was no other way. This was also the safest way. In fact, they were only allowed to fight with the demon beasts. Basically, when everyone fought, it would mean that this experience was over. Damn it. I'm sleepy. Lin Xian yawned at the side. This was also considered training. But thinking about it, it was indeed a training for them. 100 meters away, the three of them were fighting fiercely with the long-armed demonic ape. Their movements were very rigid, very simple, and very slow. But after all, it was 3 against 1, so they weren't at a disadvantage. Vajra Fist. Boom! The last attack was by a metal-type youth's martial skill that struck its head, and it was instantly killed. Yay! After personally killing the demonic beast, the youth revealed an extremely excited expression. Even Lin Xian's group of students were cheering for them. If I didn't come from Earth and didn't have that kind of experience, I would be as excited as them when I killed a demonic beast for the first time. Lin Xian smiled. So powerful! Yi exclaimed. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Alright, in their eyes, the so-called powerful was to kill a demonic beast. That was powerful. The three of them ran over excitedly. Heartwarming nodded. And, not bad. You guys go to the back and follow. The next demonic beast will be the turn of the next group. When each group is done, it will be a one-on-one battle with the demonic beast. You guys should be prepared. After that, they continued to walk forward. Along the way, many of them had undergone training. Basically, they were all scared but not in danger. After all, the demonic beast's levels were relatively low. Moreover, they were all 3 against 1. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any danger. A small stream appeared in front of them. Beside it were still trees, but the location was still quite beautiful. Everyone, take a break first. Heartwarming said. Then, everyone sat around and rested. After a few minutes, the bushes beside them suddenly moved. Lin Xian, there should be a demonic beast over there. Your group hasn't had any training yet. You take Yi and Lu Yufan to deal with that demonic beast. Okay. After that, they walked over. Chapter 104. Yi and Lu Yufan were both very nervous. Girls were at a disadvantage in this aspect. They were the cowardly ones. Even if you put a demon beast in front of them for them to kill, they wouldn't dare. It's very simple. You just have to fight the demon beast like how you fought me before. Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan with a smile. Lu Yufan's pretty face turned slightly red as she recalled the scene of her unleashing her wood element in class and hurling her desk at Lin Xian. Lu Yufan was of the wood attribute, and Yi was of the water attribute. Both of them didn't belong to the combat attribute. Plus, their combat abilities weren't strong, so it was actually very difficult. They didn't dare to fight in close combat. The two girls were almost equivalent to mages in games, but they could still do it. With Lin Xian's help, it would be much easier. At least their safety wouldn't be an issue. Okay. Then, the three of them walked over under everyone's gaze. Many demon beasts would run away when they walked over. This was too common, but there were still many demon beasts that were very brave. Even if there were 3 of them, they wouldn't be afraid. As long as they didn't release a crushing aura, it would be fine. Roar. When they walked over, the bloodthirsty demon wolf jumped out from the bushes. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Lin Xian and the other 2. Ah! Lu Yufan and Yi Yi subconsciously hid behind Lin Xian. The 2 girls felt bitter in their hearts. Many of the demonic beasts that other people fought didn't look ferocious, but when it came to them, the demonic beasts would be scared to death just by looking at them. Chi building 5 stars, not strong. I'll protect you. You 2 cooperate and fight. Lin Xian said as he patted their shoulders. Ah, okay. Lu Yufan was the first to muster up her courage. Yi didn't show any weakness. The 2 girls took a step forward, and the attribute energy in their bodies surged. Lin Xian stood beside them to protect them. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty demon wolf opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards them. Ting Lin. Lu Yufan released his power, and vines suddenly appeared beneath the bloodthirsty demon wolf. The vines instantly controlled the bloodthirsty demon wolf. All right. The group of people from Class 10 at the back all cheered. At this moment, Yi's slender hands condensed a water bubble, and she threw it over with all her might. Bang! The bubbles exploded on the bloodthirsty demon wolf's body. Roared. The bloodthirsty demon wolf howled in pain. Its attack was weak and could only cause external injuries. After all, this was Yi's very ordinary martial skill. I can't control it anymore. Lu Yufan's little face was about to break out in sweat. Continuous control also consumed spiritual energy value every second. Lin Xian said to Yi, you could try close combat, using your virtual combat style. With Lu Yufan controlling him, you don't have to worry too much. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yi's pretty face revealed a trace of determination. Then, her beautiful figure rushed over. Whoosh! She poured spiritual energy into her legs, jumped, and then swung her fist with all her might. Bang! Her fist steadily landed on the bloodthirsty demon wolf's body. The bloodthirsty demon wolf howled in pain again. Yi suddenly felt that she was very powerful, and her fighting spirit soared. At the back, Linging laughed and said to Xiao Runing, actually, they're all very strong, but they don't dare to fight. They don't dare to take the step to become strong. If they could, we humans would have many more experts. Xiao Runing nodded, that's right. 90% of students end up in the Qi building realm or the spirit condensation realm. They have no hope of reaching the arcane body realm because they don't dare. If everyone could be like you and Qin Shaotian, not afraid of death for the sake of strength, immersing themselves in the Qi building realm from the Qi building realm, then we humans would be much stronger. With the current situation, it's already not bad for a class to have 5 arcane body realm cultivators in the future. Xiao Runing sighed. This was also one of the reasons why humans were gradually being nibbled away by demonic beasts. Linging laughed and said, actually, I was like them at the time, but I wasn't willing to be ordinary, so I strengthened myself little by little. They can all do it, they just lack the determination. On the other side, Yi pushed her hands forward, and a meter-thick water column rushed towards the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Boom! The bloodthirsty demon wolf was sent flying by the water column, and then Yi's aura rose. She had reached the Qi building realm 6 stars. Yay! The 2 girls acted as if they had done something big, hugging each other and jumping up and down happily. Lin Xian didn't even need to make a move. They didn't show weakness, they just didn't dare to fight. But with this experience, it gave them a lot of confidence. This was also an important reason why they came out to gain experience. It allowed each of them to bravely face the demonic beasts and take this step. The crowd behind them clapped and cheered. As the school's two beauties, they were naturally very popular. Lin Xian, Yi Yi and Lu Yufan ran in front of Lin Xian. The two girls had the urge to let Lin Xian praise them. Yi Yi didn't know why she had such thoughts, but she didn't seem to notice it. Great! Keep up the good work. N. Ding. Lu Yufan's favorability towards you +5. A single praise actually increased favorability by 5 points. Lin Xian was also very surprised. Alright, you guys come over. Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian and the others, and then the three of them walked over. Then Xiao Runing glanced at everyone and said, let's eat something first. In a while, we will have to fight the demonic beasts alone. This part is very dangerous, and there is even the risk of being killed by the demonic beasts if you aren't careful. Miss Xiao, I am of the water attribute and my combat strength is very weak. Do I also have to fight the demonic beasts alone? A girl timidly asked. Xiao Runing then looked at her and asked, then did you see Yi Yi's battle just now? I saw it. Then you should have also seen how Yi Yi relied on martial arts and close combat to kill the bloodthirsty demon wolf, which was a relatively savage demonic beast. The water attribute also has combat strength. Of course, Lu Yufan's control is indispensable, but at the same time, the wood attribute also has combat strength. Moreover, don't forget, the attribute is only a way to increase your combat strength. In the future battles, you can't all rely on martial arts. The most important purpose of coming out to train is to let you use your body to fight the demonic beasts head-on. Xiao Runing paused for a moment before continuing, the divine system will increase our various attributes, including strength. You Qi building realm 5 stars, if you throw out a punch with all your strength, the strength will be enough to knock down a tree. This kind of strength is used on demonic beasts of the same level, and they will not be able to withstand it. As for the water attribute, it will only increase your combat strength, so use the strength of your body to fight. Although it is dangerous, if you want to become stronger, this is the only way. Speaking up to here, Xiao Runing's expression suddenly froze. Following that, Ling Ying and Lin Xian both revealed strange expressions. Chapter 105. The three people's reactions could only mean one thing. They must have felt the same uneasiness. Xiao Runing's realm was the highest, so she was the first to sense it. Ling Ying and Lin Xian were almost at the same time, and Lin Xian's realm was lower. This could only mean that Lin Xian's spirit attribute was about the same as Ling Ying's. This was also the effect of the spirit attribute. Divine sense range. The reason why the three of them had serious expressions was because they felt an extremely threatening aura. It was a feeling of danger. In the demonic beast domain, there was only one possibility for them to feel this way, and that was a powerful demonic beast. Not good. Xiao Runing felt that the aura was approaching them. She turned around and prepared to lead everyone away quickly. However, she was shocked to find that everyone around her had mysteriously disappeared. Lin Xian was also very shocked. He was still at his original position, but everyone in front of him had mysteriously disappeared right before his eyes. It was as if they had been teleported away. Lin Xian. Lin Xian, where are you? Yi Yi and Lu Yufan's voices came from the side. Fan Fan. Fan Fan, is that you? Yi. Where are you? Lu Yufan, Yi. This was Xiao Runing's voice. Then, everyone's voices suddenly rang out. They could only hear their voices, but they couldn't see them. And their voices were right next to them. Everyone, don't make a sound. Find a place to hide. This should be an illusion. Xiao Runing's voice rang out. Illusion. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Eye of Cave Spirit. When the Eye of Cave Spirit was activated, Lin Xian saw everyone. It really is an illusion. The Eye of Cave Spirit had the ability to see through illusions, so Lin Xian could see them. At this moment, everyone couldn't see each other. No matter how close they were, they could touch each other. Therefore, it was only an illusion. Lin Xian could feel that there was a very strong demonic beast not far away from them, and this illusion must have been released by that demonic beast, but why didn't this demonic beast come over? Was he going to watch them panic like clowns? This was something that no one had expected. This place was only 3 kilometers away from Tianhua City. How could a demonic beast of this level appear here? Was it a profound heaven realm beast? Because they heard Xiao Runing's words, everyone hid in places where they felt they could hide. They did not dare to move or make a sound. Lin Xian could see it, so he went directly to Xiao Runing and reached out to grab Xiao Runing's slender hand. Xiao Runing instinctively wanted to attack, but Lin Xian's voice rang out, "Miss Xiao, it's me. Lin Xian." Xiao Runing touched the front with her hand. Ouch! Where did you touch? Lin Xian's face couldn't help but turn red. Bastard! Xiao Runing was about to go crazy. She actually managed to touch Lin Xian's little brother at a time like this. However, she didn't have the mood to think about it, nor did she have the mood to be shy. Lin Xian naturally didn't have the mood to tease her, although it felt pretty good. Lin Xian quickly said, "Miss Xiao, I have a special martial technique that can see you guys through the illusion, but you guys can't see each other. What should we do now? Do you have a way?" Although Xiao Runing couldn't see Lin Xian, she knew that Lin Xian was right in front of her. "I didn't expect such a strong demonic beast to appear here. It should be at the high level of the profound heaven realm, infinitely close to the lightning tribulation realm. In other words, it should be a terrifying demonic beast close to level 50. Normally, it would be hard to find a demonic beast of this level within 100 kilometers of a human city." Xiao Runing also panicked. "Then can you beat it?" "I can't. I can only do my best to block it, Lin Xian." Xiao Runing hesitated for a moment, then said, "Although I can't see it, I can feel it, and you can see it. Therefore, I will go and block that demonic beast to buy time for you. Lin Xian, I'll have to ask you to bring everyone back, quickly." Lin Xian frowned, "But you, I'm fine." "Bullshit, I'm fine." How could Lin Xian not know? Xiao Runing just said that she couldn't beat it and could only block it. In other words, she was going to die to buy time for them to escape. Xiao Runing froze for a moment. "I'm a teacher." Xiao Runing gritted her teeth and said, then continued, "You guys must go back. This matter is not normal. You must inform the 3 major powers. I'm afraid that Tianhua City will be destroyed. There's a way. There must be a way." Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. At this moment, Ling Ying walked over. She handed Lin Xian and Xiao Runing a lollipop each. "Suck it." Ling Ying could see them. Lin Xian and Xiao Runing looked at Ling Ying in surprise. Ling Ying then said, "This is specially made. After eating it, your eyes will temporarily have the ability to see. Hurry." Lin Xian, it seemed that Ling Ying's lollipops were not just snacks. "I don't need it, I can see it," Lin Xian said. Although Ling Ying was surprised, she did not say anything. After Xiao Runing ate it, she could indeed see everyone. She then looked at Ling Ying and said, "Ling Ying, I'll leave them to you. You must return safely." Ling Ying shook her head, "It's useless. That's a demonic beast close to the Thunder Tribulation realm. We can't escape. I can block it." Heartwarming emphasized. Miss Xiao, that demonic beast is not coming over because it's playing with us. It can instantly kill all of us, including you. We can't block it. Ling Ying sighed and said. In a battle of this level, she would not be able to help, and the strongest among them was Heartwarming. However, Heartwarming was also in the mysterious heaven realm, while that monstrous beast was very close to the thunder tribulation realm. In other words, it was definitely much stronger than Heartwarming. Even if Heartwarming had a strong martial skill, in fact, it would be useless. At this realm, in a battle between a demonic beast and a human of the same level, a demonic beast could fight against 3 human warriors. It was not that humans were too weak, but rather that demonic beasts were too strong. Demonic beasts' physiques and abilities were much stronger than human warriors. This was the most difficult part. There was no need to talk about low-level demonic beasts fighting high-level demonic beasts. That was even more difficult. However, this was not absolute. Some very strong human warriors could indeed fight demonic beasts beyond their realm. For example, Lin Xian could also do it. Their combat ability was very strong, and their martial skills were also very strong. However, Ling Ying knew about Heartwarming's realm. This demonic beast was close to the thunder tribulation realm. There was indeed a slight chance, but it was too difficult. You guys go and take the others away. I'll block it here. After saying that, a white light sword appeared in Heartwarming's hand. The aura on her body suddenly erupted, and the surrounding ground was covered with frost. Puff. At this moment, Heartwarming actually spat out a mouthful of blood without warning. Miss Xiao. The 2 of them were shocked and quickly supported her. Heartwarming revealed a shocked expression. This demonic beast is a high-level thunder tribulation realm. Chapter 106. Upon hearing Heartwarming's words, Lin Xian and Ling Ying revealed expressions of disbelief. If it was a mystic heaven realm beast, Heartwarming might have a slight chance of blocking it since they were in the same realm after all. However, if the other party's demonic beast was in the thunder tribulation realm, then it was impossible. Blocking it was impossible even if it was a 1-star thunder tribulation realm beast. After all, there was a huge gap between the 2 realms. The higher the level, the greater the gap of 1 star, let alone the gap of a whole realm. Moreover, this was an advanced thunder tribulation realm beast, which meant that it was more than 10 stars higher than Heartwarming. It was already difficult to be 1 or 2 stars higher, let alone a whole realm with more than 10 stars. Therefore, Heartwarming directly spat out a mouthful of blood. They didn't even see the demonic beast. That was because the demonic beast sensed Heartwarming's resistance from afar and directly released its power to lock onto Heartwarming, causing Heartwarming to be injured. It wasn't that the demonic beast was too strong, but the gap between the 2 realms was too big. No one would have thought that a demonic beast of this level would appear in such a place. This time, it was all over. I thought that even if I died, I might die in a hardy battle in the future. I didn't expect to die in such a humiliating manner. I didn't even have the chance to fight back. Ling Ying laughed self-deprecatingly. At this moment, the illusion seemed to have disappeared. Everyone could see each other. Everyone gathered around Heartwarming and the others in fear. Lin Xian, Yi and Lu Yufan subconsciously approached Lin Xian. They were very flustered, but they didn't know what had happened. Perhaps this was something worth rejoicing over. If they let this group of students know that the one who released the illusion was actually an invincible demonic beast in the Thunder Tribulation realm or even the Lower realm, many of them would probably collapse directly. But now that the demonic beast had removed the illusion, what was it trying to do? If the release of the illusion was to make them feel despair, did the removal of the illusion mean that it was coming? Demonic beasts at this level had extremely high intelligence. Demonic beasts at the Mystic Heaven realm had the intelligence of teenagers, and Lightning Tribulation realm demonic beasts had the intelligence of a normal person. After reaching the lower realm, some demonic beasts with higher bloodlines or more special demonic beasts could even take human form. Therefore, this demonic beast was extremely terrifying. Heartwarming stood up, her beautiful eyes flashing with a trace of unswerving determination. As a teacher, she should be responsible for these people. Even though she knew that this demonic beast was in the Thunder Tribulation realm, she still wanted to fight to the death. Miss Xiao, since it's so close, our Tianhua City's experts should be able to sense it, right? Ling Ying said. Heartwarming said, I'm afraid it's useless even if they can sense it. There might be Thunder Retribution Realm powerhouses in Tianhua City, but I'm not sure if there are high-level Thunder Retribution Realm martial artists who are close to the lower realm. The people who come can't do anything to this demonic beast. At this moment, everyone's pupils shrank. In front of them, a demonic beast passed through the forest in front of them and fell into their line of sight. It was a dark blue tiger that was even black. To be precise, it was twice the size of a normal tiger. There was even a circle of black light lingering around its body. Moreover, it actually had 2 heads. The aura on its body was extremely terrifying. What kind of monster is that? Someone pointed at the demonic beast with a terrified expression. I've never seen it before. This aura, this feeling, this is definitely a demonic beast of a level that we've never seen before. How is this possible? This place is only 3 to 4 kilometers away from Tianhua City. How could a demonic beast of this level appear in this location? Woo-woo, there were even some people who simply saw this scene and directly cried. They were all ordinary martial artists, and each of them had at most fought with demonic beasts of a few stars in the Qi building realm. Facing such a demonic beast, it was normal for them to be scared to the point of crying. Evil-eyed double-headed tiger. Seeing the demonic beast, Ling Ying, Heartwarming and the rest's pupils shrank. If it was before, because of the existence of the illusion, Heartwarming might not be able to block it. Perhaps they would all die here. But now, if they split up and ran, Heartwarming only needed to buy some time, and perhaps some of them would be able to escape. Ling Ying, I'll block it. Hurry up and bring everyone out. Heartwarming hurriedly said to Ling Ying beside her. Miss Xiao, Ling Ying naturally knew that he would definitely not be able to block it. This was a high-level Thunder Tribulation realm. Quick! However, at this moment, the evil-eyed double-headed tiger roared, and a barrier formed around them. It's over. Seeing this scene, Heartwarming's face turned ashen. This barrier was clearly capable of trapping them. This evil-eyed double-headed tiger wanted to slowly trample them to death and then eat them. This was this kind of demonic beast. Ling Ying, bring some people and try to break the barrier. I'll block it. After saying that, Heartwarming charged forward. Ice Sealing World. The surrounding ground, rocks, and trees were all sealed in ice. At this moment, it was as if the surroundings had entered a world of ice and snow. Even if Lin Xian did not use his perception, just by looking at this phenomenon, he knew how powerful this martial technique was. Although Ling Ying felt that it was not possible, she still turned and charged towards the barrier, attacking with all her might. The barrier did not budge. It's over. She did not have the ability to break the barrier. Lin Xian frowned as he looked in front of him. That evil-eyed double-headed tiger was actually sealed in ice by Heartwarming. Could Heartwarming really be able to block it? Everyone who saw this scene was thinking the same thing. Lin Xian, what should we do? Lu Yufan and Yi Yi grabbed Lin Xian's sleeves tightly, as if Lin Xian had become their spiritual support. Lin Xian sighed. What could he do? he was also thinking. But in the next moment, everyone's pupils shrank. The ice cracked. It really can't trap it, Lin Xian sighed. Bang! A terrifying power erupted from the evil-eyed double-headed tiger. Whoosh! Beside him, Ling Ying rushed forward. She had no way to break the barrier, so she could only help Xiao Runing fight. As if a wormhole had appeared in front of them, Ling Ying appeared directly above the evil-eyed double-headed tiger's head and stabbed with her dagger. But the difference in strength was too great. She could not hurt it at all. The terrifying power was released again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he instantly released all his strength to block in front of Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. In the next moment, all the students were sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Perhaps it was not fatal, but it was very fatal to their minds. Thump, Xiao Runing and Ling Ying's figures landed beside Lin Xian. Pft, Xiao Runing spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Ying was a little better. Her speed was extremely fast and she managed to dodge most of the power. But the evil-eyed double-headed tiger did not want to kill them directly, but wanted to slowly torture them. Otherwise, everyone, including Xiao Runing, would have died. Chapter 107. Over 10 levels. At this level, the difference of one level was already huge. Over 10 levels, especially when it was a big realm, even if Xiao Runing had a heaven-tier martial skill, it was useless. The difference in strength was too big. What? Seeing that Xiao Runing couldn't block it, many people started crying again. Roar! The evil-eyed two-headed tiger roared again and charged over. Ah! Everyone screamed in horror. Even though Xiao Runing was injured, even though she wasn't weak, she still charged forward again. Lin Xian looked at the battle in front of him, thinking about something. Maybe he was wrong because he had the ability to protect everyone, but he hid it from them. Now, he couldn't hide it anymore. If he hid it any longer, Xiao Runing would die in battle, and everyone would die. Lin Xian admitted that he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't someone who would let women fight to the death in front of him. Maybe he had the scumbag system and wanted to walk the path of a scumbag, but he wasn't one yet. Senior Ling Ying, does this barrier have the ability to isolate space? Lin Xian quickly asked. Ling Ying didn't look too good. She must have suffered some internal injuries. She shook her head slightly and said, "This is just a layer of energy barrier. We can't break it with our strength." Then it's fine. Lin Xian then took a deep breath. Release the space attribute. Space jump. Ding. Confirm release of space attribute strength. Everyone. Ding. Confirm release of target. Everyone. Ding. Confirm teleportation location. Tianhua City, 3 kilometers away. Ding. Insufficient strength to teleport. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, 2 kilometers. Ding. Insufficient strength to teleport. 1 kilometer. Ding. Insufficient strength. Lin Xian secretly clenched his fists. System, calculate the furthest teleportation distance for everyone. Calculation complete. Furthest teleportation distance is 300 meters. With Lin Xian's 1-star arcane body realm cultivation, he was able to teleport 39 people, including Xiao Runing and Ling Ying, 300 meters away. Can you go any further? 300 meters. 300 meters is but the distance of a lightning tribulation realm demon beast. Ding. Estimated calculation time, 20 seconds, ding. Since the host is the source of the power, the host will need to consume more space energy. If the host is not teleported, the host can teleport everyone to a distance of 1,000 meters. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Why didn't he send him away? Then wouldn't he die? Lin Xian admitted that he was not a saint. He could save Xiao Runing, Ling Ying, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi. As for whether the others lived or died, did it have anything to do with him? Why would he exchange his life for theirs? Help me calculate how many people I can bring with me during the space jump, ding. Estimated calculation time, 30 seconds, bang. Xiao Runing's figure fell in front of Lin Xian. Miss Xiao. Poof. Xiao Runing was covered in blood and seriously injured. Ling Ying. Hurry up and attack the barrier. Xiao Runing gave a loud shout, clenching her teeth as she got up and tried to rush up. She wanted to save Ling Ying too, but she couldn't. Lin Xian looked at this scene in a daze. Why? Shouldn't the warriors of this era be selfish? She would rather sacrifice herself to help others. 30 seconds. She couldn't hold on any longer. Everyone stand beside me. Lin Xian suddenly shouted. Everyone didn't understand, but they subconsciously came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Space jump. Xiao Runing and the others' confusion turned into shock. They disappeared. There was no time to calculate. Lin Xian didn't dare to waste time calculating. He also didn't dare to send everyone away without calculating. What if they could only teleport a short distance? If he used his only enhanced spatial power for nothing, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone would still die. Therefore, Lin Xian chose to send everyone a kilometer away, while he stayed here. Perhaps Xiao Runing's words and actions had moved Lin Xian. Or perhaps Lin Xian had thought of a way out for himself. Then, Lin Xian faced the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger directly. The evil-eyed twin-headed tiger suddenly realized that the prey it was playing with had disappeared. Then, it let out an angry roar. At this moment, everyone looked at each other because they realized that they were very close to the boss. What's going on? Why? Why are we suddenly here? Space attribute. Space jump. Xiao Runing staggered and almost fell to the ground. Ling Ying quickly supported her. It's Lin Xian. He has the space attribute. He sent us out. But where's Lin Xian? Everyone looked around but didn't see Lin Xian. Everyone, hurry back to Tianhua City. After saying that, Xiao Runing wanted to rush back again. Miss Xiao. There's no point in going back. Ling Ying grabbed Xiao Runing and shouted. I can't let my student die for me. Xiao Runing's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Wah. Lin Xian, Lu Yufan broke down and cried. Ling Ying clenched her fists. Then, with a karate chop, she knocked out Xiao Runing, who had just broken free from her hand and was about to rush back to save Lin Xian. Ling Ying knew that Xiao Runing would die if she went back. Then, she looked at everyone and said, inform the other teachers and students to hurry back. Also, protect Miss Xiao. After saying that, Ling Ying wanted to leave. Senior Ling Ying, are you going to save Lin Xian? Yi Yi wiped her tears and looked at Ling Ying. Ling Ying paused, then sighed softly. There's already signal here. Contact the other students and teachers and hurry back. I'm just helping Miss Xiao complete what she wants to do. After saying that, Ling Ying rushed forward. Right now, it didn't matter whether Lin Xian had the spatial attribute or not. The most important thing was Lin Xian's safety. Ling Ying knew that she was going to die. She also knew that even if she rushed over, Lin Xian would already be dead. But she had to go. Even if she was stupid, she still had to go. This was Xiao Runing's last wish. It was also Ling Ying's wish. She knew that Lin Xian didn't come out himself because he didn't have enough strength to support himself. For such a young boy, his spatial attribute was already heaven-defying. He could even send 40 of them 1,000 meters away. This was simply inconceivable. Even if she died, at least she did something. Lin Xian stayed behind because he still had some confidence. This was because he had other attributes that could only be used once. However, they could be very powerful. For example, the spatial attribute. Normally, even those masters of the spatial attribute could barely reach the level that Lin Xian had just done after cultivating for decades. However, because it could only be used once and its effects were enhanced, Lin Xian could do it. Then what about the others? Of course. Roar, the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger suddenly saw so many of its prey disappear. It was furious. And when it saw Lin Xian in front of it, it naturally vented all its anger on Lin Xian. Earth Wall. Lin Xian roared angrily and released his earth attribute power. The earth wall rose up and trapped the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger inside. Lin Xian naturally didn't want to trap it. Because it couldn't be trapped. What he wanted to do was to temporarily block the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger's line of sight. Even if it was only for an instant, it was enough. Chapter 108. The evil-eyed two-headed tiger's line of sight was blocked, and Lin Xian once again released the power of the shadow attribute. Shadow escape. Lin Xian rushed to the back of a tree. Because he was in the shadow of the tree, he was able to use the power of the shadow element. Although the effect might not be too heaven-defying, Lin Xian felt that it was enough to increase his strength. If it was possible, he might not need to die. Following that, Lin Xian's figure seemed to have become invisible. Boom! The mud wall was instantly shattered, and the evil-eyed two-headed tiger was searching for Lin Xian's position. At this moment, Lin Xian was listening to the terrifying roars in his ears, and he was extremely unhappy. He just couldn't understand why he kept encountering such powerful demonic beasts. The Netherworld Flaming Lion was once, but this time, it was even more awesome. There was even a member of the Evil Fiend Hall that he couldn't defeat. In the past, it was impossible for such a demonic beast to appear outside of Tianhua City, but now, it had appeared. He remembered that Xiao Runing had just said that if he could return, he would definitely inform everyone about this matter. Therefore, someone had to leave this place alive, because Tianhua City might be facing a calamity. The continuous appearance of powerful demonic beasts was a sign of something. Lin Xian wasn't weak. He was currently at the Arcane Body Tier 1 star. If he were to encounter someone at the Arcane Body Tier 3 stars, or even 4 stars, he would be able to fight them. Fighting someone who was several levels higher than him was an extremely powerful battle prowess. Even if you gave Lin Xian 3 Arcane Body Realm martial artists, Lin Xian would still give it a try. But this one, forget it. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Lin Xian kept muttering in his heart. Roared up, the demonic beast was enraged. One tree after another was annihilated by its power. Fuck. Lin Xian felt that it was over. Wait. Maybe there was still a way. Lin Xian looked at his scumbag value, which had just exceeded 1 million. He did not hesitate to enter the lottery. If he could get another true flame-bursting bullet, would he be able to kill this evil-eyed twin-headed tiger? No, the true flame-bursting bullet could only kill profound heaven realm cultivators, but this evil-eyed twin-headed tiger was a lightning tribulation realm cultivator. It couldn't be killed, but what if he drew something even stronger than the true flame-bursting bullet? Would he be able to counterattack and kill them? The roulette wheel was still spinning. At this moment, Lin Xian felt that it was very, very slow. The two-headed devil-eyed bearded man indeed could not see Lin Xian. However, this demonic beast was extremely intelligent. It knew that if Lin Xian did not leave during the first teleportation, it meant that he did not have the ability to leave. And if he disappeared, it could only be said that he was hiding. To the enraged evil-eyed twin-headed tiger, what it wanted to do was to tear the culprit Lin Xian to shreds. Roar! A monstrous roar resounded. Then, Lin Xian felt a suffocating power. He could not see the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger from his position. At this moment, a black power expanded from the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger's body. The ground beneath its feet directly shattered. In the next instant, it was like an atomic bomb had exploded. With the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger as the center, everything was destroyed by this terrifying power. Fuck! Lin Xian even cursed out loud. The barrier was still there. He did not have the power to break through the barrier, nor did he have the power of space. Other powers were already useless. When the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger chose to completely destroy this area, Lin Xian's fate was sealed. Hurry up and stop spinning for me. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Ding! You have successfully obtained the... A drop of blood essence appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Grade, Divine. A drop of blood essence from a former battle god. It contains an unparalleled power. After absorbing it, it can grant a cultivator a temporary state of battle god. It can randomly raise the cultivator's strength by 3 to 5 major realms. The highest it can reach is the Heavenly Venerable Realm. After using it, the cultivator will enter a weakened state and their level will drop by 10 stars. Lin Xian held the battle god's intent and was about to cry. Life! His life was not meant to end here. At this moment, he simply loved this scum man system to death. He loved Lu Yufan and the others to death. Lin Xian's scum man points were not enough to enter this 1 million lottery. However, because Lin Xian had sent them out, they did not see Lin Xian understand anything. They were crying. Because of this, Lin Xian had obtained a total of 500,000 scum man points. It was enough to enter this lottery. His life was not meant to end here. His luck was off the charts. He had drawn the divine battle god's intent. Even if it was only an increase of 3 realms, Lin Xian would temporarily be in the lower realm. As for the drop in level, no matter what, killing him would increase his level, right? The drop of blood sank into Lin Xian's forehead. Boom! At the same time, Lin Xian was submerged in a terrifying power. Ling Ying rushed over and looked up at the forest in front of her. She could see dust flying into the air, and a large area of the mountainous forest had been destroyed. Ling Ying felt that if she had been inside that terrifying power, she would have died 10 times over. Lin Xian, Ling Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with an indescribable light. If she could die 10 times over, then what about Lin Xian? Ling Ying gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. She had never easily revealed her emotions, but her beautiful eyes had actually turned red. Images of Lin Xian's frivolous, and flirting with her and other girls in the past flooded into her mind. It was this kind of youth. She had the power of space. He could clearly run away on his own, but he chose to send everyone away safely. She no longer had the ability to leave, and what she faced was death. She would be buried in the belly of a monster beast. A few seconds later, Ling Ying rushed over. Even if I die, even if you're already dead, I'll still bring you out. This was Ling Ying's current obsession. She did not want Lin Xian to die in the belly of a monster beast. She absolutely did not want to. She could not save Lin Xian. The most she could do with her life, was to bring Lin Xian's corpse away. No, perhaps she knew that if she went on this trip, she would also die. But she chuckled softly. Miss Xiao, this is all I can do for you. No, it's also what I'm willing to do now. In the midst of the dust, a purple light flashed. Lin Xian slowly lowered his raised right arm. The energy barrier in front of him disappeared, and his bangs fluttered in the wind. Domain realm, this is the power of the domain realm. Lin Xian felt the vast power in his body. He finally understood why people yearn for power so much. The feeling of having power was so good. Then, his eyes narrowed, and he shot a sharp gaze at the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger in front of him. In that instant, the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger felt the aura of death. How was this possible? This was clearly an ant-like human. How could his aura be so terrifying? Lin Xian's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Little bastard, you were very arrogant just now, weren't you? You wanted to tear me apart, right? Lin Xian's eyes were slightly bloodshot. His killing intent was very strong. This daddy will skin you alive today. Whoosh! With a speed as fast as teleportation, Lin Xian rushed in front of the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger and punched one of its heads. Bang! The huge tiger's head was directly smashed, and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 109. Under the effects of the battle god's intent, Lin Xian had reached 1 star of the domain realm. In other words, he was more than 10 levels higher than this lightning tribulation realm beast. Their roles had swapped. One of its heads had been destroyed, but there was still one more left. It was not dead. Rip! In the next second, Lin Xian actually tore off one of the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger's front limbs. That's right, he tore it off just like that. Rip! The second leg was torn off. His method was extremely cruel. The third, the fourth, the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger was not dead yet because its injuries were not enough to take its life instantly. It was just like a person who had his arms and legs chopped off. He would not die immediately, he would only faint from the pain. Go to hell. If anyone saw Lin Xian's current state, they would definitely be terrified. He was like a demon. His smile, his cruelty, his bloodshot eyes, only a heinous and demonic person would look like this. Only an Asura would look like this. Lin Xian did not know his current state. He did not know what was going on. He even felt that he could no longer control his consciousness. His subconscious was even resisting him, but it was useless. He was not demonic. It was more like this drop of battle god's intent was controlling him. Crack! Lin Xian's right hand broke the last of the snow-eyed twin-headed tiger's neck. At this moment, it was the end of the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger. But even so, Lin Xian did not loosen his grip. He continued to pinch, and the flesh was squeezed together, becoming smaller and smaller. The flesh was squeezed into a bloody pulp, and then into a pool of blood. The front of the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger's body was forcefully squeezed into a hole, and the flesh turned into water. Lin Xian only stopped when the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger's body fell to the ground. Ooh! Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. But his current state did not seem to have recovered. He felt terrible. This was a kind of pain that came from the inside out. His current consciousness was filled with killing. No, maybe it was not just killing. He needed to vent. He wanted to be strong. He wanted to crush people's skulls. He wanted to crush demonic beasts. This feeling was not good. But he couldn't control himself. At this moment, Ling Ying rushed to this area. She saw the scene of the entire area being razed to the ground. Even if Lin Xian died, would he still be whole? Would it vanish into thin air? However, she heard an angry roar. It was a very painful venting. Lin Xian. Ling Ying couldn't believe his ears when he heard this voice. He immediately rushed over. When she came to the front, the first thing she saw was the torn evil-eyed twin-headed tiger. She couldn't believe it. the second thing she saw was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian turned his head and met those blood-red eyes. Ling Ying felt a fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Whoosh! Lin Xian instantly appeared in front of Ling Ying, his right hand gripping her neck. Ling Ying's delicate body was slowly lifted up by Lin Xian. Lin Xian, it's me. Ling Ying was terrified. Because the current Lin Xian was not the person she knew. He was too scary. The killing intent on his body was suffocating her. And his aura made Ling Ying even more terrified. Lin Xian heard this voice and seemed to regain a trace of clarity. He let go of Ling Ying. Ling Ying coughed a few times and looked up at Lin Xian. I feel terrible. So terrible. Lin Xian hugged his head. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Lin Xian, you, cough, what's wrong with you? Although Ling Ying was afraid of the current Lin Xian, she still walked over and held Lin Xian's face with both hands. All of this was beyond Ling Ying's understanding. As soon as Lin Xian said that word, the look in his eyes suddenly changed. Bang! In the next second, Lin Xian grabbed Ling Ying's neck and pressed her to the ground. Rip, rip, in the next second, Ling Ying's clothes were torn to pieces. Even until now, Ling Ying was still in a daze. Lin Xian's consciousness was completely out of control. He only knew that he felt terrible. He either needed to kill endlessly or vent. And Ling Ying's appearance in front of him made him subconsciously choose the latter. No, Ling Ying only reacted when she felt Lin Xian on top of her. She subconsciously struggled, but Lin Xian's strength was too great. A few seconds later, she slowly closed her eyes. Perhaps this was fate. Because she was very smart, she knew that the demon beast in front of her must have been killed by Lin Xian. And he must have used some kind of terrifying method to cause Lin Xian to lose his mind. This was not Lin Xian's intention. Even if she wanted to struggle, she could not, so she chose to give up in the end. If her life was saved by Lin Xian, if it was possible, she would suffer a little to repay him for saving her life. Perhaps that would be fine. Ding, successfully pinched little big sister's breasts. Scumbag man points plus 1000000. Can you be gentler? It hurts. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. This Lin Xian was like a mad dog. Did he not know how to be gentle with women? Thinking about it, it was probably good that Lin Xian did not tear her apart like the evil-eyed twin-headed tiger. Ding, successfully pushed down a little big sister. Scumbag man points plus 5000000. Ding, virginity removed. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the achievement. Ding, collected little big sisters. 1. Ding, detected that the host does not have any protective feelings for the little big sister and has reached a berserk state. This is the behavior of an extreme scumbag. Scumbag man points plus 2000000. Ding, the negative effects of the god of war will be applied to the host after ending. Ding, your level has dropped to arcane body stage 2 stars. Just now, after Lin Xian killed the demon beast, Lin Xian reached arcane body stage 2 stars and then dropped by 10 stars to arcane body stage 2 stars. But Lin Xian could not hear any of this because he was currently unconscious. It hurts so much. Ling Ying could not hold back her tears. They were all tears caused by Lin Xian's violent methods. Didn't he say that doing this kind of thing was very comfortable? Was this called comfortable? She was going to die. Even if he ate half a kilogram of Viagra, he could not be so fierce, right? Can you fucking be gentler? Ling Ying hammered Lin Xian weakly. However, Lin Xian was still in a very high state and she could not resist at all. Half an hour later, the others arrived at the Sky Marshal Court safely. This matter quickly spread and the dean called for an emergency meeting. However, no one dared to go because they knew that it was a Thunder Tribulation Realm demon beast. Lin Xian. Xiao Runing suddenly sat up on the bed in shock. Her injuries were quite serious and she should not have been able to wake up under normal circumstances. However, the obsession in her heart woke her up. Miss Xiao, Yi, Lu Yufan, and the others hurried over with red eyes. They wanted to save her, but there was nothing they could do. Xiao Runing widened her eyes and looked around. Suddenly, she thought of something. Where's Lin Xian? Teacher Xiao walked over and sighed softly. Lin Xian is still there. Ling Ying went to save her. Xiao Runing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. No, they will die, they will die. Chapter 110. Xiao Runing could not stop her tears from falling. In the next second, she grabbed the female teacher's hand and cried as she broke down. Teacher Zhao, please bring someone to save Lin Xian. He can't die, Miss Xiao. Everyone felt their hearts ache when they saw this scene. Lin Xian. Lin Xian only has one sister. He only has one sister. His sister loves him very much. She can't lose Lin Xian, I beg you. Please save him. Save Lin Xian. Save Ling Ying. Xiao Runing cried and fainted on the spot again. She was already severely injured. The reason she was able to wake up so quickly was because she had a strong obsession in her heart. Miss Xiao, Yi, and Lu Yufan raised their heads and cried bitterly as they looked at her. However, there was nothing they could do. Teacher Xiao sighed softly. How could she not feel sad when she saw Xiao Runing in such a state? When had Xiao Runing shown such an expression? When had she shed tears? She knew that Xiao Runing was feeling uncomfortable in her heart. She had heard from the other students that they had encountered a Thunder Tribulation boundary demonic beast, and Lin Xian was a space attribute cultivator. He had sent everyone out, but he didn't have the strength to send himself out. The outcome of a student facing a lightning tribulation realm demonic beast was clear. She knew that Xiao Runing was feeling sad, guilty, and all kinds of emotions. As a teacher, she could not protect her student. Instead, her student had to protect her. He even had to pay with his life. Although she could not blame Xiao Runing, this was a procedure that every new student in the academy had to go through when they entered the Sky Marshal Court. Who would have thought that a demonic beast of this level would appear so close to the academy? The Nether Flame Lion last time was already unexpected. This time, there was an even stronger lightning tribulation realm demonic beast. This kind of demonic beast was already considered an overlord among human cultivators. Xiao Runing was a genius. It was already heaven-defying for her to reach the intermediate level of the mysterious heaven realm at her age. Even if she encountered an advanced level of the mysterious heaven realm, she would not be able to defeat it in theory. However, her powerful martial techniques and personal combat ability were still unknown. However, even a one-star lightning tribulation realm demonic beast would not be able to defeat it, let alone an advanced level of the lightning tribulation realm. Xiao Runing could not be blamed. She could not even be blamed for Ling Ying saving Lin Xian. Naturally, she would take all the blame. She knew very well how much pain Xiao Runing was in. Everyone wanted to save Lin Xian and Ling Ying, but she also knew how terrifying a lightning tribulation realm demonic beast was. The dean was only in the mysterious heaven realm. There might be a few lightning tribulation realm demonic beasts in Tianhua City, but they were advanced level lightning tribulation realm demonic beasts. They would need advanced level lightning tribulation realm or even lower realm experts to fight against them. There might be lower realm experts in Tianhua City, but even if they made a move, it would be too late. Half an hour had already passed. Lin Xian could not even hold on for 10 seconds, let alone half an hour. Even an arcane body realm cultivator would die if a demonic beast of that level yawned. Half an hour. Actually, even if they went there now, there was no hope of saving them. The only thing they could do was to investigate the Lightning Tribulation Realm demonic beast. At most, they could bring back the corpse, but the corpse would probably be gone. This news had been spread. The reason for it was to tell everyone not to go out for the time being. The outside world was very dangerous. However, they only spread the news that there were extremely powerful demonic beasts outside. They did not spread the news that someone had met with an accident. As for Lin Xian's matter, the school had also decided not to tell Lin Ye's and Ling Ying's families for the time being. It was not that they wanted to delay it, but they had to at least confirm that there was nothing left of them. When the time came, they would tell the family members because they did not know what to do. At this moment, the battle area was a little romantic. Lin Xian had already finished. Ling Ying did not even know if he had fainted or fallen asleep. The two of them were just hugging each other like this. Fortunately, the sky was slowly turning dark. In addition to the commotion and some news here, the martial artists did not dare to go out of the city. As for the rescue team, it was a little ironic. They received the news, but they did not send anyone out. The school did not send anyone either because they did not dare to. Saving people was an obligation, but not a responsibility. However, this era was actually different from the previous era. It was very dangerous. They knew that there was a Lightning Tribulation Realm demonic beast outside. Other people's lives were important, and so were their lives. This was a difference in era and measures. Unless there was a Lightning Tribulation Realm expert leading the rescue team, it was estimated that no one would come to the rescue for the time being. The most likely person to come to the rescue was Xiao Runing, but she was seriously injured and unconscious. As for Ling Ying's family, they still did not know about this news. At this time, the surroundings had been quiet for a long time. Coupled with the fact that the sky was slowly turning dark, many demonic beasts had actually moved. At this moment, even a group of bloodthirsty demonic wolves came to the two of them. Lin Xian and Ling Ying were currently in a state of deep sleep. In this situation, someone killed them or ate them by demonic beasts. They died in their sleep. Roar, one of the bloodthirsty demonic wolves, had just opened its bloody maw and was about to bite off Lin Xian's head. Suddenly, it sensed something and prostrated itself on the ground. Then, the group of bloodthirsty demonic wolves prostrated themselves on the ground and issued low roars. A few seconds later, as if they had received some order, they all ran away with a whoosh sound. At this moment, a cute, snow-white Xue Qilin slowly walked over from behind. She leaped onto Lin Xian's body and looked at the charming scene in front of her. Oh! She cried out, and then cried out again. The second cry seemed to be a little louder. Then, she raised her little paw and patted Lin Xian on the head several times. From the looks of it, she shouldn't be patting him, but hitting him again. Lin Xian didn't know that he was hit by Xue Qilin. After hitting Lin Xian 7 or 8 times, Xue Qilin stopped. Then, she jumped aside and looked at Ling Ying. Then, she slowly raised her cute front paw, and milky white force slowly condensed and wrapped the two of them inside. After everything happened last night, she took a look, and then jumped. A wormhole appeared in front of her, and she disappeared again. No one saw all of this. The only thing that could see was the group of bloodthirsty demonic wolves. Not long after Xue Qilin left, the group of bloodthirsty demonic wolves returned. However, as soon as they hit the milky white barrier, they flew dozens of meters away and died without even having the time to cry out. Xue Qilin was protecting Lin Xian. Perhaps she was there just now. But after seeing that Lin Xian suddenly became stronger and wasn't in mortal danger, she didn't appear. Half an hour later, Lin Xian's fingers moved, and his eyebrows creased tightly. Then, he subconsciously pinched them a few times, and his creased eyebrows suddenly smoothed out. He closed his eyes and subconsciously revealed a very comfortable expression. Chapter 111. Lin Xian was unconscious because he hadn't really woken up yet. After about 10 seconds, he slowly opened his eyes. Then, he subconsciously sat up and took a few deep breaths. That was so suffocating. Lin Xian gasped as he spoke. He felt weak all over, and his head hurt a little. Then, he felt a chill down there. Lin Xian looked down. Fuck. Who took off his pants? Lin Xian hurriedly pulled his pants up. Suddenly, he heard breathing beside him. He was stunned and slowly turned his head. Then he saw Ling Ying. Fuck. Lin Xian stared at Ling Ying with wide eyes. Her hair was messy, her clothes were torn, and there were even bruises. She looked like she had been raped by a group of people. Wait, Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Although he didn't have much consciousness at the time, he vaguely knew what had happened. I fucking Ling Ying. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, Lin Xian's first reaction was to cover Ling Ying with his jacket. Then, he stared at Ling Ying. Although she was sleeping, her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Moreover, there were clear tear stains on her face. It's over, it's over, it's over. Lin Xian secretly hammered his head. Then, he realized that he almost didn't have the strength to raise his hand. He knew that this was the side effect of the God of War's will. It was a very exaggerated weakening effect. He was so weak that he could only speak. It would be difficult for him to even stand up. Lin Xian couldn't see the barrier beside him. He didn't know what happened after that. He felt like he couldn't control himself anymore, but he didn't care about that. There was a big problem now. What should he do about Ling Ying? Lin Xian glanced at his own level. Arcane Body Stage 2 stars. This was actually within his expectations. He didn't know how much his cultivation would rise after killing a demonic beast at the 1-star Arcane Body stage, but the battle god's intent would drop by 10 levels. In other words, after killing this demonic beast, his cultivation would rise to the Arcane Heaven stage. But that was no longer important. Not dying was the most important thing. But what about Ling Ying? Lin Xian saw that her boobs were bruised. Did he pinch them? Also, why were there choking marks on her neck? Her clothes were torn. It really looked like she had been raped. It seemed like Ling Ying had indeed been raped by Lin Xian, right? It's over, it's over. It would be fine if it was another young lady, but Ling Ying was a devil. Wouldn't she castrate herself then? And the most annoying thing was that Lin Xian's first time, he actually didn't feel anything. Because he was unconscious at that time, he couldn't even remember what it felt like. He wanted to cry. Ding. Because you had sex with Ling Ying, the system will reward her with 3 levels of cultivation. Are you sure you want to use it on Ling Ying? The system's notification sounded at this time. Use it, use it. Lin Xian said without hesitation. Then Lin Xian glanced at her. To be honest, he still felt very guilty, but at the same time, he was even more nervous. What would happen when she woke up? Lin Xian didn't know, so he was very anxious. If it was Lu Yufan, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem to comfort him. But Ling Ying, Lin Xian tried to stand up, but he was shocked to find that his body was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. Ah! Why am I not happy after having sex with a young lady? Lin Xian was going crazy. First, he didn't feel anything. Second, he still had to use force. Third, his target was still Ling Ying. He couldn't take it. Probably hearing Lin Xian's crazy voice, Ling Ying's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's heart thumped. Oh no, this girl is going to wake up. After a few seconds, Ling Ying slowly opened her eyes. Then, she tilted her head slightly and saw Lin Xian sitting beside her. Lin Xian and her eyes met, and the air froze. Ah. It's still early, you should sleep a little more. Lin Xian suddenly said this sentence. After saying it, he wanted to slap his own mouth. Are you an idiot? You might as well not say it. Ding. Feeling the resentment from Ling Ying, scumbag value plus 100000. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Help me up. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. Ah. Okay. Okay. Lin Xian didn't know where he got the strength from, but he pulled Ling Ying up. Lin Xian's clothes slipped off her body, and her body was instantly exposed. Oh. Ling Ying didn't expect this, and quickly covered Lin Xian's clothes with it. Turn your head. Ling Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. I'll turn. Lin Xian then turned his head. Ling Ying's entire body was in pain, especially that place. She swore that she would never find another man in this life. She looked down at her chest, which was bruised by Lin Xian's pinch. She was about to cry. Ling Ying must have some kind of spiritual artifact that could store things. A set of clothes suddenly appeared in her hands. Ling Ying quickly put it on, and then threw Lin Xian's jacket over. The jacket covered Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian then took it off and turned his head to look at Ling Ying. At this moment, she had already changed into a black dress, but at the same time, she revealed a very puzzled expression. How did she reach Arcane Body 8 stars? Why? She didn't kill any demonic beasts. She couldn't understand. In fact, Ling Ying's heart was still considered strong. If other girls encountered this situation, they would have the heart to die, but Ling Ying was just angry. She was fine with being done by Lin Xian. She could just treat it as her repayment for Lin Xian saving her life. Moreover, Lin Xian's condition was still vivid in her mind, so she had no choice. She was angry because her entire body was injured as if she had fought with someone else. One could imagine how rough Lin Xian was just now. However, Ling Ying didn't blame Lin Xian. She knew that Lin Xian probably didn't intend to do that. Ling Ying took a step forward, then her eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and she gritted her teeth. This Lin Xian, it hurts so much. Can you stand up? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said faintly. I can't stand up. Lin Xian turned his head and said with an aggrieved expression. When Lin Xian saw Ling Ying's reaction, he knew that he shouldn't be in too much danger, so he still couldn't treat this woman with common sense. Are you going to die? Ling Ying glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Although she didn't blame him, she definitely had some resentment. I don't know. Senior Ling Ying, did you squeeze me dry? I can't even stand up. Ling Ying, ding. Felt resentment from Ling Ying. Scumbag value plus 50,000. Ling Ying was very unhappy. Super unhappy. Fuck. This Lin Xian already forced himself on her, and was so rough, but he still said such shameless words. This, trash. Ling Ying gritted her teeth and said. Chapter 112. Hearing Ling Ying's words, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He turned to look at Ling Ying and said, "Senior Ling Ying, I will take responsibility for you." "TCH, who wants you to take responsibility? Just treat it as this old lady repaying you for saving my life." "No. How about this, can you be my girlfriend?" Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian suddenly realized that he had already slept with Ling Ying, but her mission was still not completed. As for her favorability, it actually reached 50. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. How did he manage to increase her favorability by so much after forcing himself on her? Lin Xian thought about it for a moment. Having a beauty like Ling Ying as his girlfriend wasn't a bad idea. No, it was definitely a good idea. Who do you think you are? Don't think that you can get me just because you slept with this old lady. Ling Ying snorted coldly. I don't care. Don't even think about running away. After saying that, Lin Xian grabbed Ling Ying's head and pushed it in front of him. Then Lin Xian directly kissed Ling Ying's red lips. He didn't have much strength left, but Lin Xian didn't know why he could still kiss her at this time. Ding! Forcefully kissing a young sister is considered a scumbag act. Scumbag value plus 500,000. Lin Xian knew that if this system said that Ling Ying was willing, then their kiss wouldn't be a scumbag act. Only then would it be considered a scumbag act. Lin Xian didn't know why, but he felt that Ling Ying was his woman. Only he could abandon her. Ling Ying wanted to refuse, but there was no way. Ling Ying was stunned when Lin Xian forcefully kissed her. In the next second, she reacted and struggled. She pushed Lin Xian with all her might. Lin Xian was pushed several meters away and flipped a few times. Ling Ying was confused. No. She didn't seem to have used much strength. Lin Xian was a one-star arcane body realm cultivator. He couldn't have been pushed out like a balloon, right? He couldn't have really been squeezed dry by her, right? Was he so weak? Are you okay? Ling Ying quickly ran over to help Lin Xian up. Fuck. Are you trying to murder your husband? I'm trying to murder your sister. What's wrong with you? Also, how did you kill a Thunder Tribulation Realm demonic beast? Ling Ying supported Lin Xian and frowned. She couldn't even be bothered with Lin Xian forcefully kissing her. Fuck. She was forcefully kissed by him the first time. So what if he forcefully kissed her? Lin Xian said, "This is actually a secret technique. It's accompanied by a strong side effect. It will cause extreme weakness. Ling Ying thought of Lin Xian's violent side. This was called weakness. Even a pound of Viagra wouldn't be this strong, right? Fortunately, her cultivation level wasn't low. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hold on. However, looking at Lin Xian's current state, he was indeed in a very weak state. Although she was shocked that Lin Xian actually had a secret technique of that level, it wasn't important for the time being. They had to go back now. This was still the demonic beast territory and it was still dangerous. We have to go back. I'll help you back. No, you have to promise to be my girlfriend. I'll go back with you. You. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. Otherwise, even if I die here, I won't go back. Don't act shamelessly. Ling Ying was furious. She didn't feel wronged even though she was in this state. How could a man like you act shamelessly? I'm acting shamelessly. Or you can leave. Let me slowly crawl back by myself. That's right. Lin Xian was acting shamelessly. If it weren't for the fact that he was weak, he definitely wouldn't act shamelessly. He would forcefully kiss her just now. Because he saw that Ling Ying woke up and didn't directly slap her, Lin Xian took her pulse. That was why he dared to forcefully kiss her just now. You You. Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Then, do you agree? Lin Xian smiled shamelessly. Ling Ying really couldn't abandon Lin Xian and leave in a fit of pique. Although this Lin Xian was very shameless, to be honest, she was also very tormented and tangled in her heart. For a girl like her, she could only fall in love with one man in her life. She seemed frivolous, but in fact, she valued feelings and chastity more than anyone else. Lin Xian took her first time. In her heart, Lin Xian occupied an important position. Even before this, she was hesitating. Should she just follow Lin Xian? He was actually okay. He wasn't trash. He could even kill a Thunder Tribulation Realm cultivator. Wasn't this a heaven-defying genius? Was he not worthy of Ling Ying? However, she was a little unwilling. Just because she was taken by Lin Xian, she had to become his girlfriend. Can you let me think about it? Ling Ying finally chose to compromise. Lin Xian also knew when to stop, so he nodded. Okay, dear. Lin Xian grinned. Ling Ying, really? I want to beat him to death. Ding. Confession failed. Scumbag value, 100000. Lin Xian, fuck. This also counts as a failed confession. She already said she would think about it. No matter what, this should be the middle of success and failure, right? However, Lin Xian was in a good mood. He couldn't be bothered with this. Suddenly, he looked at his scumbag value, close to 8 million. What the hell is this? Don't tell me this is the scumbag value I got from pushing down Ling Ying. 8 million. GG. I'm rich. Ling Ying then helped Lin Xian stand up. Then, he brought Lin Xian to Tianhua City. While they were hurrying, Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. He was so weak that he was staggering when he walked, so he needed someone to support him. However, Lin Xian saw that Ling Ying's condition wasn't too good either. When he walked, he would limp. Lin Xian seemed to understand something. Speak. Ling Ying coldly said one word. I actually still want to apologize to you. Lin Xian hesitated before saying. He knew that he wasn't being fair to Ling Ying. No need to apologize. Ling Ying said. Why don't you leave me here and call someone to pick me up? Lin Xian said. Ling Ying had already lost his phone while running. As for Lin Xian's phone, it was crushed in his pocket. No more. That's it. Are you okay? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying naturally knew what Lin Xian was asking about. Her beautiful face was dyed with a layer of shame and anger. Is this Lin Xian straight? Even if you know, can you not ask me? Fuck. If I really agree to be his girlfriend in the future, will that kind of situation happen? My stomach hurts and I need to drink more warm water. I'm fine. Ling Ying practically squeezed out these 3 words from between her teeth. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. His heart was naturally filled with guilt. This woman didn't do anything wrong. She even risked her life to come over, but there's one more thing. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment before saying. Speak. Remember to take your medicine when you get back. Ling Ying, really? She really wanted to kill this Lin Xian. She really wanted to. This person, is he fucking poisonous? Ling Ying was really going to be defeated by him. I'll eat your fucking ass. Ling Ying couldn't help but curse. But, shut up. Ling Ying said fiercely. Chapter 113. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Women. So fragile. Okay. I won't talk anymore. Ling Ying put away the dagger and then helped Lin Xian walk towards Tianhua City step by step. When they were a few hundred meters away, the few martial artists guarding Tianhua City's barrier saw a situation here. They naturally received news that there were Thunder Retribution Realm beasts outside. From their position, they could even feel the movement 3 kilometers away. However, they had no choice. They didn't dare to go in and help. Moreover, they didn't have orders. However, they saw that there were people helping them over. This position was still okay. The two of them ran over. Is there anything you need help with? Ling Ying took a deep breath and said, Can I trouble you to find a car to send us back? Of course. I'll send a car to pick you up. Their existence was equivalent to the police in disguise. Soon, a car drove over. Ling Ying and Lin Xian got into the car. Where are you going? You seem to be seriously injured. It's best not to go out for a while. It's not safe outside. The man said. Thank you, big brother. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian and said, I'll send you home first. What about you? Ling Ying said, I'm not injured. I have to go back to the academy to tell everyone the news. Although they didn't come to rescue us, you don't have to blame them. After all, it's too dangerous. We need to discuss it. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. On the way, Lin Xian borrowed the martial artist's phone to call Linya. Sure enough, Linya didn't manage to contact Lin Xian at this time. However, thinking that they were going out for training, it was very likely that their phones were turned off. Therefore, she was only worried. She definitely didn't expect something like this to happen. Although they were on the second floor, climbing the stairs was still very troublesome. Ling Ying helped Lin Xian into the elevator. Dong, 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 the door was quickly opened, and the first thing Linya saw was a woman so beautiful that she was shocked. Then, she saw that she was supporting Lin Xian, and she was shocked. What's wrong, little Xian? Linya hurriedly took Lin Xian into her arms. Lin Xian grinned. Little fairy, I'm fine. I just collapsed. I'm not injured. Ling Ying was also surprised to see Linya's appearance. This was his sister. So beautiful. Alright, since Lin Xian is fine, I'll head back first. Miss, come in and rest for a while, Linya said to Ling Ying. Ling Ying smiled and shook her head. No need. I'll take my leave first. She then walked away. After that, Ling Ying took a cab back to the Sky Martial Court and told everyone the news. Although everyone was in disbelief, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. That's great. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi had been accompanying Xiao Runing, so when they heard the news, the two girls were so happy that tears flowed down their cheeks. How's Miss Xiao? Ling Ying looked worriedly at Xiao Runing, who was lying on the bed. Teacher Xiao said, her injuries are quite serious, but she received treatment in time. I think she'll wake up tomorrow. Ling Ying, did the demonic beast not do anything to you and Lin Xian? Ling Ying said, when I arrived, the demonic beast had already left. Lin Xian was lying on the ground unconscious, but he didn't suffer any serious injuries. He's just a little weak. I'll send him home, and his sister will take care of him. Don't worry. The heavens are really watching over him. It's great that he's fine even under such circumstances. Ling Ying, you should go home and rest as well. I'll take care of Miss Xiao. Teacher Xiao said. Ling Ying nodded slightly. Senior Ling Ying, do you know where Lin Xian's house is? Fan, and I want to go see him. Yi whispered to Ling Ying. Ling Ying looked at them. She didn't know why, but when she looked at these two girls, she felt like she was looking at her love rivals. He's quite weak right now. He's probably sleeping at home. Let's go see him in 2 days. That's fine. Senior Ling Ying, you should go back and rest. Ling Ying nodded slightly. She glanced at Xiao Runing, who was lying on the bed, and walked outside. Ling Ying, you're also injured, right? Let me treat you. Teacher Zhao saw that Ling Ying's walking condition wasn't right, so she quickly said. Ling Ying's delicate body trembled. She wasn't injured by the demonic beast. Instead, she was injured by that bastard Lin Xian. It's fine. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine after some rest. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Zhao. I'll go back first. With that, Ling Ying walked away. In the room, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi wiped their tears. They were really worried. They even thought that Lin Xian had died in order to save them. However, when they heard the good news, they were truly happy from the bottom of their hearts. As for Xiao Runing, she was fine for the time being. She just needed to rest. They could finally go back with peace of mind. This matter was fermenting in Tianhua City. The biggest relief was that she was fine. That was a blessing in disguise. However, they all knew that Tianhua City might really be facing a catastrophe. It had been many years since a powerful demonic beast appeared in this area. However, one had appeared now. Therefore, the various factions in Tianhua City, and even the higher-ups, held a high-level meeting to discuss this matter. As for Lin Xian's matter, it was impossible to keep it a secret. After all, there were too many people. The news of him possessing the spatial attribute had instantly spread to everyone's ears. The news of him using the time attribute to save 40 people had also spread. A 21-year-old youth was actually able to use the time attribute to teleport 40 people 1,000 meters away. This was something that even masters of the time attribute would find difficult to do. Therefore, Lin Xian instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. He also became a genius that all the factions wanted to rope in. At home, Lin Xian was helped to the sofa by Linya. What's going on? Linya's heart was filled with worry and anxiety. Lin Xian's condition wasn't good. However, she didn't see any wounds on Lin Xian's upper body even after she stripped him naked. This made her slightly relieved. Lin Xian smiled. Little fairy, do I look like I'm in trouble? It's just that the battle outside was too intense and caused me to collapse. I reckon I need to rest for a while. Even if you're exhausted, you shouldn't be so weak that you don't even have the strength to stand up, right? Linya felt that something wasn't right. How should I put it? When you reach this realm and go through a huge battle, you'll also be like this. Really? Lin Xian was naturally lying to Linya. Really? Linya was skeptical. Of course. Look at me. Other than being weak, is there anything wrong with me? After saying that, Lin Xian said with grievance, Little fairy, I'm hungry. I'll go cook for you. Linya quickly said. I want you to feed me. Linya helplessly looked at Lin Xian. Okay. I'll feed you. I'll feed you. Put on a clean set of clothes. After helping Lin Xian change his clothes, Linya went to cook. Chapter 114. Very quickly, Linya prepared dinner for Lin Xian. It was quite simple, porridge with some vegetables. Because Lin Xian had asked Linya to feed him, it was naturally more convenient to feed him porridge, and Lin Xian would also taste better. It wasn't that Lin Xian deliberately asked Linya to feed him, but with Lin Xian's current state, he didn't even have the strength to take off his clothes, let alone raise his hands. Many people must have experienced this feeling before, that is, after lifting heavy things, their hands would feel weak and would tremble in midair. That's right, Lin Xian had this feeling, and it was even more intense, and it affected his entire body. Dinner is ready. Linya placed the dishes on the coffee table in front of Lin Xian, then sat beside Lin Xian and helped him up. I'm so happy. Lin Xian leaned on Linya's body and smelled her fragrance as he chuckled. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. It's already like this, what are you still thinking about? Hee hee. Then Linya carefully fed Lin Xian. Lin Xian was really too hungry. He didn't know how long it had been since he was hungry. He felt like he was being cheated. The introduction of the said that it would weaken him, and Lin Xian was prepared, but it didn't say that it would make him lose consciousness. He muddle-headedly did Linging, and then he didn't even feel anything. This was the most infuriating. The good thing was that Linging didn't blame him, but Lin Xian still felt a little guilty. She came to save him, but he did it with her, and it was so rough. After more than half an hour, Lin Xian was full, and Linya cleaned up the plates and everything. After cleaning up, Linya sat beside Lin Xian and asked, "Didn't you go out with the students and teachers? It should be very close. How did you encounter danger?" Although Linya didn't know what happened, Lin Xian told her that he was weak because of a deficit, so he must have gone through a big battle. Linya was very smart. If the teachers had a way, even if Lin Xian was injured, he wouldn't be so weak. So she knew that something must have happened. Lin Xian then said, "I did encounter a strong demon beast outside, it was quite strong. The battle with the demon beast caused my spirit energy deficit and weakness, but you saw it. If it was really a very dangerous situation, I would definitely be injured. It wouldn't just be weak, right?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, Linya also felt that it was reasonable. It wasn't that Lin Xian wanted to lie to Linya, he just didn't want Linya to be too worried. Although Lin Xian knew that Linya would know how dangerous this matter was sooner or later, if Lin Xian had more or less recovered by then, Linya wouldn't be too worried, right? Is Tianhua City in danger right now? This kind of situation hasn't happened in more than 20 years. No matter what, powerful demon beasts can only be encountered tens of kilometers away, but recently, accidents have been happening all the time. Linya revealed a worried expression, because this wasn't alarmist talk. Half of the 600+ cities in China had fallen into the demon beast's territory in the past few years. Who knew how many people had been killed by the demon beasts when the cities were attacked? Too many, too many. When a city was attacked, it usually meant that hundreds of thousands of people had died. Those who didn't die were really lucky. Or it could be said that they could retreat at the first moment, but this was almost unrealistic. At that time, the people who were still alive would basically run away at the last moment. According to the experience of the cities that were attacked before, every time the barrier of the city was broken, the demon beasts would swarm in from all directions. The demon beasts had an organization called the 10,000 Demon Alliance. This organization was almost entirely made up of demon empresses who had transformed into human form, and they naturally had powerful strength and the ability to command the demon beasts. Once a city was attacked, it would mean that the 10,000 Demon Alliance had made sufficient preparations. As for the human race's preparations, to be honest, it was basically too late. Another point was that the human race had much fewer experts compared to the demon beasts. Tianhua City was a third-tier city, and it was located at the edge of China. If China was a circle, then the 600+ cities from before would be distributed in various parts of this circle. When the demon beasts attacked, it would be an organized attack. They would slowly nibble away at the cities at the edge, and then expand their territory. In the end, the human race's territory would become smaller and smaller, closer and closer to the center. This was the current situation. And Tianhua City was currently one of the cities at the edge of the circle. In other words, the next time the demon beasts attacked, Tianhua City would definitely be one of the first cities to be attacked. But what could they do even if they knew this point? A city had hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people. Could it be that they wouldn't be able to live there? Could it be that they would all move to the cities in the depths of the continent to live? Then wouldn't that be equivalent to giving the city to the demon beasts for free? At that time, the demon beasts would effortlessly occupy the city, and once again threaten the cities in the depths of the continent. This was the result of the difference between humans and demon beasts. Humans could only passively defend. Of course, the human organizations also knew that if they did this, there would be a day when they would be completely wiped out. Thus, the three major factions would often organize experts to go to the occupied cities to clean them up. Sometimes, they would even lead an army of hundreds of thousands of martial artists to take back the city. But it was very awkward. The city had been destroyed. If they took it back, it would take too long to develop it again. Furthermore, no one dared to go back and live there. It was almost like an empty city. It was meaningless. Thus, everyone understood the root of the problem. That was, humans had to be strong enough to defend against the countless demon beasts attacking the city. Being able to defend was the key. If they could completely defend the city, then they could become stronger and take back the human race's territory bit by bit. But now, they couldn't even do the first point. There were experts, but how could you make the experts guard the borders without any complaints? Actually, most of the experts were individuals. They belonged to other clans. To be honest, the experts of the three major factions could listen to orders. But after all, they were in the minority. No matter how many experts there were in the three major factions, it was impossible for them to have more experts than the entire empire, right? To be honest, humans were selfish. Many of those experts were actually outside to gain experience. Who would want to come and guard the borders? So this was also the difference in the era. If it was on Earth, even if a person was trapped in a sea of fire, no matter how dangerous it was, the firefighters would not hesitate to save him. But now, he and Ling Ying were outside. Those people knew that there was a very strong demon beast outside and also knew that they had saved someone. But they couldn't immediately go over because it was impossible to exchange a life for a life. This was the era. Chapter 115. Of course, Xiao Runing had come here because of Lin Xian. Although she had not been able to save Lin Xian, she had not been able to save everyone. In the end, it was Lin Xian who had risked his life to save everyone. Xiao Runing hoped that she could do what she could. Otherwise, she would die of guilt. Dean, I'm here for Lin Xian. Lin Xian, that kid is a promising talent. Cheniba took a sip of water and looked at Xiao Runing, saying, Miss Xiao, please don't blame us. After all, that was a demonic beast in the Thunder Retribution realm. Although Lin Xian saved you and so many others, we wouldn't be able to save Lin Xian even if we went. Instead, we would lose our lives. I know that, and I have no right to complain. I just hope that Lin Xian won't complain. Even if he does, it's only right. Therefore, I'm not here for this matter. I'm here for Lin Xian's punishment. Xiao Runing knew that because Lin Xian severely injured Jiang Tianhao, the academy would definitely punish him severely. Therefore, she wanted to do something about it. So it's a punishment. Cheniba took another sip of tea. Xiao Runing nodded, yes, I hope that Lin Xian's punishment can be cancelled. That's possible. Since Miss Xiao has said so, we naturally won't punish Lin Xian. Really? Xiao Runing thought it would be difficult. After all, this was related to the Academy's reputation. If the Academy had a rule that no one could seriously injure a student, and if they didn't punish those who broke the rule, the Academy would lose its prestige in the eyes of others. Even if there was a precedent, people wouldn't be afraid of the Academy. Perhaps this kind of thing would happen frequently. This was something that the Academy had to consider. Xiao Runing was also worried about this, so she had come personally. That's right. Although Lin Xian did make a mistake first, and the Academy wanted to punish him as an example to others, this time, he saved the lives of a total of 41 teachers and students, and even allowed the teachers and students from other areas to receive the news of their return in time. Thus, this didn't lead to a disaster. This time, Lin Xian's merits outweigh his faults. Even so, if our Academy were to punish him, wouldn't we be laughed at for being heartless? Even if Miss Xiao didn't come, the Academy would still have to let go of Lin Xian's punishment, Chen Yibo said. Xiao Runing nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Thank you, Principal. In addition, I hope to apply for more benefits for Lin Xian from the Academy. For example, high-grade martial skills, spiritual weapons, and the like. He has the qualifications. Ha ha ha. Miss Xiao, I'm afraid you're overthinking it. This isn't a matter of whether the Academy will give Lin Xian or not, but whether the Academy has the qualifications to do so. Ha! Xiao Runing showed a puzzled expression. Chen Yibo said, Lin Xian is very strong. At the same time, he has the spatial attribute. He can even teleport so many people 1,000 meters away. This news has spread like wildfire. Right now, Lin Xian is a hot steamed bun in the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Sacred Temple, and even the Enforcement Union. When he returns to the Academy, the three factions will definitely invite Lin Xian to join them with great benefits. After all, geniuses who control space and time are the most heaven-defying and rarest existences on planet Aqua Blue. That's true. Xiao Runing had just thought of this. The development of the other three factions would definitely be better than that of the Sky Martial Court. After all, every student who graduated from the Sky Martial Court wanted to join one of the three factions. Therefore, Xiao Runing also felt that Lin Xian would not reject the offer. Moreover, the three factions would definitely offer extremely tempting conditions. That's all for now. I'll announce the cancellation of Lin Xian's punishment in the Academy tomorrow. Miss Xiao, you should go and rest. Xiao Runing then stood up and walked away. I'll take my leave first. Thank you, Principal. Xiao Runing thought of something after she walked away. She still had not given Lin Xian the sword technique that she had promised him. Since she was going to visit Lin Xian tomorrow, she would give it to him as well. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The feeling of weakness in his body had not yet disappeared, but he already had some strength. He could get out of bed and walk, but his punches were not as strong as a 14-year-old girl's. These 2 days were also good for him, and that was that he had time to finish practicing Heavenly Thunder Flash. After he opened his eyes, the system notification for Heavenly Thunder Flash appeared. Ding! You have successfully learned the martial skill. Heavenly Thunder Flash was finally cultivated. Lin Xian now had another Earth rank martial skill. He then checked the effects of Heavenly Thunder Flash, grade, Earth rank 5-star cost, 100 Thunder attribute long-range martial skill. Condenses the thunder and spiritual energy in the body into the palm of the hand and then throws it out. Deals 250% thunder attribute damage to the target. When the target is hit, there will be a thunder explosion. The range is 5 meters and the damage is the same. The speed of condensing Heavenly Thunder Flash is related to the proficiency of the user. Lin Xian looked at the effects of Heavenly Thunder Flash and was very satisfied. Heavenly Thunder Flash was a long-range martial skill. It condensed thunder and threw it out. When it hit, it would explode. In a range of 5 meters, it only dealt 250% damage. It was a bit worse than the basic 300% damage of the Earth rank 8-star 5 Thunder constellation. The 5 Thunder constellation could even maximize the damage to 600%. However, each had its own advantages. The advantage of Heavenly Thunder Flash was that it could continuously condense thunder. It was like a man-made cannon that could blast out thunder. In fact, 250% damage was very high. If Lin Xian directly used, the damage would only be 200%. Although 50% didn't seem like much, it was actually very high. Especially when one's rank was high, this 50% damage would be even more exaggerated. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't feel that it was a waste to waste time cultivating Heavenly Thunder Flash. Every condensed Heavenly Thunder Flash only costs 100 spiritual energy. This can be considered good news. The consumption isn't much, but the damage is very high. At the same time, it is an area martial skill. Most of the time, it can display a much stronger effect than the 5 Thunder constellation. After all, it is a long-range martial skill. And the 5 Thunder constellation can be used as a close-range ultimate martial skill. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Dong, dong, dong. Lin Xian's door was gently knocked, and then Linya pushed the door open. She carried milk and placed it on the bedside table beside Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was so comfortable. These 2 days, he was served by Linya to the point that he didn't want to get better. How do you feel? Linya asked with concern. I'm much better. I can even walk down. I think I'll be fine in another day. Little fairy, you can go to work. Lin Xian took the peeled apple that Linya handed over and said. Linya shook her head. The company is operating normally. There's nothing wrong with it. It's best that you're fine. Rest after eating. I'll go out to buy groceries. I'll make you a nutritious turtle soup at noon. Ah. No need, it's too nutritious. Moreover, I don't need a kidney. Chapter 116. When Linya heard Lin Xian's words, she naturally understood what he meant. Then, she flirtatiously rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Just because I don't need it now doesn't mean I won't need it in the future. Furthermore, it's for nourishing the body, not just the kidneys. There's no harm in having more nourishment. What if the nourishment is too strong and I have nowhere to use it? What should I do then? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian again. Then do it yourself. After saying that, she walked away, leaving behind a dumbfounded Lin Xian. Fuck. What did he just hear? Ha ha ha. Linya heard Lin Xian's laughter from inside the house. Her face flushed red. How could she say something like that? Was this still her, Linya? She had to be ladylike and aloof. And, that's right. Then, she tidied up her emotions and went out to buy groceries. Lin Xian looked at his scum man value of 8.4 million and fell into hesitation. He was now at arcane body level 2 stars, and the experience points he needed to level up was 28,000, which meant that he needed 28 experience fruits, which was 2.8 million experience points. If he exchanged them for experience fruits, he might only be able to level up to level 3, arcane body level 5 stars. Perhaps to others, wouldn't it be great if you could level up by 3 effortlessly? However, Lin Xian felt that it was a waste. The lottery is now worth 1 million per 2 times. After 2 more times, it'll be 2 million per time. Should I keep it for now? When the second system store opens, there will be many better things. It'll be awkward if I don't have any scum man value then. Oh right, there's still something I haven't bought in the first system store. Actually, it's a permanent upgrade. I can buy it and it's not a loss. Lin Xian then opened the first system store. After use, Spirit plus 10. The first 3 uses have 100% effect. After the third use, the effect will be reduced by 50%. Scum Man value consumption, 300000, a fluid that can strengthen physique. After use, Physique plus 10. The first 3 uses have 100% effect. After the third use, the effect will be reduced by 50%. Scumbag value consumed, 500000. That's right, this was what Lin Xian wanted. Mental strength was very important. Lin Xian also knew that the amount of mental strength increased was different for everyone. However, a strong mental strength was very useful for condensing martial arts, strengthening the strength of one's divine sense and range. For example, if a person used the shadow element to hide, if your mental strength was strong enough, then you could rely on your divine sense to find the hidden unit. This was very important. Lin Xian also paid attention to this. As for the physique modification liquid, there was no need to talk about it. It increased physique, and physique was related to one's own defense. For example, if 2 people were at the same level, but the other person's physique had increased by dozens or even hundreds of points due to other reasons, then the one with the stronger physique would have an easier time winning, because the other party would deal much less damage to you. Because your physique is strong. This was the most direct attribute. After that, Lin Xian did not hesitate to spend 2,400,000 to exchange for 3 bottles of mental strength cultivation liquid and 3 bottles of physique modification liquid. Because the first 3 bottles had a 100% effect, the effect would be reduced if he used them again, so Lin Xian temporarily drank them all 3 times. A small bottle that looked like a cough syrup appeared in his hand, and it was even a blue bottle. Then, Lin Xian drank them one by one. The taste, he couldn't describe it, but it was very strange. Ding, your spirit plus 10. Ding, your physique plus 10. Ding, 30 points of spirit and 30 points of physique. This was definitely not a small increase. Physique was equivalent to Lin Xian's increase from 1 star to 2 stars of the arcane body realm. In other words, Lin Xian's current 2 stars of physique, plus the 50 points from lightning spirit body tempering, should be able to reach the standard of a normal 3-star physique. In other words, very hard. I still have 6 million scum man points, Little Fairy's level is not high now, I'll directly use the experience fruit to raise her to the spirit focus realm. It's only a difference of 5 stars. Before reaching the spirit focus realm, the amount of experience fruit used is very small, so I'm afraid it'll only take 2,000 to 3,000 experience fruit to raise her level. After that, Lin Xian spent 2 million scum man points to exchange for 20 experience fruits. These 20 experience fruits should be enough for her to raise her to 1 star of the spirit focus realm. Once she reached the spirit focus realm, her strength and speed would be greatly increased. Sometimes, when she was alone at home or outside, she would not be able to fight, and as a chi building realm 5-star, she might not even be able to defeat an ordinary man. Now that she had reached the spirit focus realm, her strength would be overwhelming, so Lin Xian would be more at ease. Linya was so meticulous to him. If Lin Xian did not help her level up when he had the ability, would he still be human? However, after reaching the spirit focus realm, the amount of experience fruit increased by a lot, so relying on the experience fruit was not very good. Therefore, Lin Xian also wanted to strengthen himself first, so that he could be more at ease when he brought Linya out to level up. In fact, Linya did not like to fight and kill, nor did she care about levels. However, Lin Xian was destined to become stronger, and with that came an increase in lifespan. The most attractive thing for girls was that their appearance would slow down, and even if they reached a high level, they would not age. How many years later, he would still be young, but Linya would not become beautiful, right? Lin Xian would definitely not agree to it. Moreover, Linya worked day and night. She was indeed very tired, and her skin was also damaged. If she did not have a good foundation, she would definitely be able to see the flaws now. However, Lin Xian would not allow his little fairy to be like this. He placed the 20 experience fruit on a plate on the bedside table and waited for Linya to return. Lin Xian was bored to death, so he picked up the new phone that Linya bought for him and started playing mobile games. After an hour, Linya returned home, and the first thing she did was to check on Lin Xian in the room. "I'm going to make lunch, we'll eat later." Linya looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little fairy, wait a moment." Lin Xian called out to Linya, and then picked up the plate on the bedside table. Linya walked over and saw a lot of the little fruits that Lin Xian had given her before, and revealed a very puzzled expression. Where did Lin Xian get these fruits? If it was outside, he would have plucked them, but right now, he could not leave. "Little fairy, eat these first, don't ask too much. If you ask, it means you loved me." Linya, she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. This Lin Xian was really becoming more and more improper. "There's a lot, let's eat together." Linya looked at Lin Xian and said, "No, you eat them all, and you have to eat them all in front of me. Hurry up, hurry up." "Okay." Then Linya ate all the experience fruit in front of Lin Xian, and in the process of eating, she continuously leveled up, and after eating, she really reached the spirit condensation realm. Linya felt an unprecedented strength. She felt that she was very weak before, but now her strength seemed to be so great that she could lift Lin Xian with one hand. "Congratulations, little fairy, for reaching the spirit condensation realm." Lin Xian looked at Linya and said with a smile. Chapter 117. Linya clenched her fist cutely and revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "Is this the spirit condensation realm? It's so strong. Emichim. You can still become stronger in the future. Since I've made you stronger, you'll have more strength to take care of me." "Ha ha ha." Lin Xian laughed shamelessly. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, but she was very happy. If she became slightly stronger, would she not be a burden to Lin Xian in the future? Although Linya was very curious about Lin Xian's special abilities, she did not ask. If Lin Xian wanted to tell her, he would definitely tell her. Linya did not know about the incident in the Sky Martial Court because she had not heard about it. The news did not report about it because they were worried about causing unnecessary panic. Only ordinary people and martial artists did not know about it. In fact, other than them, most people knew about it. It was a good thing for the time being. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Lin Xian and Linya were slightly surprised. Because of her work, Linya was actually quite lonely. She did not have a single friend because she did not have time to make friends. Moreover, her social circle was in the company and then at home. She never went to gatherings, so she did not have any friends. However, it was not that she was not popular. Normally, no one would know about her family and no friends would come looking for her. However, it was strange that someone knocked on the door today. Maybe it's the property management fee. "It's time to pay," Linya said and walked over. When she opened the door, the people inside and outside were slightly surprised. Linya was surprised because there were 4 girls outside. Each of them was unbelievably beautiful. She had seen one of them that night. Naturally, it was Ling Ying. At that time, Linya thought that Ling Ying was very beautiful. However, there was some dust on her face at that time, so she did not see it clearly. Now that she saw her, she was really stunned. How can you prove that a girl is beautiful? In fact, it was very simple. If a girl who was equally beautiful felt that the other girl was also beautiful, then she must be beautiful. The four people outside were naturally Xiao Runing, Ling Ying, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi. All of them were carrying gifts of condolences. They knew that Lin Xian had an older sister. As for why they were stunned, wasn't Lin Xian's older sister too beautiful? On the way, Ling Ying had told them that Lin Xian's sister was very beautiful, and she was not inferior to Xiao Runing. They were actually mentally prepared, but they were still shocked when they saw her. This Lin Xian is so wretched, but his sister is so beautiful. In the eyes of Lu Yufan, Yi Yi, and the others, Xiao Runing's beauty was the pinnacle, but Lin Xian's older sister was actually on par with her. "Hello, big sister." When they saw Linya, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi quickly greeted her. They were very obedient. Even Lu Yufan showed the look of an obedient girl. They did not know either. They just felt that they were especially nervous when they saw Linya. "Hello." When Linya saw Ling Ying, she knew who they were. They must be related to Lin Xian. Then, she quickly said, "Everyone, let's go in first." Then, they walked into the house. "It's so beautiful," Lu Yufan whispered. Although the house was not a big villa, it was very cozy. "Hello, Sister Lin Xian. I'm Lin Xian's teacher. We've talked on the phone before. These are Ling Ying, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi. They are all Lin Xian's classmates and good friends. They specially came to visit Lin Xian." Xiao Runing smiled at Linya. "Ah, I know Miss Xiao. Little Xian has also mentioned her to me many times. I can recognize her from her voice. Everyone, take a seat. I'll get you some water. No need to be so polite. We're here to visit Lin Xian." "How is he?" Xiao Runing asked with concern. "He's just a little weak. It's not a big deal. That's his room. I'll take you there. Then I'll have to trouble you." Lin Xian was in the middle of a bloodbath in his mobile game when the door to his room opened. Linya walked in first and said, "Little Xian, your teacher and classmates are here to visit you." "Oh." Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he looked outside the door and saw them walking in one by one. "Why are you here?" Seeing them, Lin Xian was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Especially when he saw that Xiao Runing was in good condition, Lin Xian was relieved. "We're here to visit you." When Xiao Runing saw that Lin Xian was fine, she also let out a sigh of relief. Pfft! Yi Yi and Lu Yufan, the two younger girls, couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene in front of them. Originally, they were very worried about Lin Xian. They didn't know how he was doing and wanted to thank him very much. However, when they saw this scene, they couldn't help it. In front of Lin Xian was a rope with grapes and soft drinks hanging from it. He could eat and drink whatever he liked with just a stretch of his head. There were even watermelons and whatnot beside him. In any case, this was the life of a young master. This was definitely the true realm of eating and drinking. Linya was very surprised. Lin Xian was injured. Lin Xian's teacher, Xiao Runing, might have come to visit, but why did his 3 female classmates come as well? There were no male classmates, and all of them were so beautiful. In Linya's eyes, Lin Xian was the kind of person who could find a girlfriend, but he shouldn't have so many beautiful girls around him, right? Those who came to visit Lin Xian must have a good relationship with him. When Ling Ying saw Lin Xian, she felt more conflicted in her heart. Big sister Lin Xian, let's have a chat outside and let them have a chat. Xiao Runing was relieved when she saw that Lin Xian was fine. She was actually quite curious about Lin Ye. Okay, let's sit outside. Then, the two of them walked away. After they left, the remaining 3 people came to Lin Xian's room one after another. So this is a guy's room. It's quite clean. There doesn't seem to be any so-called masculine smell. Lu Yufan blinked her big eyes and sniffed. Lin Xian, what kind of masculine smell do you want? Lin Xian said helplessly. Then, he specially looked at Ling Ying behind him. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian, then turned her head and casually sat on a chair beside Lin Xian. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi sat on the edge of Lin Xian's bed. I don't know. The internet says that guys' rooms are all masculine. Lu Yufan stuck out her pink tongue. Sorry, that's because my hands are weak and can't hit you. Otherwise, it would be masculine too. Hit what? Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were puzzled. Ling Ying, who was beside them, understood instantly. Bastard. He was actually flirting with other girls in front of her. Nothing. You came here just to see me? Lin Xian asked. Yi Yi said, we wanted to see if you were okay. Also, we wanted to thank you properly. Chapter 118. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't think that they would group together to see him, so he was quite happy inside. Yi Yi said in a small voice, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, we would all be dead outside. Lin Xian grinned and said, then you can't just say 2 words when you thank me. Shouldn't you give me something? Something. Woo. I brought you a lot of consolation. Lin Xian, that won't do. I am your savior. Can you just spend some money to buy some consolation? Yi Yi then said in a small voice, I also made soup for you. And then. She thought about it. Indeed, Lin Xian had saved her life. How could this little thing be enough? But she didn't know how to repay him. I don't know. Yi Yi lowered her head. How about this? You see in TV dramas where the male lead saves the female lead in the end. How about you repay me with your body too? Ding. Felt Yi Yi's shyness. Scum man value plus 30,000. Ding. Felt Lu Yufan's displeasure. Scum man value plus 20,000. Ding. Felt Ling Ying's extreme displeasure. Scum man value plus 100,000. Lin Xian, hearing Ling Ying's extreme displeasure, Lin Xian laughed out in his heart. Women. It seems like in Ling Ying's heart, he was still quite important. Then it would be easy to take her down. Can I change it to another one? Yi Yi asked in a soft voice. Ha ha ha. I'm just joking. You are my friends, so saving you is something I should do. Lin Xian said with a laugh. Yi Yi breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a sense of loss. Then, Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan. Lu Yufan quickly turned his head away. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Then, he took a look at Lu Yufan's favorability. It had actually reached 65. 65 favorability was actually very high. Then, Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. Ling Ying's favorability had reached 60. From 10 to 60, 50 points of favorability was because he had forcefully fucked her. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to not lose favorability by forcefully fucking her. However, her favorability had reached 60, which was already very exaggerated. Lin Xian was already very satisfied. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and said, "Your days have been very comfortable. Miss Xiao and the others were very worried about you. Who knew that you were actually enjoying yourself?" Lin Xian then said with an aggrieved look, "I'm already so weak. Is it wrong to rest and enjoy myself?" Sigh, I was already so weak. After being squeezed, I became even weaker. Ling Ying instantly understood Lin Xian's meaning. Her pretty face turned slightly red. "Ah. Lin Xian, were you bombed?" Lu Yufan quickly asked. Cough cough. "No, I was squeezed." Oh, Yi and Lu Yufan were both confused. Cough cough, Ling Ying coughed dryly and said to Yi and Lu Yufan, "Are you guys relieved now? He's just weak. He can return to the academy in 2 days." Yes, yes. The two girls nodded slightly. They were indeed relieved. Originally, they were even wondering if Lin Xian would be missing an arm or a leg. Now, it was simply a blessing in disguise. "Oh, right, let me tell you some bad news." Ling Ying thought of something and looked at Lin Xian and said, "The news of your spatial attribute has already been spread. Because Miss Xiao and I didn't keep it a secret, the group of students you saved also told the academy the truth." Lin Xian had already thought of this. How could he tell them now? Should he tell them that he used a spiritual weapon to release the spatial attribute? That wouldn't do. This time was the same as when he released the time attribute. Even in front of them, he didn't take out a spiritual weapon. Many people's gazes were on Lin Xian at that time, so this reason wouldn't make sense. Lin Xian could only go along with it. Yes, it's fine. However, after Ling Ying thought about it, she was really shocked. Not only her, but everyone was shocked. The existence of both the lightning and spatial attributes. Just having a purple lightning attribute was already very abnormal. With the addition of the spatial attribute, it was really incomparably heaven-defying. One more thing, your punishment has been cancelled. That means that the matter of you seriously injuring Jiang Tianyu has been forgotten. The academy won't punish you anymore. Yes. Lin Xian nodded slightly. This matter was actually within his expectations. Then, Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and asked, "Then do you know what's the situation in Tianhua City? You're talking about the appearance of strong demonic beasts around Tianhua City, right?" Lin Xian nodded. Ling Ying said, "This matter isn't too clear, but Tianhua City's higher-ups have already asked for help from other places. According to their actions, I'm afraid that Tianhua City will be invaded by demonic beasts." Ah, hearing this, Yi and Lu Yufan revealed a frightened expression. "You guys don't have to worry too much. Because of this strange situation, we martial artists will definitely be prepared. This time, the demonic beasts might not be able to invade our Tianhua City." Ling Ying said to them. "Is there any news of demonic beasts?" Lin Xian asked. "Not yet, so this matter is filled with uncertainty. However, it's good to be vigilant. Yes, it just so happens that I've been bored to death these past 2 days. The 3 of you can go to bed." The 3 girls, bastard. Ling Ying clenched her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. No, no, no. I have aeroplane chess here. Let's play aeroplane chess on the bed. What are you thinking about? Ling Ying, no. I wasn't thinking about anything. Ling Ying said without thinking. Okay, okay. I haven't played aeroplane chess in a long time. Hey, I'll say it in advance. Whoever loses will take off their clothes, 1 piece at a time. How about it? The girls looked at their own clothes. Boring. Ling Ying said. At least it's more fun if there's a prize, okay? Anyway, it's autumn now and we're wearing quite a lot. Furthermore, we can play for a long time. At most, we'll just take off our outerwear and the sweater inside, right? Yi thought for a moment and said, but after we take off the sweater, we'll only have our underwear inside. After saying that, her charming face turned red. Cough, cough. Underwear is fine too. Don't tell me you're wearing something sexy. No way. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and thought for a moment before saying, then how about this? If we lose, we'll take off our clothes. If you lose, we won't let you take off your clothes. We'll draw on your face. You can't refuse, okay? No problem. Then I'll play. Yi and Lu Yufan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then, they sat around Lin Xian's bed. Okay, I'll ask my sister to make more food. Let's eat here for lunch. Ah. Won't it be troublesome? Of course it's not troublesome. Lin Xian smiled. It was troublesome to do 2 people, but it was also convenient to do a few more. Okay. Chapter 119. Outside, Xiao Runing and Linya were chatting. It had to be said that Xiao Runing was quite good at reading people. After talking to Linya on the phone, she felt that she liked Lin Xian's sister, Linya, and wanted to get to know her. After seeing her today and chatting for a while, Xiao Runing really liked her. It was the kind of relationship where you didn't have to worry about her having other thoughts, such as backstabbing, because she could see that Linya was especially kind. Miss Xiao, are you saying that little Xian saved a lot of people? Linya was surprised to hear Xiao Runing's words. You didn't know. He didn't tell you. Xiao Runing was also surprised. Linya shook her head. No, little Xian only told me that he encountered some things during the experiential training. He used up all his spiritual energy, so he became weak. Miss Xiao, what kind of danger did you encounter during the experiential training? This, Xiao Runing thought that Lin Xian would tell Linya and wouldn't tell her that it was too dangerous. However, since he saved them, he should have told her. She didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't say anything, so Xiao Runing naturally couldn't tell Linya too much. She knew that Lin Xian was afraid that Linya would be worried, so he didn't say anything. It's nothing, we just encountered some demonic beasts. However, Lin Xian saved everyone, so they came to visit Lin Xian. Linya was very smart, because at the beginning Xiao Runing had said that Lin Xian had saved a lot of people, but now she did not say anything in detail. From the number of people Lin Xian had saved, she could guess that it must have been quite dangerous. However, since Xiao Runing didn't go into detail, she didn't ask. However, Lin Xian is still very talented and strong, so you don't have to worry too much. Xiao Runing said. Linya nodded slightly. Miss Xiao, I'm usually quite busy, so I don't know much about his situation in the academy. He must have caused a lot of trouble for you, right? Ha ha ha. Him. Occasionally, but it's not considered troublesome. In fact, he's even helped me a lot. Think about it, if Lin Xian wasn't popular and caused trouble in the academy all day long, would the 3 beautiful girls in the room still come to visit him? They're very close. I see. Linya thought of something and said, Miss Xiao, why don't you and the others stay for lunch? I just bought some groceries. I can tell that little Xian is quite happy to see them. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Linya smiled. You're welcome. Miss Xiao, take a seat first. I'll go cook. Let me help you. I usually cook for myself at home. Let's make a sumptuous lunch for them. Little fairy. At this moment, Lin Xian's shout came from inside the room. Linya walked over and opened the door to see the three girls sitting around Lin Xian. They were actually playing aeroplane chess. What's wrong? Lin Xian smiled. Little fairy, I'll have to trouble you to make more for lunch. Let Miss Xiao and the others eat here. You don't have to tell me that. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Sorry to trouble you, big sister. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan said obediently. It's no trouble. You guys have fun. Linya closed the door and walked out. Oh. Let's help big sister. Lu Yufan said as she thought of something. Lin Xian, no need. Miss Xiao is here. Your mission is to play with me. Just take off your clothes. The three girls, Linya and Xiao Runing, chatted as they made lunch. The two of them actually had a lot to talk about. It was as if they were close friends. Xiao Runing didn't actually have many friends. She really wanted to be friends with Linya. I didn't expect Miss Xiao's cooking to be so good. Linya exclaimed when she saw Xiao Runing's skillful cooking. Xiao Runing smiled and said, It's okay. I usually cook by myself. Practice makes perfect. But don't call me Miss Xiao. Call me Ning Ning. That's what my family and friends call me. With Linya's intelligence, how could she not know that Xiao Runing was deliberately trying to get closer to her? In fact, Linya also liked Xiao Runing. She was beautiful and took care of Lin Xian. Moreover, in just a short time, Linya felt that Xiao Runing was also a very good woman. She was the same age as her, and they were even born in the same month. They had a lot to talk about. Linya also liked her very much. It was similar to the feeling of a close friend. No wonder Lin Xian would always mention Xiao Runing at home. In fact, she really was a very good person. And then I won't be pretentious. You can call me a ya. Is it ya better, or is ya better, or is it little ya? Xiao Runing joked. Linya smiled faintly and said, Yeah. The other two are too mushy. I heard Lin Xian call you even more mushy. Xiao Runing joked. Linya's charming face slightly reddened. Lin Xian, who was playing Ludo chess, was still confused. Why did Linya's shy system notification sound out, and then he added scum man points? He didn't tease her. How strange. At first, I wasn't used to him calling me that, but now I'm slowly getting used to it. It doesn't feel like anything is wrong. When did he start calling you that? Xiao Runing asked with a smile. About half a month ago. Linya said after thinking for a bit. So late. Linya nodded. Little Xian used to be very boring. He didn't talk much. Sometimes, he wouldn't even say a few words to me in a day. Then, he suddenly became a different person. It's pretty good that he's become like this. Why is it like this? Xiao Runing revealed a very puzzled expression. She knew Lin Xian's personality all too well. He was sloppy, frivolous, and flirtatious. According to Linya, Lin Xian's change was too big. Normally, it would take an extremely big event to change a person. It should be because of the God's child system, Linya said. God's child system. Right, did Lin Xian really not have the God's child system in the past? I've always felt that he was hiding himself. Because Xiao Runing had heard rumors that Lin Xian could not cultivate and was a waste, but now she knew that Lin Xian was a genius with thunder and time attributes. Adding these attributes to a person's body was simply too exaggerated. Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian had always been hiding himself and would only reveal himself when his wings were fully grown. Linya said, It's true. He didn't have the God's child system since he was young. He couldn't have hidden it from me since he was a few years old. right? But it was only a while ago that he suddenly obtained the God's Child system for some reason. Previously, he sealed himself off because he felt uncomfortable and inferior without the God's Child system. Now that he can cultivate with the God's Child system, little Xian is happy. These weren't really secrets. Linya didn't think it was a big deal to tell Heartwarming. It's true. In other words, Lin Xian really rose to this level in such a short period of time. That's really too shocking. Heartwarming exclaimed. Chapter 120. It was indeed fragrant. When Lin Xian smelled it, he felt that it was amazing. He could only curse the world. Everyone, go wash your hands and eat, Linya said as she set the table. Yes, yes. Thank you, big sister. Then, they went to wash their hands. Do you need support? Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian and asked. That was because she had supported Lin Xian bit by bit back then. I'm fine. I'm recovering well. But, are you worried about me? Lin Xian grinned at Ling Ying. Then Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and walked away. Lin Xian, this woman. Damn it. She deserved a beating. Then, they all sat at the table. Linya even poured some drinks for them. Our family broke the record, Lin Xian said with a smile as he looked at everyone at the table. What record? Linya looked at Lin Xian curiously. The number of people. For as long as I can remember, our family has only had 2 people. Today, there are actually 6 people. Isn't this a very important milestone? Heartwarming smiled. Then you'll be in trouble in the future. What do you mean? Lin Xian looked at Heartwarming. Heartwarming smiled and said, your sister and I hit it off at first sight. Now, we're good sisters. So, I'll often come to your house to visit in the future. Lin Xian, you won't snitch on me, right? Lin Xian asked weakly. That depends on whether you're obedient in school. It's over. This Heartwarming and Linya actually. And Heartwarming was her mentor. This snitch would beat Lin Xian to the heavens, okay? Although he kept his head down, Lin Xian was quite happy. He knew that Linya didn't have any friends, and Heartwarming was a very good person. Lin Xian was naturally happy for Linya that she could become good friends with Heartwarming. But, he wanted to pursue Heartwarming. What should he do now? Was it easy to pursue? And Linya? Thinking about the future, Lin Xian was both nervous and excited. Can we come too? Lu Yufan looked at Lin Yate expectantly and obediently. Linya smiled and nodded slightly. Of course, you're welcome anytime. Okay, thank you, big sister. Let's stop chatting and eat first. Aw yeah, and I made this. You guys are in for a treat, Heartwarming said with a smile. I want to try it. Then, they started to eat. They didn't know why they all had so many topics to talk about. They talked about a lot during the meal. The ones who talked the least were Yi Yi and Ling Ying. Yi Yi was a lady from a wealthy family. She couldn't let go in this situation, so she didn't talk much. As for Ling Ying, she had slept with Lin Xian. Now that Heartwarming was here, and even Lin Xian's sister, Linya, was here, she naturally felt guilty. So she naturally didn't talk much. Do you have any siblings? Linya didn't know why she suddenly asked Yi this question. No, I'm an only child. It's good to be an only child. Linya smiled. She could tell that Yi was a lady from a wealthy family. Her family must be well off. Yi didn't understand why Linya would suddenly ask this question. Fan, what about your family? Linya asked again. I'm also an only child, Lu Yufan answered honestly. Okay. Xiao Runing tried to hold back her laughter. She knew why Linya asked this question. She told Linya that Lu Yufan and Yi Yi might have some feelings for Lin Xian. Then, Linya started to ask about their family situation. Wasn't this too realistic? Lin Xian naturally understood this too. Little fairy, let's eat. Why are you asking this? Let's eat. Lin Xian said helplessly. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. She was looking for a girlfriend for Lin Xian, but this brat didn't get it. Ling Ying obviously understood Linya's meaning, but he didn't ask her. Ling Ying felt a strange sense of loss in her heart. Could it be that in Linya's eyes, she wasn't as good as Lu Yufan and Yi Yi? Of course, that wasn't the case. Xiao Runing and Linya directly talked about those two girls. Ling Ying. In Linya's opinion, it was impossible for her to fall in love with Lin Xian. She looked too hard to woo. Not to mention falling in love with her cheap brother. After dinner, they sat in the living room and chatted. Of course, they talked about all kinds of things. After a while, Xiao Runing said to Lin Xian, come with me. I have something to tell you. Ah, okay. Then Lin Xian followed Xiao Runing to the balcony. Dear Ning Ning, what's the matter? Lin Xian grinned. You, Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian and said, aren't you afraid of your sister hearing this? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Xian shrugged. Let me tell you, I'm now sisters with your sister, so don't have any thoughts about me. That won't do. Also, you promised me that if I get first place in the Tianwu tournament, you'll be my girlfriend. You can't go back on your word. Xiao Runing, at the beginning, Xiao Runing really didn't think that Lin Xian could get first place. There wasn't even a sliver of chance. But now, Lin Xian was at the arcane body realm. In addition, he had the lightning and space attributes. So she felt that it was really possible. The most important thing was that the space attribute was too abnormal. Especially when she felt that Lin Xian was using it very well. In this kind of situation, a martial artist with the space attribute could easily beat up an opponent several levels higher than him. This was the perverse part of the space attribute. So Xiao Runing felt that Lin Xian could really win. How's your use of the space attribute? Xiao Runing didn't answer Lin Xian's previous question. Instead, she asked this. Do you want to hear the truth? Lin Xian said. Xiao Runing nodded her head, of course. The truth is used very well. And you will definitely become my girlfriend. Lin Xian grinned. Ding. Feeling all kinds of unpleasant emotions from Xiao Runing, scum man value plus 50,000. Xiao Runing took a deep breath. Then she thought about it. Qin Xiaotian and the others had been training outside, so they should have reached the arcane body realm. At the Tianwu tournament, if they continued to train, they should be able to reach the arcane heaven realm. And if Lin Xian didn't reach the arcane heaven realm at that time, even the space attribute wouldn't be of much use. After all, the gap between the arcane body realm and the arcane heaven realm was too big. What's your current realm? Arcane body realm 2 stars. Lin Xian said without holding back. All right. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Runing believed him. He shouldn't be strong anymore. And in the remaining half a month, Lin Xian would probably need to rest at home for a short period of time. In other words, he wouldn't have much time to go out and train. In other words, the possibility of him reaching the arcane heaven realm was extremely low. Chapter 121. Time and space weren't invincible. Within the same realm, they could make up for the difference of several levels and even crush the opponent. However, once they were out of the same realm, they would require an extremely high level of control to be able to unleash a powerful force. Otherwise, it would be useless. Lin Xian was currently weak and couldn't go out. The others were training in the deeper areas of the demonic beast domain, which meant that they were killing higher-level demonic beasts. As for Lin Xian, he couldn't go too far, which meant that the demonic beasts he could kill were weaker and gave less experience. Moreover, Lin Xian was only at the arcane body realm, which was 9 stars away from the mysterious heaven realm. Thus, Xiao Runing felt that his chances weren't high. Alright, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his words. If you can get first place, then I'll agree to it. However, I have to tell you that if you fail, you're not allowed to have any ideas about me in the future. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Alright, but I also have something to say. When the time comes, if I get first place, you're not allowed to go back on your words. Alright. Xiao Runing didn't believe it. He was at the arcane body realm, 2 stars. He still needed to recuperate and didn't have much time to train. Even if he went, the demonic beasts were still low level. It would be strange if he could reach the mysterious heaven realm. However, she didn't expect that one of her own students would actually have ideas about her. The key was that Xiao Runing couldn't resist the feeling of being unable to resist. Also, I still want to thank you. Not only did you save me, you also saved everyone. I will remember this life-saving grace and will definitely repay you in the future. Xiao Runing slightly looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian indifferently waved his hand and said, "What kind of relationship do we have? Do I need you to repay me for saving my girlfriend?" Xiao Runing, what are you saying? Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Isn't it? Sooner or later. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said. Scoundrel. Be careful, or I'll tell your sister. Go ahead. If my sister knew that I managed to win you over, she might be even happier. Lin Xian laughed shamelessly. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and did not continue the topic. Then, a blue book appeared in her hand. To be precise, it was an electronic device. This is the sword move I promised you when you helped me find the Deep Frost Spirit Crystal. Lin Xian took it. Earth Stage 1 star. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing with his mouth agape, and then said, "Didn't you want to give me the elementary profound rank sword move? Why is it Earth rank?" The difference between Earth Stage and Profound Stage was like heaven and earth. I like it. Why do you care? Xiao Runing said proudly and then walked out. Lin Xian looked at her back and couldn't help but smile. His heart felt warm, but he also understood that Xiao Runing was indeed extraordinary. She was only in the profound heaven realm, but she could casually give away an Earth Stage martial skill. She was definitely not ordinary. Then why would she be willing to be an ordinary teacher? Then, Lin Xian looked at the martial skill book. This was different from the one Miao Zhenghao gave to Lin Xian. Miao Zhenghao gave one that required one to practice, but the one given to Xiao Runing and Lin Xian was for ordinary warriors. Placing one's hand on it could directly enlighten one's cultivation. In fact, Lin Xian could accept it. After all, it was also an Earth Stage sword move. In other words, from now on, he, Lin Xian, was also a person with a sword move. Thinking back to the woman who had met the Netherworld Flame Lion in the wilderness, she had triggered a sword move quest for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had never met her again. As for who she was, he didn't know. Fortunately, the only good news for Lin Xian was that the quest didn't have a time limit or punishment. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have cried. However, he was also somewhat unwilling to accept it. The system's rewards were all very abnormal. Lin Xian thought that the sword move was at least an Earth Stage 5-star or above. It was a pity that it was gone just like that. Now that he had triggered a few confession quests, Lin Xian felt that those quests were low-level quests. Lin Xian even felt that they were very simple. Therefore, it was a pity that he couldn't find the person for that quest. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to complete it. Wouldn't the quest reward be at his fingertips? What a pity. Then, Lin Xian looked at the martial skill that Heartwarming had given him. The name of the sword move was Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash. Just from the name alone, one could tell that it was quite powerful. However, what made Lin Xian quite moved was that Heartwarming had actually specially helped him find a Thunder attribute Earth Stage sword move. In fact, the majority of sword moves were attributeless, while sword moves with attributeless attributes were relatively rare, but at the same time, they were also more powerful, not to mention Thunder attribute sword moves. It was enough to see how much effort Heartwarming had put into this. Then, Lin Xian placed his hand on the screen. Ding! Obtaining Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash. Ding! Progress 10%. 20%. Ding, ding. You have successfully learned the martial skill. After Lin Xian had successfully learned it, the device had already lost its effect. Lin Xian casually threw it into the trash can and then checked the effects of the Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash. Grade, Earth Stage 1-star cost, 800 Thunder attribute AoE sword move. It has the power of thunder and lightning and can deal extremely powerful damage to the enemy. After activating it, the user's weapon will be affected by the power of thunder. The power of the attack will increase by 100% for 10 seconds. At the same time, the user can release the power of thunder within these 10 seconds. The sword energy of the Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash will cause 500% thunder damage to the target in front of the user. Lin Xian, to be honest, this was the first time he had seen the sword move's properties. He was very shocked. Although the Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash was an Earth Stage 1-star skill, its effects made Lin Xian very surprised. In fact, the Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash had two effects. After activating it, the user would inject the power of thunder into the sword. At this moment, the sword would not only contain the power of thunder, but it would also double the power. In other words, if Lin Xian could cut down a tree with one strike, he could cut down 2 trees with the Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash. This was actually equivalent to a buff skill. In addition, when the thunder in the sword was released, the Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash would cause 500% thunder damage. Why was Lin Xian so surprised? That was because the Earth Stage 8-star 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon could only cause 600% thunder damage. However, the Earth Stage 1-star Lightning Thousand Blaze Slash could cause 500% thunder damage. This did not mean that the 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon was weak. This was a sword move. A move released from the sword would naturally be much more powerful than a martial skill released by the user. This was very normal. However, he did not expect it to be so strong. Moreover, it could be seen that the spiritual energy consumption of the sword move was very terrifying. Earth Stage 1-star consumed 800 spiritual energy, while Earth Stage 8-star 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon consumed 300 spiritual energy. However, the effects achieved were different. Although it was only 500%, what if the sword itself was added to it? A profound stage spiritual weapon could increase a martial artist's combat power by 20 to 30%, not to mention Earth Stage spiritual weapons and Heaven Stage spiritual weapons. Chapter 122. In fact, in general, sword moves or martial techniques released from spirit tools would definitely be much more powerful than the martial techniques released directly by the user. Although it seemed like it was only 500%, the higher the grade of the spirit artifact, the higher this number would be. Awesome, awesome. Now I have all kinds of offensive martial techniques. As for the other weaker ones, I'll see if I can get them in the future. Oh right, Ling Ying's mission reward is also a martial technique. It's even a martial technique of unknown grade. I have to get that martial technique as soon as possible. So I have to get Ling Ying as soon as possible. Lin Xian muttered. Lin Xian actually felt that it should be quite easy for Ling Ying to confess successfully. After all, he had already entered the body. The most difficult step had already been completed, so it would definitely be very convenient. Then Lin Xian walked outside. Just as he was outside, he heard Linya asking if Ling Ying had a boyfriend. Cough cough. Lin Xian staggered. This Linya, why did she always want to sell him? I don't have one yet. Ling Ying was a little embarrassed as Linya grabbed his hand. Lin Xian was 21 years old. This Ling Ying was actually 1 year older than Lin Xian. As for Linya, she was only 2 years older than Ling Ying. She was 24 years old. Under normal circumstances, they didn't have any barriers between them. It was just like how Linya and Xiao Runing were good friends, and Ling Ying and Linya could also be good friends. But now, perhaps it was because of Lin Xian, but Ling Ying felt like a little girl in front of Linya. This was something that had never happened before. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan were young, only 17 years old. In the current era, the same class didn't mean that people of the same age would go to the same class. Age didn't have much to do with it. Most of it was related to strength. Even if you were 10 years old, if you reached the level of the advanced class, you could still go to the advanced class. Little fairy, let go of her. Lin Xian said with a smile. Linya was slightly stunned. Then she looked at Lin Xian. Even if I let go, you won't be able to hold my hand. Lin Xian, wow. You really aren't my biological sister. You're making me so sad. Lin Xian suddenly felt like he had been stabbed in the heart by Linya. However, he didn't know that not only had he held these hands before, he had also held a pair of even more powerful things. Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Linya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Perhaps it was because she was feeling happier today. Ling Ying felt embarrassed being held by Linya. She felt nervous like she was meeting her boyfriend's parents. Heavens! Was this still her, Ling Ying? Oh, right. Xiao Runing thought of something and said to Lin Xian, Little Meow contacted me before to ask about you, but she didn't come. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This little girl. She was still so arrogant. If she cared about him, then she cared about him. She still didn't come. However, he was still quite touched in his heart. Okay. I got it. During Lin Xian's incident, Miao Xiaomiao tried to contact Lin Xian, but she couldn't reach him because Lin Xian's phone was broken and his number was changed. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao couldn't reach him. This little Miao is. Linya looked at Xiao Runing curiously. Oh, she's Lin Xian's companion when he went to Deep Cold Valley. She's a little girl, 14 years old. Xiao Runing specifically emphasized the 14-year-old. She realized that Linya was a little obsessed, always wanting to find a girlfriend for Lin Xian. I see. Hearing that she was 14, Linya gave up. She was too young. After that, they sat on the sofa and ate fruits, drank tea, and chatted. 2 hours passed. Lu Yufan, Yi, and Ling Ying didn't know why, but they didn't feel bored at all. They just sat there drinking tea, eating food, watching television, and chatting. They had a lot to talk about. Ling Ying also became more talkative, and the girls laughed happily. Lin Xian glanced at them. He was still fantasizing in his heart. This group of girls might become his harem in the future. Now that he had built up his relationship with them, it would be very convenient in the future. After all, he, Lin Xian, was a man who wanted to be a jerk. Why would he be a saint? If he liked her, he would do it. If they didn't give him a chance, he would force it. Big sister Yaya, look at him. He's probably thinking about something naughty again. His eyes are drifting. Lu Yufan tugged at Lin Ya's arm and pointed at Lin Xian. That's right. Lin Xian was currently imagining himself with a group of beauties in bikinis, sunbathing on the beach in donkey difference. One of them would bring him water, one would peel fruits for him, and one would massage his legs. Oh my God! What a life of immortality! The girls looked at the silly Lin Xian, who was about to drool, with disdain. He's definitely thinking about something not suitable for children. Yi made a sound of disdain. Lin Ya knocked Lin Xian's head, and Lin Xian immediately returned to reality. What are you thinking about? Lin Xian looked at the girl's gazes and wiped his saliva. He coughed dryly and hurriedly said, I was just rehearsing a battle scene in my mind. I can't help it. I'm such a hard-working person. Lin Xian couldn't possibly tell them that he was imagining them in bikinis. No matter what Lin Xian said, they wouldn't believe him. It's getting late. I'll go back first. Don't forget the day after tomorrow. Xiao Runing smiled at Lin Ya. Are you leaving now? It's almost dinner time. If you don't have anything else to do, you can go back after dinner. I'll send you off. Okay. Miss Xiao, let's go after dinner. Lu Yufan didn't want to leave. She liked Lin Ya very much. In fact, Yi and the others didn't want to leave either. At first, they were restrained, but after chatting with Lin Ya for so long, they felt that Lin Xian's older sister was very charming and likable. What about you guys? Xiao Runing looked at Ling Ying and Yi. Yi said, I'm fine with anything. Just tell your family. Ling Ying said, then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Yaya. But I'll help make dinner tonight. Little Ying, how's your cooking? Little Xian is very picky, Lin Ya said with a smile. Yes. Senior Ling Ying, Yi and I have become picky after eating Sister Yaya and Miss Xiao's food, Lu Yufan said with a smile. Ling Ying smiled and said, it's okay. I usually cook by myself, so it shouldn't be a problem. That's good, let's go buy some groceries first. Tonight, we'll make some ingenious dishes, how about it? Xiao Runing asked. Okay. Then the three of them went grocery shopping. The groceries Lin Ya bought were enough for her and Lin Xian to eat for 2 days. But there were 6 of them in the afternoon, so they basically finished it all. They could still make dinner, but it wasn't enough. Only Lin Xian and the 2 girls were left at home. He. Lin Xian rubbed his hands and looked at the 2 girls with a smirk. Chapter 123. Lu Yufan and Yi's hearts skipped a beat when they saw Lin Xian's wretched expression of an uncle looking at a little lowly. Lin Xian wouldn't take advantage of the fact that they weren't here and that this was his house to do something dirty to them, right? Looking at his expression and the free and easy, tui, wretched aura between his brows, it seemed like it. What are you doing? Yi shielded Lu Yufan behind her and looked at Lin Xian with fear and vigilance. What do you think? Now that there's no one else here, can't I do whatever I want to you 2 weak women? Lin Xian smirked. Lin Xian, you bad guy. Lu Yufan ran in front of Yi and pointed at Lin Xian. If there's anything, come at me. Don't touch Yi. No. I want to protect you. Yi pulled Lu Yufan's small hand and said. No, it's always Yi protecting me. This time, I want to protect you. Lin Xian, if there's anything, come at me. Lin Xian, no, it seemed like the two girls were protecting each other, but from Lin Xian's point of view, it felt like the two girls wanted him to do it himself. Lin Xian felt that Yi's meaning was, Lin Xian, if you want to defile me, defile me. Lu Yufan was also anxious to let Lin Xian defile her. It seemed like she was waiting for Lin Xian to defile her instead of protecting him. He was probably wrong. Okay, I won't mess around with you guys. Even if I have evil intentions, I'm afraid I can't even beat the two of you. How can I use force? Lin Xian shook his head and sat on the sofa. Yi and Lu Yufan looked at each other. The two girls actually saw the same expression in each other's eyes. The two of them understood each other's intentions. Lu Yufan puffed out her not-so-big chest and revealed a sly smile. Then, she and Yi sat on either side of Lin Xian. Oh right, you're useless now. You can't beat me and Yi. Thump. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn. He felt that Lu Yufan's sly expression was very common, but when he saw the same expression on Yi's face, Lin Xian felt that something bad was about to happen. What do you want? Lin Xian asked in a weak voice. Go. Then, Lu Yufan directly pounced on Lin Xian and pressed him down on the sofa. Yi didn't know what was going on either. Perhaps she released her natural instincts and joined in with Lu Yufan. Then, the two beautiful girls and Lin Xian wrestled together. Who told you to always bully me and Yi in the past? Now you can't beat us. I'll bite you. Hold his legs down. No, buy a disc. Ding, successfully encountered Lu Yufan's Mimi. Scumbag man value plus 300000. Ding, successfully encountered Yi's butt. Scumbag man value plus 250000. Ding, amidst the chaos, Lin Xian swore that he definitely didn't touch those places on purpose. When the three of them wrestled together, who could stop their hands from touching those vital parts? The two girls seemed to be having so much fun with Lin Xian that they didn't even notice that Lin Xian had taken advantage of them in the midst of their tussle. 30 seconds later, Lin Xian stopped struggling. He was lying on the sofa with Yi sitting on his legs. Lu Yufan. Lu Yufan was actually sitting somewhere on him and didn't even notice it. Her hands were controlling Lin Xian's hands. You called the wrong name. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Lu Yufan's little face was red because she was tired from messing around with Lin Xian. At this moment, the two girls were very happy. Usually, Lin Xian bullied them to death. Now, it was finally their turn to bully Lin Xian. Give up. I will never give in to a woman. Lin Xian looked like he would rather die than give in. But at this moment, he was extremely happy. Naughty. Lu Yufan sat down hard, trying to make Lin Xian feel the weight and admit defeat. Then, she suddenly realized something. What is this thing? It's dead. She twisted her little butt. There was something protruding out of it. It was bulging and seemed to be getting bigger. Yi, who was sitting at the back, calmed down and suddenly realized where Lu Yufan was sitting. She quickly got down from Lin Xian's lap out of shyness and sat at the side to tidy up her messy hair. What? Lu Yufan didn't realize anything. She lifted her little butt and reached down with her right hand to grab it. Lin Xian then let out a sound that came from his soul. Ding. Egg holding attack from Miss Non-Girlfriend. Combined with host's physical and mental comfort, scumbag value plus 880000. At that moment, Lu Yufan seemed to be petrified. Ah! A scream that almost pierced Lin Xian's eardrums sounded. Then, Lu Yufan quickly jumped down and ran into Yi Yi's arms. She buried her little head in it and rubbed it. It's over, it's over. Not only did she sit on top of Lin Xian and feel the whole process of him turning from small to big, she even held him with her hand. One must know that Lin Xian was wearing pajamas. It was very loose and soft. Just now, she felt as if there was no cloth between them. She even felt a trace of warmth. She was about to cry. Female pervert. Lin Xian sat up and said faintly. His expression was still very bitter. Lu Yufan, Yi, ding. Sense Lu Yufan's bashfulness. Scumbag value plus 200000. Ding. Sensed Yi Yi's displeasure. Scumbag value plus 100,000. Just by messing around for a while, Lin Xian received 1,000,000 scumbag value. But that was not important. Just now, it felt so good. Lin Xian really wanted to say to Lu Yufan, little cutie, hold my hand again. Whoa whoa. I don't have the face to see anyone. Lu Yufan buried her little head in Yi Yi's chest and did not dare to come out. It was too embarrassing, too embarrassing. The key point was that she could not blame Lin Xian. It was not Lin Xian who asked her to hold his hand. It was clearly her. But the most infuriating thing was that this Lin Xian actually called her a female pervert. Ah! Wah! She cried. It's okay. Yi Yi comforted Lu Yufan. In her heart, she did not feel indignant for Lu Yufan. Instead, she felt a slight sense of loss. It was like something that belonged to her was taken away by someone else. Although it was not strong, it definitely existed. However, Yi Yi did not seem to care about her own feelings. It's okay. Who said it's okay? Lin Xian was not happy at this time. My innocence is gone. What do you think I should do? Wah! Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan directly cried out. Ding! Made a big sister cry. Scumbag value plus 200,000. Lin Xian. Chapter 124. It couldn't be, could it? He was wronged. He was taken advantage of. He, Lin Xian, was defiled by a female hooligan. Why was this girl crying? Lin Xian, stop talking. Fan is crying. Yi didn't know what to say. Okay. I won't talk about it. It's my fault. Can you stop crying if I hold your hand again? Lu Yufan, Lin Xian, Yi rubbed her forehead. Crazy. Without an adult in the house, she was going crazy. Ding. Lu Yufan's favorability towards you plus 5. Ding. Lu Yufan's favorability towards you minus 5. Lin Xian, what the hell was this fluctuating favorability increase and decrease? Did you like holding my hand or not? If you liked me, why did you decrease the favorability? But if you didn't like me, why did you increase the favorability? In the end, the fluctuating favorability increased by 3 points. It actually increased by 3 points. Was it because their relationship had improved, and Lin Xian's chances of confessing were higher? Lin Xian felt that this atmosphere was especially suitable for confessing. However, with Yi around, it wouldn't work. Okay. Little girl, nothing happened. Don't cry. Lin Xian was helpless. This little girl was so fragile. After all, she wasn't mature yet. Last time, she couldn't help but cry after being scolded by Ling Ying. However, this was precisely what made her cute. If Lin Xian cried like this, he would feel that something was wrong. Hearing Lin Xian's comforting words, Lu Yufan raised her head and wiped the tears from her eyes. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Then you can't tell anyone. I won't. Swear it. I swear, I won't say anything, okay? Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. You're not allowed to laugh. Lu Yufan's small mouth twitched, as if she was about to cry again. Lin Xian immediately regained his serious expression. I won't laugh. Lu Yufan wiped his tears again. All right, here, have an apple. Lin Xian grinned and handed Lu Yufan an apple. Thank you. Lu Yufan took it and took a bite. Ding. The weakened state is slowly being lifted. It is estimated that it will be completely lifted in 5 hours. At this moment, a system notification popped up in Lin Xian's mind. Then, he felt his strength suddenly increase by a lot. Finally, the weakened state of the battle god's intent had been officially lifted. Lin Xian felt that his previous weakened state was a little too exaggerated. He felt that it might be because his body had withstood the power of a domain realm cultivator that he shouldn't have been able to withstand. But now, he could accept it. But I have a question for you. Lin Xian then looked at Lu Yufan with a serious expression. What? Is it big? Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed and ran away. Lu Yufan, yee, aw. I want to kill someone. I want to kill someone. Lu Yufan was going crazy. Calm down, Fan, calm down. The happier Lin Xian is if you're like this too. Yi restrained Lu Yufan. Whoa, he's so bad. Lu Yufan said pitifully. However, after she calmed down, she really thought about it. She couldn't help but clench her fists. Was it big? How would she know? How would she know if it was big? After Lin Ye and the others finished shopping and came back from shopping, they saw Lin Xian and the other two sitting on the sofa harmoniously. The three of them were holding their phones and playing games. Wow! Lin Xian, you're so bad. Lu Yufan exclaimed. I don't have any strength in my hands, so... Lin Xian hurriedly explained. Damn it. He rarely played games, okay? He didn't have the time to do so. These two girls were bored and dragged him to play games. If they wanted to play, so be it. But they kept saying that he was bad. If it weren't for the two girls here and Lu Yufan alone, Lin Xian felt that he would press her down on the sofa and force himself on her. Who told you to keep talking? Okay, it's not your fault. Lu Yufan said softly. Little Ing, play with them first. Rest for a while before you make dinner. Lin Ye said to Ling Ying. Okay. Then, Ling Ying sat beside them. Senior Ling Ying, do you want to play? We're missing one person. Yi looked at Ling Ying and asked. Ling Ying indeed found that she had nothing to do for the time being. She nodded. Okay. This game is very simple, I have it on my phone too. Ling Ying said. Aw. I didn't expect Senior Ling Ying to play it too. Since we're all dead, let's invite Senior Ling Ying to join us. Lu Yufan said with a grin. Give me a lollipop. Lin Xian reached out to Ling Ying. Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she took out a strawberry-flavored lollipop and handed it to Lin Xian. Then, the four of them lined up. The afternoon and night passed by very quickly. Even when they were about to leave, the girls still felt like they hadn't had enough of it yet. They felt that it wasn't as boring as before. They wanted to play for a while more, but there was thunder outside and it might rain soon. So, they left in a hurry. Phew, Linya lay on the sofa and let out a long sigh. However, she still had a smile on her face. Little fairy, have a glass of water. You've worked hard cooking. Lin Xian brought a glass of water over. Linya smiled at Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian felt that today was the day that Linya smiled the most. He could tell that she was very happy. I won't drink for now. Little Xian, there's something I want to ask you. Lin Xian sat down beside Linya and nodded. What is it? Between Fan Fan and Yi, who do you like more? Linya looked at Lin Xian and asked seriously. Lin Xian touched his nose. What was this girl trying to do? I like both, okay. Of course not. You have to choose the one you like the most. Then my favorite, Lin Xian pretended to ponder. Then, he said, I like Little Fairy the most. Linya, ding. Sensed Linya's shyness. Scumbag value plus 10,000. Go away. You're joking. I'm talking about serious matters. I'm quite satisfied with both of them. Choose one. Lin Xian, Little Fairy, even if I choose them, they won't choose me. No. Miss Xiao said that both of them are interested in you. Lin Xian, what does she know? Lin Xian said helplessly. Linya said seriously, I observed them today and felt that what she said was quite right. They are all very beautiful and well-mannered. You need to be very lucky to be able to find such a girlfriend. When the time comes, get it done as soon as possible, okay? Lin Xian, then I want to ask a question. Go ahead. Before that, can I get Little Fairy into my bag? Lin Xian grinned. Chapter 125. When Linya heard Lin Xian's words, she reached out and pinched Lin Xian's ear. Don't you dare have any ideas about me. I won't. Anyway, I've already made up my mind. I've made up my mind. After all, you've seen me naked, so you have to be responsible for me. Linya, I'm your sister. What's wrong with me seeing you naked? Linya let go of Lin Xian and rolled her eyes at him. There's a big problem. I'm still a virgin. You've seen me naked, so you have to give me an explanation. I don't care, I'm going to see you naked sooner or later. Linya, I'm not talking to you anymore. You're getting more and more shameless. I'm going to sleep. Linya glared at Lin Xian and walked away. This brat actually wanted to see her naked. When Linya returned to her room, she touched her burning face. Why was she so shy? Knock knock knock. Lin Xian knocked on her door, then pushed it open and walked in. What are you doing? At that moment, Linya thought that Lin Xian wanted to do something to her. Little fairy, why are you looking at me like I'm a bad guy? Linya, because you're trying to do something to me. Hee hee. Lin Xian grinned and said, then, little fairy, if I do something overboard to you, will you be angry? Linya, she naturally knew what Lin Xian's words meant. This brat couldn't really be here to rape her, right? If that was the case, should she resist? Should she resist? But after all, he's been single for 21 years. He's a normal man, and I'm also very pretty. It's normal for him to want to do something to me. In that case, why don't I fulfill his wish? It can also be considered as me, his elder sister, doing something for her younger brother who has been single for so long and is a normal man. In any case, it was better for Lin Xian to take advantage of other men. Pay. Linya hurriedly shook her little head. Crazy. She actually wanted to help Lin Xian. She. The system notification in Lin Xian's mind exploded once again. Little fairy, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Linya quickly came back to her senses, her pretty face flushed red. Why aren't you sleeping? Linya looked at Lin Xian and asked. Oh, I just wanted to tell you that I should be able to recover tomorrow. I'll go to school tomorrow. Linya frowned slightly. He's recovered. Why couldn't she get rid of the feeling of being together with Lin Xian all day long? Yeah, what else do you think I'm going to do? Rape you? Linya, go to hell. Linya glared at Lin Xian. Ha. Lin Xian laughed loudly. In fact, Lin Xian felt that the more dirty their interactions were, the less grudges there would be between them. It would definitely help him push Linya down in the future. I'm going to sleep, you should hurry and rest too. Linya walked up and helped Lin Xian adjust his pajamas, then said, change your pajamas, you've been wearing them for a few days. Little fairy. Lin Xian suddenly grabbed her wrist and looked into her eyes. What's wrong? How about I sleep with you tonight? Lin Xian suddenly grinned. Go to hell. Hurry and go back to sleep. No. Didn't we sleep together in the past? Also, it's thundering outside. Lin Xian looked out the window and said. Linya followed his gaze and saw a flash of lightning in the sky. Linya quivered. She had been afraid of thunder since she was young because she had a psychological trauma. When she was very young, she played in the orphanage and there was thunder in the sky. However, before it started to rain, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck beside her. It didn't cause any harm to Linya, but from then on, she was traumatized. This trauma from when she was young was hard to erase. Later on, every time there was thunder, Linya would turn on the lights and cover herself with the blanket. She would listen to music and sleep with her headphones plugged in her ears. However, Linya's sleep quality was actually not good. Even if there was light at night, she couldn't sleep well, so it was quite difficult for her. After that, of course, Lin Xian hadn't transmigrated yet. Every time there was thunder, Linya would sleep with Lin Xian. Of course, it was just sleeping. Until Lin Xian was 13 years old, Linya felt that Lin Xian had grown up and it wasn't good for him to be like this. Only then did she give up. Lin Xian naturally knew this. It just so happened that there was thunder today. He felt that it was a good opportunity. Lin Xian couldn't let this beautiful sister fall into the hands of other men. He was very selfish, but he felt that what he did was right. I'm not afraid of thunder anymore. Linya said softly. Don't think I don't know you. Don't worry, it's just like before, okay? Lin Xian scratched Linya's delicate nose. Then go change into your pajamas first. You've been wearing them for a few days. You're not allowed to get on my bed. Hearing Linya's words, Lin Xian's heart was bursting with joy. Oh ho! I'll be right back. Then Lin Xian ran into his room like a wisp of smoke. Linya sat on the edge of her bed. Her beautiful face was boiling hot. She was thinking about something in her heart. Just treat it like many years ago. Nothing much. And, just like that. A minute later, Lin Xian hugged his pillow and ran in like a wisp of smoke. Then, he closed the door. Linya was still sitting on the edge of the bed. However, she had already changed into a set of pink pajamas. She was so beautiful that it was sickening. It was already raining heavily outside. Lin Xian felt that the heavens were helping him. In this season of autumn, there were actually very few thunderstorms. However, it just so happened that it was raining heavily at this time. It's so ugly. Linya looked at Lin Xian's pajamas and said faintly. This pajamas was the only one that Lin Xian bought for himself. The others were all bought for him by Linya. It's okay, as long as I'm handsome. Lin Xian grinned. Then, he sat beside Linya. His head moved closer to Linya's ear and sniffed. Linya's delicate body trembled. Little fairy, you smell so good. Lin Xian smiled. Linya turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. She said, the premise is that just like before, you're not allowed to move around. I won't move around. This was like a man and a woman going to have a date. The woman said that he couldn't touch her, and the man agreed. However, did the agreement count? Was it possible for him to just rub and not go in? Even though he said that, he had already done it. What else was there to say? It's getting late, let's sleep. Lin Xian said. Then, he went to turn off the lights. Don't turn off the lights. Linya hurriedly said. What's wrong? There's thunder. Lin Xian smiled dotingly. I say, little fairy, it's different this time. In the past, you didn't turn off the lights when there was thunder. However, this time, I'm here, so you don't have to turn on the lights. And, that's true. Linya blushed. Then, she crawled under the covers. Lin Xian then turned off the lights and got on the bed. She even prepared 2 blankets to separate him. Lin Xian decisively crawled under Linya's covers. Linya. Chapter 126. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard Lu Yufan's words. Oh. So you're saying that I can choose one of you to be my girlfriend and you'll agree, right? Did I say that? Lu Yufan blinked her big eyes. That's what I meant. Of course not. You have to meet our requirements for a boyfriend before we agree to be your girlfriend. Isn't that right, Yi? Yi nodded. Did I meet your requirements? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. You're still far from it, Lu Yufan hurriedly said. Women don't mean what they say. Don't you think she means what she says? Yi rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, then pulled Lu Yufan and said, Fan, let's ignore him. We'll be bullied by him again. Yes. At this moment, a little fatty ran in. Big brother Xian. Wang Fugue immediately rushed over and hugged Lin Xian. Men shouldn't touch each other. Get off. Lin Xian pushed Wang Fugue away. Wang Fugue chuckled. Big brother Xian, you're too awesome. You saved the entire 10th class. You're too awesome. I really wanted to visit you at your house, but I didn't know where your house was and I couldn't contact you on my phone. So, big brother Xian, don't blame me for not visiting you. Wang Fugue said guiltily. Lin Xian sighed and said, but Yi and the others went to visit me. You're one of the few friends of the same sex in the Sky Martial Court. I'm very sad that you didn't visit me. Big brother Xian, I'm sorry. I really wanted to visit you. Wang Fugue wasn't lying. Yi and the others had only gone to visit Lin Xian yesterday, and Lin Xian's contact information had changed. Wang Fugue didn't have it, and he didn't have Yi's contact information, so he couldn't contact them. Don't say anything else. Yi and the others brought me a lot of consolation gifts. It's not too late for you to make up for it now. I don't blame you. That's good. Wang Fugue then took out his phone. Older brother Xian, give me your Baibao QR code, I'll scan it. Then, Lin Xian took out his phone and opened his QR code. We've received 1 million yuan from Jibao. Yi, Lu Yufan, older brother Xian, this is my pocket money for a week. I'll give it all to you. Just treat it as a consolation gift from your younger brother. Don't take offense. Lin Xian gulped. Fuck. Rich and willful. The Wang family was the richest family in Tianhua City. No, to be precise, the company in Tianhua City was just a branch of the Wang family. The extent of the Wang family's wealth was unimaginable. The reason why Wang Fugue and his family came to Tianhua City was because it was the closest to the demonic beast domain. A lot of their company's business was actually to hire people to collect things like crystals in the demonic beast domain. It was equivalent to Tianhua City being their Wang family supply channel, so this was also a very important place. 1 million yuan was Wang Fugue's pocket money for a week. This was just pure pocket money, which meant that his monthly pocket money alone was 4 million yuan. It was estimated to be 5 million yuan. This day's pocket money was equivalent to Lin Ye's company's net profit for a month. Who could withstand this? It was a pity that their company had nothing to do with Lin Ye's company's business. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have wanted his father's company to cooperate with Lin Ye's company. It's all right. I forgive you. Hee hee. Wang Fugue happily scratched his head. That, brother Xian. About June. Wang Fugue said somewhat embarrassedly. After so many days, you haven't made any progress. Lin Xian asked curiously. Wang Fugue sat in the seat in front of Lin Xian and said, Brother Xian, you also know that I'm shy when I meet a girl I like. These days, I've only bought her food and milk tea. Did she accept it? Lin Xian asked. No, I didn't buy it after that. Lin Xian, damn it. No wonder this Wang Fugue was still single despite being so rich. It would be strange if he wasn't single. Lin Xian really wanted to help this matter. After all, he had already accepted Wang Fugue's money. It wouldn't be right if he didn't help. However, it seemed like it would be a little difficult. If Lu Junjun wasn't a gold digger, then according to Wang Fugue's situation, it was basically hopeless. As for Lin Xian, he had 2 million on him now. He might not be able to use this money for the time being, but it wasn't certain. Therefore, he didn't give it to Lin Ye. The Junjun you're talking about, is it Lu Junjun? Lu Yufan suddenly asked. Yes, do you know Sister Fan Fan? Lin Xian, although Lu Yufan wasn't old and Wang Fugue was older than her, Lu Yufan used to be quite famous in Tianhua Academy. Firstly, she was the school belle. Secondly, she had a temper. Everyone in the underworld would call her Sister Fan Fan, regardless of whether they were older or younger than her. In the past, Lin Xian could indeed feel Lu Yufan's valiance. She had directly smashed the desks and chairs in Class 10. She was indeed quite powerful. However, now that her relationship with Lin Xian had improved, she showed more of the gentleness of a little girl to Lin Xian. I didn't know her before, but I got to know her 2 days ago. Ah, that's, Lu Yufan said, didn't something happen a few days ago when I was training in the demonic beast domain? Although I wasn't injured, my family insisted on taking me to the hospital for a checkup. I met Lu Junjun at the hospital. Something seemed to have happened to her family, and they are now hospitalized. At that time, she was crying very sadly. I remember seeing her, so I went to comfort her a few times. Ah, what happened? Wang Fugue hurriedly asked. Lu Junjun's father was seriously injured in the beast domain and almost didn't make it back. His injuries were quite serious. I think he was poisoned. Anyway, I heard that it was very troublesome. His life could be delayed, but he might not be able to save it. How could this be? Wang Fugue muttered. No wonder Jun didn't come to school these 2 days. Wang Fugue suddenly understood. Lin Xian then patted Wang Fugue's shoulder and said, I think that this might be an opportunity for you. If you can stand up for her when she is at her weakest, she will have special feelings for you. That's right. Girls are like this. For example, if you save her, she will have a good impression of you. It will be very easy for her to fall in love with you. Lu Yufan said. Oh. Then if I save the 2 of you, will you also fall in love with me? Lin Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows. Go to hell, big hooligan. Lu Yufan spat. Yi nodded repeatedly. TSK, Lin Xian didn't continue this topic and then asked Wang Fugue, how is Lu Junjun's family? Average. Brother Xian, why are you asking this? Chapter 127. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, you have to remember that your advantage is money. You have money. Even if the other party isn't a gold digger, if her family isn't doing too well, she'll have to spend a lot of money to treat her injuries. You can try to help her, but remember, help her secretly and don't let her know. When the time comes, I'll beat around the bush and let her know that you're the one who paid for her family's medical expenses. That way, she'll appreciate you. On the other hand, if you deliberately let her know that you're paying for her family's medical expenses, she'll dislike you. Damn. Brother Xian, you're really a Casanova. It's like a hero saving a beauty. I let someone harass the girl, and then I'll be the hero saving the beauty. It's the same logic, right? Lin Xian smiled and nodded, the child can be taught. Hey, is it really okay for the 2 of you to plan such a despicable trick in front of us? Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian looked at her and said, despicable? I don't think so. If Fugue was an ignorant and incompetent young master, I would never encourage him. But he's not, and he's very simple. I only know that as long as Lu Junjun likes him, the 2 of them will live happily. This, Lu Yufan and Yi weren't familiar with Wang Fugue. Although he was relatively timid, he wasn't a scumbag. With his character here, he would indeed be happy. Of course, the premise was that the girl had to like him. As far as I know, Jun shouldn't be a gold digger. Otherwise, with her appearance, it would have been easy for her to find a rich boyfriend. So, if you want to succeed, you must be sincere and sincere. Also, Lu Yufan thought for a moment and looked at Wang Fugue and said, also, from now on, you need to try your best to lose weight. Lose weight? Wang Fugue rubbed his fat tummy and revealed a distressed expression. I know you've tried to lose weight many times, but if you can't even lose weight for the woman you love, how can you say you love her? Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan. This chick seemed to know a lot, but Lin Xian felt that it was quite reasonable. Hearing Lu Yufan's words, Wang Fugue seemed to have made an important decision. Sister Fan, you're right. If I really like Junjun, I can't even lose weight for her. How can I say that I like her? Wang Fugue said firmly. That's right. Think about it. Although some girls don't care about their appearance, you don't deserve Junjun. So work hard to lose weight, and then you can be handsome. Yes. I'll go to the hospital now and quietly help Junjun's family pay the bill. When I come back, I'll work hard to lose weight. Wang Fugue said firmly. Go ahead, Tianhua City First People's Hospital. Yes, goodbye Sister Fan, Sister Yi, and Brother Xian. After speaking, Wang Fugue excitedly ran away. Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian with a proud expression and said, "Did you see that? I taught this child myself. I taught him too, okay." Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "I can make him lose weight for love. Can you?" Lu Yufan said proudly. Lin Xian, but thinking about how many of us helped Wang Fugue come up with a plan to chase Lu Junjun, she's also quite pitiful. Yi said with some pity. After all, Lin Xian even said a scheme for Wang Fugue. Lu Yufan thought about it and said, if Wang Fugue was a bad person, we definitely wouldn't help him. Instead, we tell Junjun. But he really likes Junjun and he's a good person. As long as he can chase Junjun, as long as Junjun agrees, he'll be happy. That's why we helped him. Lin Xian laughed. Don't act like you know everything. May I ask if you've ever had a boyfriend? Lu Yufan, no. I haven't eaten pork, but I haven't seen a pig run. Lu Yufan pouted cutely. Then you wouldn't understand. Little girl, you think you've been through hundreds of battles. Then may I ask if you have a girlfriend? Lu Yufan didn't fear Lin Xian at all and asked. Lin Xian, I do. Lin Xian said. Who? Lu Yufan asked in surprise. You. Lu Yufan, ding. Felt Lu Yufan's shyness, scumbag value plus 10,000. Ding. Felt Yi's displeasure, scumbag value plus 10,000. Ding. Lu Yufan's favorability towards you plus 1. I'm ignoring you. Lu Yufan's face flushed red as she ran to the side and sat down to play with her phone. At this time, people ran over one after another. Sister Yi, this is pudding milk tea. Brother Xian, pudding milk tea is here. Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Lin Xian, looking at the 20 cups of pudding milk tea on the table, Lin Xian began to doubt his life. Damn. You all bought it one by one. Yeah, didn't Brother Xian say that Sister Yi wanted to drink milk tea? But you can't buy so much. Hee hee. They scratched their heads and smiled embarrassedly. He felt that if they could do something small to repay Lin Xian, he would feel a little better. The morning passed quickly. They spent the whole morning studying theoretical knowledge. From time to time, people would come to class 10, the intermediate class, and even the advanced class. They were all here to see Lin Xian. They wanted to see what Lin Xian, who had stirred up a storm in the Sky Martial Court and saved dozens of people with his spatial attribute, looked like. Spatial attribute. When he possessed this attribute, he was destined to have an extraordinary life. Everyone was envious of him. Oh no, oh no. Lin Xian and Yi were playing games on their phones in class 10. It was a sweet moment. Then, Lu Yufan ran in while shouting. What's wrong? Lin Xian and Yi looked at her at the same time. Phew, Lu Yufan took a deep breath and hurriedly said, Qin Xiaotian is back. Of course, she was talking to Yi. Lin Xian tightened his grip on his phone when he heard the name. He's back. He's finally back. Oh, Yi replied. Hey, Yi, Qin Xiaotian is your #1 pursuer. You usually avoid him. Why are you so calm this time? Lu Yufan asked in surprise. Yi said, there's nothing to avoid. Isn't Qin Xiaotian very outstanding? Why didn't you agree to his pursuit? Why are you still avoiding him? Yi said helplessly, if I don't like him, then I don't like him. So what if he's outstanding? I'm avoiding him because... Yi thought about it but did not say it. I know. It's because Qin Xiaotian treats Yi very well, but Yi doesn't like him. That's why she's avoiding him. No, it's because he likes me. Isn't that right, dear? Lin Xian grinned at Yi. Chapter 128. Since Qin Xiaotian was back, Lin Xian felt that there was a need for him to meet up with him. Yi rolled her eyes at Lin Xian cutely and said, "I won't like a pig trotter." Lin Xian said, "A woman who doesn't mean what she says." "But where's Qin Xiaotian now?" Lin Xian asked. "He just came back and went to the advanced class. I think he's sharing some things with Senior Ling Ying and Senior Han Chuxue. They often go deep into the demonic beast domain, so they'll talk to each other about anything." "Alright, I'll go and take a look." "Hey! Lin Xian." Yi called out to Lin Xian. "What's wrong? Why are you going there?" Yi asked worriedly. "Why can't I go there? I'm going there to see how the outstanding warriors of our Sky Martial Court look like." Lin Xian grinned and walked away. Lu Yufan and Yi looked at each other. Then, Lu Yufan asked softly, "Yi, do you think Lin Xian went there to show off his power to Qin Xiaotian?" "Huh? They don't even know each other. Why would he show off his power to him?" Yi asked, puzzled. "Lin Xian likes you. Qin Xiaotian likes you too. So, Lin Xian went there to show off his power. Isn't that normal? Don't talk nonsense. Who said Lin Xian likes me?" Yi suddenly blushed. "That's right. Lu Yufan said honestly, when we first met Lin Xian at Tianhua Academy, he confessed to you and said that he likes you in front of everyone. After that, he even beat up Qin Xiaotian's lackey, Bai Yuntao. He definitely likes you." Although Lu Yufan felt uncomfortable saying that, she still felt that Lin Xian liked Yi more than her. Lin Xian had never said anything about liking her. Instead, he had said it to Yi many times. Was it because of her small breasts? Lu Yufan subconsciously touched her own breasts. Actually, they weren't that small. That was Lin Xian's joke. How could he take it seriously? Yi mumbled. She was also very conflicted. Back then, Lin Xian had confessed to her so many times. Was it a joke or was it true? If it was true, why hadn't he confessed to her in such a long time? They were just friends. It was actually very simple. Back then, the confession was purely a mission for Lin Xian. Now that the mission was over, there was no need for Lin Xian to continue confessing to Yi. Unless Yi started another mission that resulted in a successful confession, Lin Xian would consider it. "Of course it's true. Yi, you're so beautiful. Even Qin Xiaotian was mesmerized by you. It's normal for Lin Xian to like you." Fan, you're still saying that. You're also very beautiful. I think Lin Xian might like you more. Aw. Lu Yufan was stunned. Why do you say that? Yi thought for a moment and said, "Think about it. When you were bullied by Jiang Tianhao, Lin Xian was very angry. He even beat Jiang Tianhao up because of you, so, hearing Yi's words, Lu Yufan's heart was filled with joy. "That's because we're friends," Lu Yufan said softly. "Sister Fan, that's not right." A boy suddenly appeared from the side. He was Lin Xian's follower, He Xiangxiang. He could be considered a follower, but in Class 10, he was the one who helped Lin Xian the most. "You heard everything." Lu Yufan glared at He Xiangxiang. "Ahem, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't hear the beginning, but I heard the end," He Xiangxiang said. "Then tell me, what's wrong with what I said?" He Xiangxiang said, "Sister Fan, between a man and a woman, let me tell you this. There's no such thing as pure friendship. Those things like being friends are all nonsense. When a man becomes friends with a woman, it's all because he wants to fuck her. Of course, it might not be absolute, but 99% of it is definitely like that. So, Brother Xian definitely likes you. After hearing He Shengxiang's words, Lu Yufan was secretly happy. On the other hand, Yi Yi was disappointed. Are you like that too? Lu Yufan asked again. If I were a man. No, I mean, as a man, I would be like that too. He Xiangxiang said. I treated him as a friend, but he actually wanted to fuck me. Lu Yufan said cutely with her hands on her waist. Although she said that, she was secretly happy in her heart. So she wasn't that bad after all. The advanced class was a rather special place. Of course, it was only special for experts like Ling Ying. This was because there was a beautiful back garden for them to rest in. It was very beautiful with all kinds of beautiful flowers. Usually, it was raised by Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Other than the two of them, there were also a few of the strongest experts in the Sky Martial Court who could enter, such as Qin Shaotian. At this moment, in this back garden, Ling Ying, who was wearing a black dress, was swinging a lollipop in her mouth. She looked quite comfortable. Han Chuxue was still like a snow lotus at the peak of a snowy mountain. She was wearing a pure white dress, sitting there elegantly and nobly, writing and drawing. The two of them were two extremes, but they were actually very good friends. They were the kind of friends who didn't talk much, but would care about each other and cherish each other's hearts. Hey, don't you have anything to say to me about my narrow escape from death? Ling Ying expressed her displeasure. Previously, when Han Chuxue escaped from death, she specially went to Han Chuxue's house to visit her. Although there were a few sarcastic words, at least she went to her house. As for Han Chuxue, compared to her, Ling Ying felt that she was far inferior. At that time, she sent a message to her to ask if she was all right. Ling Ying replied that she was fine, and then Han Chuxue sent an "oh" and didn't follow up. This made Ling Ying very unhappy. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Can't you also visit my house? The pen in Han Chuxue's hand stopped. Then, as she drew, she said indifferently, I already said that. Ling Ying was speechless. Hey, you can't be like this. I went to your house to visit you last time, but you only sent me a message. Didn't you say that you wanted to eat heideleo? I brought you to eat it, right? Ling Ying was speechless. Ling Ying usually tricked Han Chuxue. For example, after escaping from death, she told Han Chuxue that she wanted to eat heideleo. Last night, it was raining heavily, so Han Chuxue went to eat it with her. In the past, when Ling Ying advanced to the arcane body realm, the first thing she did was show off to Han Chuxue. Then, she asked her to eat barbecue with Ling Ying to celebrate. In short, there were many situations like this. It wasn't that Ling Ying deliberately tricked Han Chuxue, but they were friends. With Han Chuxue's personality, Ling Ying could only use this method to ask her out for a meal and talk about life. Phew, Ling Ying took a deep breath. Do you know how difficult it was for me to maintain a friendship with someone like you for more than 10 years? Chapter 129. That's right, they had known each other for more than 10 years. Their families were family friends. Anyway, in Ling Ying's impression, Han Chuxue had always been like this since she was young. She really admired herself. She could actually maintain a friendship with such a person for more than 10 years. She was simply invincible. Although she was complaining, Ling Ying naturally knew Han Chuxue's character. If she wasn't a good person, how could they maintain a friendship for more than 10 years? What do you want to eat? Han Chushua asked. When she heard Ling Ying's words, she knew that this girl definitely wanted her to take her to eat something delicious. The two of them were about the same age, but sometimes Ling Ying would act particularly girly. Hee, Ling Ying smiled, then jumped down from the swing and walked to Han Chushua's side, saying, sushi, and also lobster, the 2-meter-long kind. Han Chushua, let's go. Han Chushua put down the pen in her hand. Don't worry, let's eat at night. We can also sleep at your house tonight. Han Chushua's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned, then she looked at Ling Ying. What's the matter? In Han Chushua's impression, although the two of them were very good friends, the number of times they slept together could be counted on one hand. Every time, it was either Ling Ying had a big problem, or Han Chushua had something to do. In short, when they were in a bad mood, they liked to sleep together, turn off the lights, and talk all night long. And when Ling Ying said that, Han Chushua naturally knew that something might have happened. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes emitted a touch of dimness, and then she smiled and said, nothing, it's just. I haven't slept with you for several years, and I miss your bed. Han Chushua naturally didn't believe it, but she didn't continue to ask. Of course, Ling Ying had something to do with her, and it was about Lin Xian. She didn't know how to tell Han Chushua about it, but she just wanted to find someone to talk to. She was also very conflicted. Should she be Lin Xian's girlfriend or not? Moreover, for a woman who valued her chastity so much, to lose her chastity in that kind of situation, it was fortunate that she was Ling Ying, but it was still very uncomfortable in her heart. And, Ling Ying ate his lollipop and glanced at Han Chushua's drawing. You're still drawing him? Ling Ying looked at the portrait and felt that he had seen it somewhere before, but it was hard to say. Han Chushua nodded slightly. Why does it look different from the previous paintings? Because, it was night time. I only saw him once. I can't remember him accurately. If he appeared in front of you now, would you be able to recognize him? Han Chushua gently nodded. You've fallen for him, Ling Ying said with certainty. Han Chushua's pearly white teeth gently bit her red lips. She didn't know, but she had never felt like this before. Maybe this person was too special to her. If he appeared in front of you and confessed to you, would you accept? Han Chushua didn't speak. Ling Ying gently shook his head. Don't think about it. If you think about it again, it will become your inner demon. Rest in peace, you should let it go. The more you think about it, the more you can't let it go. I don't know. These days when I sleep, I always dream of him. In the dream, I always feel that his appearance is incomparably clear, but in the daytime, it's blurry. It's my fault. Han Chushua softly said. You usually kill people without hesitation, but now you've become like this. In fact, you have a lot of things you want to tell me, don't you? Han Chushua remained silent. Let's not talk about this. Someone wants to have a 3P with you. What do you think? Ling Ying asked with a smile. Han Chushua, kill him. Ling Ying, I also want to kill him. He's a bastard to the core. Ling Ying gritted his teeth. Han Chushua looked at him. She hadn't seen Ling Ying like this for many years. Who is it? Forget it, let's not talk about it. Ling Ying helplessly shook his head. At this time, a man walked over. Oh, you're back. Ling Ying saw him and jumped onto the swing. Qin Shaotian nodded. Yes, I'm back. Qin Shaotian was indeed very handsome. He had a sharp face and was also tall. Moreover, his skin wasn't white and tender, but rather the bronze color of a tough guy. In short, he was the type of person that would make a girl's heart beat faster. He glanced at Han Chushue beside him and said, I heard something happened to you before. It's nothing serious. I'll go find Miss Xiao first. After saying that, Han Chushue walked out. In the past, Qin Xiaotian was Han Chushue's pursuer. However, Han Chushue didn't even bother to look at him. Therefore, he set his sights on Yi Yi. He didn't even have the courage to pursue Ling Ying. After all, if Han Chushue couldn't get him, Ling Ying naturally couldn't get him either. A trace of haze flashed across Qin Xiaotian's eyes, but it was just a flash. What's wrong with Chushue? She seems to be in a bad mood. Qin Xiaotian looked at Ling Ying and asked. Oh, she's in love. Ling Ying shook the swing and said casually. What? Qin Xiaotian couldn't help but raise his voice and subconsciously clench his fists. Who else could get the woman that he, Qin Xiaotian, couldn't get? Who is it? A dead man. Dead man. Dead? Ling Ying nodded. And, dead. I'm afraid that only by dying for Han Chushue can you win her heart. Qin Xiaotian, didn't you pursue Han Chushue before? You can imitate it. Maybe if you die for Chushue, you will be able to get her. Qin Xiaotian's mouth twitched. Forget it, I don't want to die. However, what do I need to do to pursue you? Qin Xiaotian smiled and looked at Ling Ying. Ling Ying smiled disdainfully. Just based on you. I really don't like you. Qin Xiaotian smiled. I'm just joking. I'm pursuing Yi now. I was just joking. Ling Ying's lips curled up. At this moment, outside, Lin Xian and Han Chushue almost brushed past each other. Lin Xian was thinking about what might happen after meeting Qin Xiaotian, so he didn't pay attention. As for Han Chushue, she didn't care about a person's appearance, let alone a man. The two people brushed past each other with a distance of 2 meters. Damn! Even the top experts of the advanced class have this kind of treatment. Lin Xian saw a very big house that looked like a villa. He heard that Qin Xiaotian went inside and also heard that Ling Ying and Han Chushue were inside. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go. If it was only Qin Xiaotian, Lin Xian wouldn't go. That would make him seem low. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. There was a fragrance just now, a familiar fragrance. However, Lin Xian didn't pay much attention to it. He turned his head and looked at the white dress figure behind him. Lin Xian shrugged and walked through the door. Only certain people could enter this place, but Lin Xian didn't know that. He saw the big iron door open and knew that Ling Ying was inside, so he went in. Chapter 130. Is anyone here? Lin Xian walked in and shouted. There was a door in the big villa in front of him. Of course, the door wasn't locked, but Lin Xian felt that it wasn't appropriate to just walk in like that. So, Lin Xian still shouted. Ling Ying, who was in the back garden, was slightly stunned when he heard it. Why does this voice sound so familiar? It sounds like Lin Xian. Why is Lin Xian here? Why would someone come here to ask if there's anyone here? Qin Xiaotian was curious. Then, Ling Ying jumped off the swing and walked into the house. Qin Xiaotian didn't follow him. He walked to the place where Han Chushue was painting. He looked at the person in the painting and frowned slightly. Is this the person that Han Chushue likes? Qin Xiaotian sneered. Among all the women, he naturally liked Han Chushue the most. How should he put it? A girl like Yi Yi couldn't arouse Qin Xiaotian's desire to conquer her. He wanted to conquer a noble and cold ice goddess like Han Chushue. Only by conquering such a woman would it be the best for a man. Yi was the daughter of a rich family, but she was gentle and virtuous. The pleasure of conquering her was far less than Han Chushue's. But Han Chushue didn't even care about him. Although on the surface, Qin Xiaotian was pursuing Yi, in fact, he wanted to pursue Han Chushue more. He just temporarily changed his target and let Han Chushue think that he didn't have any improper thoughts about her. Then, he would find a chance to make his move. On the other hand, if he could capture Yi, it wouldn't be a loss. The door was opened. Lin Xian saw Ling Ying holding a lollipop in front of him and then grinned. Seeing Lin Xian, Ling Ying suddenly had a headache. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to play with you. Can I go in?" Ling Ying rolled his eyes and then nodded. "Come in." "Go in where?" Ling Ying was still stunned, but in the next second, he immediately understood what Lin Xian meant. "Die." Lin Xian walked in with a smile. When he reached Ling Ying's side, he took the opportunity to snatch the lollipop from her hand and put it in his mouth. Ling Ying was embarrassed and angry. That was the lollipop she had just eaten. Ding. Sense Ling Ying's humiliation and anger, scumbag value plus 20,000. So sweet. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and smiled. Ling Ying took a deep breath. All right. I'll get used to it. Have you seen Han Chushue? Ling Ying asked as he closed the door behind him. No, what's wrong? Lin Xian said as he sat on the sofa. Ling Ying took the opportunity to sit not far away from him and said, logically speaking, you should have seen her after you left. Lin Xian thought for a bit and said, I remember now. I think I did see a girl in a white dress. It should be her. Ling Ying slightly nodded and said, yes. Is she as pretty as me? Her. She's definitely not as pretty as you. Although he knew that Lin Xian was more likely to be lying, Ling Ying still felt a little happy when he heard this. Ding. Sensed Ling Ying's happiness, scumbag value plus 10,000. A man's mouth is a liar. Ling Ying snorted. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Women. Even though they were happy in their hearts, they were still acting arrogant. Where's Qin Xiaotian? Lin Xian looked around and didn't see Qin Xiaotian. You came to find him. Ling Ying was slightly surprised. Of course not. I came to find you. I missed you. Lin Xian said as he put his hand around Ling Ying's waist. Ling Ying quickly slapped Lin Xian's hand away. I'm warning you. Don't do anything stupid. Ling Ying said with a fierce look. So what's your decision? Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying with a smile. Ling Ying naturally knew what Lin Xian meant. She was considering whether to be his girlfriend or not. Give me some more time. All right. If you haven't decided, I won't force you. Lin Xian knew that sometimes forcing things would backfire. Why are you looking for Qin Xiaotian? Do you know him? Ling Ying pushed Lin Xian's hand away and rolled her eyes at him. I'm not looking for him. Forget it. You've been looking around since you came in. You must be looking for someone. Plus, you asked Qin Xiaotian the moment you came in. You must be looking for him. Lin Xian, damn. This woman was so smart. If he were to date her in the future, would she be able to tell if he was having an affair? All right. Actually, I'm here to meet him. As for why, you don't need to know. Ling Ying shrugged. All right. He's in the back garden. Are you coming? I'm not going. Lin Xian's hand started to move again. Ling Ying glared at him and quickly sat down on the sofa opposite them. Man. This was a man. Lin Xian didn't seem to care. He looked at Ling Ying and asked, "Are you close to him?" "Not close. We just know each other." "Why? Are you jealous?" Ling Ying smirked. "Yeah, I'm jealous." "How about I go to your house tonight?" Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying, get lost. Lin Xian, hey, hey, hey. Can you be more ladylike? Do you live alone? So what? Ling Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then cook for me when you're free. I think your cooking is pretty good. Is that okay? We'll talk about it when I'm free, Ling Ying said unhappily. Lin Xian definitely wanted to go to her house and take advantage of her. That was definitely the case. Men. Bah. Do you have a guest? At this moment, the door to the back garden was pushed open and Qin Xiaotian walked in. The moment he walked in, Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian looked at each other until Qin Xiaotian walked to his side. Lin Xian. Qin Xiaotian looked at Lin Xian in surprise. During this period, ever since Lin Xian started being high-profile, Qin Xiaotian hadn't been around. He had just arrived at the Sky Martial Court, so he hadn't heard about this. Therefore, to him, Lin Xian was still a good-for-nothing. Therefore, Lin Xian's appearance here and even talking to Ling Ying surprised him. So you know Lin Xian. Ling Ying didn't know what kind of grudge existed between them. Her question was just a simple one. Qin Xiaotian chuckled. I don't really know him. I heard that there was a person called Lin Xian who couldn't cultivate in the Sky Martial Court, so I paid extra attention to him. That's how I recognized him. As he spoke, Qin Xiaotian sat on the other side of the sofa, crossed his legs, and poured himself a cup of tea. Yes, I don't really know him. However, young Master Qin doesn't really know me, but I know young Master Qin very well. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Qin Xiaotian. That's normal. After all, there aren't many people in the Sky Martial Court who don't know me. Qin Xiaotian took a sip of tea and said with a tone full of arrogance. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and shook it. No. I didn't know young Master Qin from the Sky Martial Court. You came to my house as a guest 3 years ago. Have you forgotten? Chapter 131. Qin Xiaotian's movements suddenly stopped. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. Then, he smiled, took another sip, and said with a smile, Lin Xian, you must be joking. We don't even know each other. How could I have been to your house as a guest? It was 3 years ago. Oh. Did I remember wrongly? Maybe I did. I'm sorry. Lin Xian smiled apologetically. Ling Ying was very smart. Although she did not know anything, she could tell that Lin Xian was definitely implying something. Something must have happened between him and Qin Xiaotian. She was sure. Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fists. He had thought that Lin Xian had forgotten about this matter. Now, it seemed like he had been pretending to be crazy in order to survive for the past 3 years. Qin Xiaotian remembered that he had killed Lin Xian. He had probably shattered his heart with a palm strike. As for how he had survived, Qin Xiaotian was not too sure. It was possible that he had survived. After all, Lin Xian had not completely breathed his last. If he had been treated in time, there was a possibility that he could have survived. When he saw Lin Xian again, Qin Xiaotian was filled with killing intent. However, after observing for a few days, he realized that Lin Xian did not seem to recognize him anymore. It was as if there was something wrong with his head. At that time, when Lin Xian had been reborn on Earth, Qin Shaotian did not continue to make a move. He did not want to expose himself. He felt that if Lin Xian really remembered those things, the first thing he would do would not be to continue his lessons at Tian Tian Academy, but to expose the news about him. However, he did not do so. Therefore, Qin Shaotian was sure that Lin Xian had forgotten. But now, Lin Xian had actually taken the initiative to expose this matter to him. Of course, he understood the meaning behind his words. In other words, he was either faking it before, or he remembered it now. Therefore, Qin Shaotian once again had killing intent towards Lin Xian. He only regretted not making a move at that time, but at the same time, he was also very puzzled. What right did Lin Xian have to expose this matter to him? Ling Ying, you know Lin Xian too. Qin Shaotian pretended to be nonchalant. Yes. I do. Ling Ying was a smart woman, so she was naturally very sensitive. She could feel that Lin Xian was hostile towards Qin Shaotian, so she didn't say much. She was afraid that she would reveal some information about Lin Xian to Qin Shaotian. Qin Shaotian asked Ling Ying this question because she wanted to hear some information about Lin Xian from Ling Ying's words. However, Ling Ying was very smart. He only said that they knew each other, and there was no follow-up. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to get anything. Yes, I met Senior Ling Ying in the Demon Beast domain. At that time, Senior Ling Ying was fighting with a high-level arcane body realm demon beast. I helped her a few times, and that's how we met. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, it was fake, but what did it reveal? It revealed that he, Lin Xian, was an existence that could fight against a high-level arcane body realm demon beast. In other words, he wasn't a trash anymore, but an arcane body realm demon beast. With this sentence, Lin Xian was actually provoking Qin Shaotian. You're awesome, if you have the guts, then come mess with me again. Since Qin Shaotian was here, Lin Xian would be a coward if he continued to be afraid. Although Lin Xian's current level was definitely lower than Qin Shaotian's, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He wanted to act like he was deliberately provoking Qin Shaotian and let him guess what he was doing. Because Qin Shaotian would definitely think that since Lin Xian dared to provoke him, then he must have some kind of confidence. There might even be some kind of conspiracy waiting for him to make a move on Lin Xian. In this kind of situation, the possibility of Qin Shaotian making a move on Lin Xian was lower, and it was actually safer. On the other hand, if Lin Xian didn't say that, Qin Shaotian would definitely find out from the Academy's students that Lin Xian could cultivate and was also an arcane body realm demon beast. Without Lin Xian's threat and some kind of non-existent confidence, he would instead make a move on Lin Xian. No matter what, Lin Xian was someone who had lived 2 lives. Although he hadn't lived for too long in both lives, he was still much stronger than Qin Shaotian in terms of mental state and shrewdness. This move was actually a disguised form of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. It was obvious that he wanted you to make a move, but he wouldn't dare to make a move. Obviously, Lin Xian was right. The more Lin Xian acted like this, the more Qin Shaotian felt that something wasn't right. Ling Ying nodded and said, yeah, at that time, if it wasn't for Lin Xian's help, I might have been in danger. So you can cultivate, and you're even in the arcane body realm. Congratulations, congratulations. Qin Shaotian laughed. Lin Xian also laughed. What's there to congratulate? Even an arcane body realm demon beast isn't young Master Qin's opponent, isn't that right? My wish is to reach young Master Qin's level. How cool is that? It's easy to pick up girls, right? You're talking about picking up girls. If you're strong, you do have some capital. However, some girls aren't that easy to chase. For example, Yi, who I'm chasing now. How do I put it? Although I think I can get her, I still need to spend some time. Qin Xiaotian said with a light laugh, but he was thinking about something in his heart. Yee. She's okay, she came to my house yesterday. What? Qin Xiaotian frowned. If you don't believe me, you can ask Senior Ling Ying. Ling Ying was speechless. What was this Lin Xian trying to do? He was clearly provoking Qin Xiaotian. Ling Ying then said with a smile, and, there is such a thing. Although Ling Ying didn't know what was going on, and although she didn't want Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian to confront each other like this, since Lin Xian said so, she could only go along with Lin Xian's words. Young Master Qin, don't misunderstand. Yi and I are just friends, normal friends. Lin Xian said with a smile, emphasizing the word normal. Little guy. You think you're awesome. Young master, I'll flirt with you to death. That's not bad. Yi doesn't have many male friends. Qin Xiaotian still had that gentlemanly expression, but in his heart, he already wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, he knew that he couldn't, at least not for the time being. Before he figured out some things, he definitely couldn't make a move. It was very likely that he would fall into Lin Xian's trap when he made a move. How about this, you guys continue chatting. I haven't gone to look for Yi since I returned to Tianhua Academy. If she's unhappy later, I'll take my leave first. With that, Qin Xiaotian walked out of the villa. Lin Xian laughed disdainfully in his heart. He was still acting cool. Did he think that Yi would be unhappy that the first thing he did when he returned was not to look for Yi? He really thought too highly of his position in Yi's heart. After Qin Xiaotian left, Ling Ying hurriedly looked at Lin Xian and asked, "What's going on? You and Qin Xiaotian shouldn't have crossed paths before. What's going on? Could it be because of Yi? Why do you ask? You're pursuing Yi, and Qin Xiaotian is pursuing Yi. Both of you are love rivals. Is that why you're hostile towards him?" Ling Ying asked. Chapter 132. Lin Xian didn't think that Ling Ying would think this way, but it was quite normal. If that's the reason, would you be unhappy? No, I don't have anything to do with you, why would I be unhappy? Women, hypocritical women. Ling Ying, go die. Ling Ying directly threw a pillow at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nimbly dodged and said, "If that's what you think, then I'm too petty." Does it count? Competing with another man for the woman you like is petty. Ling Ying didn't quite understand. Ling Ying felt that if two men competed for a woman, it would be a great move. Actually. Lin Xian thought about it and then stopped. You can't say it. Ling Ying's expression also became serious as she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. It's not that I can't say it, it's just that. Just what? If you were my girlfriend, then I could tell you, but you're not, sigh. Ling Ying, damn it. This Lin Xian still wanted to hit on her. In the end, you still don't believe me. Ling Ying rolled her eyes. That's not it, after all, I've already entered your body, how can I not believe you? Ding. Felt Ling Ying's anger, scumbag value plus 50,000. In the next second, a sofa was thrown over. Damn. Lin Xian hugged the sofa. This was only a single-seat sofa, so he could still hug it. Plus, Lin Xian's strength wasn't weak. Lin Xian put the sofa to the side and stared at the blushing Ling Ying in front of him and muttered, "Crazy woman. Say that again and I'll kill you." Ling Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Then come, if you're willing. Lin Xian looked like he was ready to die. Ling Ying took a deep breath and sat on the sofa next to him. He tried to control the urge to strangle Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged slightly, then looked at Ling Ying and said, "What do you think of Qin Xiaotian's character?" Ling Ying was slightly surprised. Then, he really thought about it carefully and said, "Not bad. He's talented, and he doesn't act like a spoiled brat. He's gentlemanly, polite, humble, and occasionally high profile." "That's true. Do you like him?" "Like your mother." Ling Ying immediately cursed. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. No. What I mean is, what do you think of this person as your ideal boyfriend?" Ling Ying shook his head. "How should I put it? He's really outstanding, but Chu Xue doesn't like him. So, for some reason, I'm a bit repulsed by him." Han Chu Xue. Yeah. Before he pursued Yi Yi, Qin Xiaotian pursued Han Chu Xue. However, she didn't even spare him a glance. She even hated him to the point of disgust. I asked her about it, and she just said that her intuition told her to hate him. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This Han Chu Xue was quite something. She could actually tell a person's good and bad with just her intuition. "Why do you ask? Are you saying that Qin Xiaotian is two-faced?" "I didn't say that. You said it. TSK, that's exactly what you meant. Although I don't know why, Chu Xue hates him and you hate him, so I think there must be a reason. If you don't want to say it, then I won't ask. However, I just want to tell you that Qin Xiaotian is much stronger than you. Don't go, at least don't provoke him for the time being." Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian seriously and said. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "I've avoided him for 3 years. I'm tired of mocking myself. So, from now on, I'm no longer afraid of Qin Xiaotian. What he owes me will be paid back soon. I believe that soon, you, and everyone else will know the true face of a certain person." Ling Ying frowned slightly. She felt killing intent from Lin Xian. It was the same killing intent that Lin Xian had towards Qin Xiaotian. What happened between them? After a few seconds, Lin Xian came back to his senses. His face once again showed that playful expression. "Little Ying Ying, I want to eat the food you cook." Ling Ying, originally, she was going to refuse, but when she felt Lin Xian's special emotions, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She couldn't even bear to refuse. "How about the night after tomorrow? I'm going out with Chu Xue tonight." Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. "Okay." Lin Xian grinned. If he could go to Ling Ying's house alone, wouldn't taking her down be a piece of cake? This kind of environment was the most intimate, and there were absolutely no outsiders. Lin Xian was quite confident. "Then I'll be going first." "You're not going to wait?" Ling Ying's lips curled up slightly. "Wait for what?" "Han Chu Xue. She'll probably be back soon. Didn't you want to chase her? Didn't you want to sleep with her? Don't forget our bet." Ling Ying smiled wickedly. Lin Xian coughed awkwardly. If it works, won't you be jealous?" "Tisk, why would I be jealous? Then if you agree to be my girlfriend, will you still be like this?" "Of course. If you can hook up with other girls, that's your ability. If you can get her to sleep with you, that's also your ability. If you can convince her to sleep with you, then you're even more capable. As for me..." Ling Ying thought for a moment and said, "Up to you." Lin Xian couldn't help but admire Ling Ying. This woman was interesting. Even if they were boyfriend and girlfriend, she didn't mind him hooking up with other girls outside. No. How could he believe a woman's words? She said so now, but maybe when she really became his girlfriend in the future, it would be a different story. Ha ha ha, then I'll be very capable. When the time comes, I hope you don't mind if there are 7 or 8 people in bed. Ling Ying laughed flirtatiously. Then can your old body take it? Don't you know if I can take it or not? Ling Ying, suddenly recalling the day when she was tortured half to death by Lin Xian, Ling Ying was really scared. If she was really alone, then it wouldn't be a problem of whether Lin Xian could take it or not, but whether she, Ling Ying, could take it or not. Since ancient times, there were only cows that died of exhaustion, but there was no land that could be plowed. Why did Ling Ying feel that Lin Xian, this cow, couldn't be tired to death? Pay! Ling Ying's pretty face turned red. She actually thought of this for no reason. Lin Xian was even more confused. The inexplicable system notification sounded. Ling Ying was embarrassed. What was this girl thinking in her head that was inappropriate for children? Go to hell, you're just a loser who took drugs. Ling Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian with a red face. Lin Xian. Okay, remember what you said now. I hope you won't call me daddy when the time comes. Lin Xian finished speaking and got up to leave. I'll call your mom. Ling Ying couldn't help but roar. Chapter 133. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked out in a relaxed manner. Ling Ying would be going to his house for dinner the day after tomorrow. As for what would happen the day after tomorrow, it would depend on Lin Xian's abilities. However, Lin Xian felt that it was a good thing. After all, they had already completed the most difficult step. It would be much easier to do the next step. I have to get the reward for Ling Ying's mission as soon as possible. I wonder what kind of martial skill it is. Lin Xian muttered to himself as he walked back to Class 10. Outside Class 10, there were no less than 30 girls crowding the corridor outside. Sometimes, there would even be excited screams. Qin Xiaotian. Lin Xian. Hypocrite. I wonder what you'll look like when you take off your hypocritical exterior. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian sneered as he walked in. Big Brother Xian. Big Brother Xian is here. When they saw Lin Xian, the people from Class 10 quickly greeted him. Qin Xiaotian looked over and frowned. Is Lin Xian that famous in the Sky Martial Court now? When he, Qin Xiaotian, entered Class 10, not many people greeted him, not to mention calling him Young Master Qin. This contrast made Qin Xiaotian a little angry. At this moment, Qin Xiaotian was sitting next to Yi Yi. Yi Yi was playing with her phone with Lu Yufan. She even wore earphones. Qin Xiaotian sat there and watched. Sometimes, he would talk to Yi Yi. Yi Yi heard him but pretended not to hear him. It wasn't that Yi Yi hated Qin Xiaotian. She just wanted to use this method to make him retreat. Yi Yi really didn't like Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian was always harassing her and Yi Yi had rejected him many times. If it wasn't for Yi Yi's good personality and Qin Xiaotian's noble status, she would have been angry a long time ago. Qin Xiaotian, who seemed to be infatuated in the eyes of outsiders, actually won the praise of many people. Many people even said that Yi Yi had a heart of stone. Qin Xiaotian was so outstanding and treated her so well, yet she kept rejecting him. Oh, young Master Qin is playing games with Yi. Lin Xian walked over with a smile on his face. Then, he glanced at Lu Yufan and said, "Get up, get up." Lu Yufan immediately, he quickly moved to the side. Then, Lin Xian sat in the middle of Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. Qin Xiaotian frowned. What did Lin Xian mean by this? Big Brother Xian, have some tea. He Xiang quickly handed a cup of tea to Lin Xian. Big brother Xian, let me massage your shoulders. Another lackey said. Forget it. Little Fan, come and give me a massage, Lin Xian said to Lu Yufan, who was beside him. Okay. Then help me play games with Yi. Lu Yufan wasn't stupid. She was extremely smart and knew that Qin Xiaotian was beside her. She didn't like Qin Xiaotian and liked Lin Xian more. She also wanted Qin Xiaotian to see how big the gap between him and Lin Xian was. Then, Lu Yufan obediently handed the phone to Lin Xian and ran behind Lin Xian to massage his shoulders. Qin Xiaotian's frown deepened. This was a treatment that even he couldn't receive. Why could Lin Xian do it? Lin Xian played with his phone and said to He Xiang, can't you see that young Master Qin is here too? Why don't you guys pour him a cup of tea? Big brother Xian, you're our boss. If you don't ask us to pour tea, we won't dare. Isn't that right? He Xiang winked at the crowd and said. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. This He Xiang is smart. Very smart. Qin Xiaotian was currently in a predicament. He was one of the top experts in the Sky Martial Court. Not only did the people in the beginner class not call him young Master Qin, they didn't even pour tea for him. It didn't matter. However, they were so respectful to Lin Xian. Didn't this mean that they respected and feared Lin Xian? On the other hand, he, a top expert in the advanced class, didn't care about these people in the beginner class. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Do you dare to do it now? Lin Xian glanced at He Xiang. Since Big Brother Xian has spoken, we naturally have to do it. Young Master Qin, please don't mind us. We all listen to Big Brother Xian. We've neglected you before. Wang Lin, go pour a cup of tea for young Master Qin. Okay. Qin Xiaotian's expression became even gloomier, but he still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. It's fine. I don't care about these things. Lin Xian played with his phone and said, young Master Qin, please don't mind them. Everyone respects you. It's just that these people aren't quick to react. Don't they know who you are, young Master Qin? They still have to wait for me to order them to pour tea for you. Seriously. He Xiang quickly said, young Master Qin, I'm really sorry. It's fine. However, Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fist. At this moment, a few girls ran in from outside. Xiaotian, we really like you. Can you give us an autograph? Yeah. We've really liked you for a few years. We're all your fans. The girls' faces were flushed red. Of course, no problem. It's my honor to be liked by all of you. Qin Xiaotian smiled and took their pens. Then what? He Xiang. How the hell do you do things? Did Laozi tell you that if you're not a member of our class 10, if there's nothing important, if it's not related to our class 10, you won't be allowed to enter? Break one of their legs. Did I say that? This. He Xiang was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, Brother Xian, I'm really sorry. It's our fault, but breaking their legs. After all, it's a girl, then chase them out. Damn it, rules are rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Since there are rules, then we have to follow them. Chase all of them out. Those who don't go out, even if they're girls, break their legs and throw them out. Lin Xian said angrily. Yes. Soon after, a group of people surrounded the girls. Did you hear that? Hurry up and get out. This is the rule of class 10. If you're not from class 10, you can't enter. Scram. Then, the girls were chased out just like that. Ding. Feeling the deep resentment from the girl, Scumbag value plus 100000. Seriously, do you really think that all of them are as special as you, young Master Qin? Young Master Qin, of course you can come and go as you please, but these people, I'm really sorry, the rules of Class 10 are like this. I'll have to trouble young Master Qin. If you want to sign, please move outside the door and sign for them. Lin Xian pretended to be apologetic to Qin Xiaotian. Caw caw caw, Qin Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly, and even a caw caw sound could be heard. He had 10,000 ways to kill Lin Xian, but he couldn't get angry, he couldn't make a move. At least, if he made a move now, then he would be in the wrong, and his perfect character would collapse. Furthermore, Yi was still here. You're right, rules are indeed important. Then. I'll go and sign for them first. Then, Qin Xiaotian walked out with a gloomy face. Chapter 134. When they met again, Lin Xian firmly suppressed Qin Xiaotian. Aren't you awesome? Then it's useless even if I let you be awesome. You can only swallow your anger here. Does it feel good? Of course Lin Xian felt good. Little fan, come over here. Lin Xian waved to Lu Yufan, who was massaging his shoulders, and then patted Qin Xiaotian's seat. Lu Yufan instantly understood and sat down. The current situation was that Yi was in the middle, with Lin Xian and Lu Yufan to her left and right. Even if Qin Xiaotian came, he wouldn't be able to sit next to Yi. Lin Xian, this move of yours is too ruthless, hee. Lu Yufan knew that Qin Xiaotian was always pestering Yi, and Yi had told him many times that she didn't like him, but he still pestered her, so Lu Yufan was quite disgusted. Perseverance was a good thing when chasing a girl, but there were many things he did that he didn't consider Yi's feelings at all. It was like the pride in his heart made him think that chasing Yi was his business, and that he could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to consider Yi at all. Lin Xian, he'll hate you if you do this. Yi looked at Lin Xian and whispered. Lin Xian smiled and said, if he hates me, then so be it. It doesn't matter if he hates me more or less. Are you annoyed by Qin Xiaotian? Yi thought for a moment and said, it's not particularly annoying, I just don't like him. But he always comes to me, and sometimes he doesn't care about my feelings, so, then it's annoying. Yi didn't say anything. How about this, when he comes back, I'll tell him that you're my girlfriend, and then you'll kiss me. Then he won't bother you anymore. Yi's pretty face turned slightly red. No way. You just want to take advantage of me. Lin Xian sighed and said, so I'm such a wretched person in your heart. Forget it, I won't talk about it. No. Yi quickly said. Then Lin Xian grinned and said, what kind of image is that? Yi lowered her little head, then took out her earphones and said, good friends. Just a good friend. Oh, what? Lin Xian, this was awkward. She had wanted to hook up with him again. However, Yi's words directly blocked Lin Xian's words. I'm serious. You can pretend to be my girlfriend. This way, Qin Xiaotian won't bother you anymore after he finds out. How straightforward would that be? No, you'll be in danger. His family is powerful. If you provoke him like this, not only you, but Sister Yaya might also be in danger, Yi quickly said. Lu Yufan also nodded. That's right. Qin Xiaotian is still very powerful. Oh. That means that in your heart, if I provoke this Qin Xiaotian, not only will he attack me, but he will also attack innocent people. Yi didn't understand Lin Xian's meaning. Anyway, she nodded her head according to her heart. That means that in your subconscious, Qin Xiaotian is a despicable person. I didn't say that. Yi was confused. Did she say that? But if he's not a despicable person, why are you afraid that he will attack my sister? Only despicable people will harm innocent people, right? Yi really frowned and thought for a while. That's right. Why did she think that if Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian had a conflict, Qin Xiaotian would even attack the innocent Linya? She didn't seem to have thought about this matter clearly. Maybe, there's a plot like this in many TV dramas. Then, I thought that way. This was also the answer Yi could give herself. But aren't the villains usually the ones who do this in TV dramas? Lin Xian looked at Yi with a smile. Yi didn't say anything. She didn't know why she subconsciously thought that Qin Xiaotian would do this. He would do something like the villains in TV dramas. Qin Xiaotian was clearly a gentleman and a good person. He shouldn't be like this. I don't know either. Lin Xian actually understood Yi's feelings. This was a woman's sixth sense. Think about it. If a man who was strong, had a strong family background, was elegant, courteous, cultured, and was especially handsome went after a girl, the girl might reject him. That was because she was reserved. Or, like Yi, if she didn't like him, but she definitely wouldn't be disgusted. Because this person's character was here. A girl couldn't possibly be disgusted by such a man. And Yi's words actually revealed that she was disgusted by Qin Xiaotian. There was a possibility that this disgust came from Qin Xiaotian pestering Yi, but it was definitely one aspect. Lin Xian felt that the other aspect came from a girl's intuition. The way a man looked at a girl could even make a sensitive girl subconsciously like or dislike him from the bottom of her heart. Obviously, Qin Xiaotian was the latter. A hypocrite was a hypocrite after all. He could disguise himself in everything, and he could be elegant and courteous in front of others. But sometimes, an action, a word, or a look could expose him. And girls were more sensitive. Perhaps when he inadvertently revealed a look that made Yi feel disgusted. Alright, let's not think about this. You guys play. I'll watch. Lin Xian handed the phone to Lu Yufan. After a while, Qin Xiaotian walked back. When he came back, he saw Lu Yufan sitting in his original seat. Lin Xian had already returned the phone to her. They were playing games, and Lin Xian was lying next to Yi, watching her play. There should have been a seat that belonged to him, but it was gone now. And he couldn't say anything. Because he wasn't Yi's boyfriend. What right did he have to make Lin Xian or Lu Yufan move aside so that he, Qin Xiaotian, could sit there? At this moment, Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at Qin Xiaotian. In that instant, the haze in his eyes disappeared, and his usual smile reappeared on his face. Young Master Qin, why are you standing there? Sit. Lin Xian patted the seat next to him, as if he was very friendly. But in fact, he was taunting Qin Xiaotian. What he meant was that Qin Xiaotian could only sit next to him, Lin Xian, while he, Lin Xian, could sit next to Yi. Qin Xiaotian shook his head slightly. I won't sit. Standing for a while is good enough. That's why an expert is an expert. Every move and style is usually practiced. I'm impressed. Lin Xian smiled, then looked at Yi and said, the chicken soup you gave me when you went to my house last time was really delicious. When are you going to make some for me again? Yi nodded without hesitation. Okay, Fan and I will go to your house on the weekend. Chapter 135. That's right, Lin Xian did it on purpose. He did it on purpose to attack Qin Xiaotian. Did you see that? Yi went to Lin Xian's house and personally made soup for him. But what about you, Qin Xiaotian? Every day, you're by Yi's side and by her food, but Yi doesn't want it. That's the difference. Just in time. When I'm free, I'll pay a visit to your house, Lin Xian. Qin Xiaotian looked at Lin Xian and said. However, he didn't hide the fact that he was looking at Lin Xian because he was sure that Lin Xian was deliberately provoking him. When Lin Xian heard Qin Xiaotian's words, he sneered in his heart. This Qin Xiaotian was also threatening him, Lin Xian. Okay, you're always welcome. After all, it's an honor for a big shot like young Master Qin to visit my house. You know my address, right? I haven't moved yet. Qin Xiaotian smiled and nodded. And I'll go if I have the chance. I still have some things to do here. You guys have fun, I'll leave first. I'll leave first. Bye-bye. Then, Qin Xiaotian walked away with a gloomy face. Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian were playing mind games, and Lin Xian believed that he could definitely outsmart him. That's right, now that Qin Xiaotian was scared, he walked out and made a phone call. Help me investigate a person named Lin Xian. Find out everything about him. After saying that, he hung up the phone and his eyes became even more gloomy. He was sure that there were traps in his house and anywhere else. These traps might not necessarily be fatal, but they might be able to ruin his reputation. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. However, he must kill Lin Xian. This person must die. As long as he was dead, no one would know about what happened before. Of course, Qin Xiaotian wasn't sure if Lin Xian had told anyone. Even if he did, what could he do? Is there any evidence? Qin Xiaotian deeply regretted not killing Lin Xian 3 years ago. He regretted not killing Lin Xian when he saw him in Tianhua Academy. Now, Lin Xian had started to go against him. Qin Xiaotian did not believe that a person would be so ignorant as to not have any trump cards up his sleeves. Hence, he needed to investigate Lin Xian thoroughly. As for how to kill Lin Xian, Qin Xiaotian felt that it was very easy. However, in the process of killing Lin Xian, there was a chance that he would be exposed. Otherwise, why wouldn't Lin Xian be afraid? Perhaps, only in the domain of demonic beasts would he be able to kill Lin Xian without any risk, or perhaps. Qin Xiaotian thought of something. He didn't want to use this relationship, but it was best to get rid of Lin Xian as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be fine as long as Qin Xiaotian didn't show up? Following which, Qin Xiaotian left Tianhua Academy. In the afternoon, Lin Xian was bored to death. He played with Yi and Lu Yufan. Now, there was a crucial point. Lu Yufan had to be won over. Lin Xian felt that winning over her should be relatively easy, right? However, she had been spending all her time with Yi. Hence, Lin Xian wanted to find an opportunity when she was alone. It was easy to find, but Lin Xian was also trying to build up their relationship and favorability. Wang Xintong's reward is the last 10%, Lin Xian thought of this. He only needed the last 10% to obtain the reward. However, at that moment, Lin Xian really couldn't think of a way to tease her. Wang Xintong's heart was still heavy, unlike Lu Yufan who was a fool. Hence, Lin Xian didn't go over for now. After all, she was there and there were plenty of opportunities. He wasn't in a hurry. On the contrary, if he blindly went over, it might even cause the girl to dislike him. Then, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. If a girl was disgusted by a guy, no matter how many words of love you said, it would still be disgusting in her heart. It was impossible to make her shy. Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Wang Fugue rushed into class 10. What's wrong? Lin Xian looked at his panting appearance and took a sip of water. Brother Xian, I went to help Jun's family secretly continue the hospitalization fees and a lot of medical expenses. However, I heard that Jun's father's condition is not optimistic. He might not have much time left. Lin Xian frowned and said, that can't be right. According to the current medical treatment methods and the power of wood, water and even light-type warriors can't save him. Wang Fugua hurriedly said, his injuries have already been treated and there is no life-threatening danger. However, what is giving the hospital a headache is the poison in his body. What kind of poison can make people unable to do anything about it and can only watch him die? I don't know, I just heard that this poison is very powerful. Even a very powerful light-type warrior's purification technique was useless. All sorts of detoxification methods have been tried, and it has even become more and more serious. Brother Xian, I'm finished. If something happens to Jun's father, she won't have any thoughts of falling in love. As Wang Fugue spoke, his eyes turned red. It was obvious that he had feelings for this Lu Junjun. Indeed, if a girl's father died, how could she possibly want to fall in love in such a short period of time? She didn't have such thoughts at all, and she didn't expect a man to appear at this time to give her a wide shoulder to rely on. This was possible, but for Wang Fugue, it was impossible. Brother Xian, I really like Jun. I don't want her to be sad, and the person lying in the ward might be my future father-in-law. Wang Fugue looked very sad, and then he said, I asked someone to find a very powerful doctor in Tianhua City, but he still couldn't cure this poison. I really don't know what to do. How about this, I'll go take a look. Lu Yufan and Yi looked at Lin Xian and said, even such a powerful doctor can't do anything, what's the use of you going? Lin Xian also knew that it might be useless, but he looked at Lin Xian. This little fatty was really one of the few friends of the same sex. In the entire Tianhua Academy, he was Lin Xian's only friend, and he was really good to Lin Xian. If Lin Xian could try, he would definitely be willing to try for Wang Fugue. The reason why Lin Xian wanted to take a look was not because he felt that he could cure it, but because he wanted to try his luck. When he was conquering Yi, the system gave him the Sacred Imperial Physician Technique. Now, the Sacred Imperial Physician Technique was in Lin Xian's mind. Perhaps after taking a look at the illness, if there was a solution in the Sacred Imperial Physician Technique, then the person could live. If there wasn't, Lin Xian really couldn't do anything. As for whether the Sacred Imperial Physician Technique was powerful, or whether it involved something awesome, Lin Xian actually didn't know. He didn't know much about medicine, but Lin Xian only knew that the Sacred Imperial Physician Technique could save a person on his last breath as long as he had the materials. It was completely different from the wood element's healing. This was completely the power of medicine, so Lin Xian felt that it was worth a try. Chapter 136. Wang Fugue really didn't have anyone to talk to, so he came to Lin Xian. He didn't think that Lin Xian had the ability. After all, doctors and specialists couldn't do anything, and Lin Xian was at most an arcane body realm expert. What could he do? And, let's go and take a look. Just treat it as a visit from a friend. Little Fan, don't you know Lu Junjun? Take us there. Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan. Lu Yufan wasn't used to Lin Xian calling her that at first, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she felt that Lin Xian's way of calling her was very sweet. Are you really going? Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian doubtfully. He didn't know what Lin Xian wanted to do. Let's go and take a look. Alright. Lu Yufan put away his earphones and phone and said, we don't have any important classes in the afternoon, so let's go now. Are you going? Yes. If Lin Xian went, Yi would definitely go. She didn't know why she had such thoughts. And let's go. Lin Xian patted Wang Fugui's shoulder, and the four of them walked out of the school. Brother Xian, do you really have a way? Wang Fugui looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said slowly, not necessarily, so don't hold too much hope. Even if there's no way, just treat it as a visit, okay? Alright then. In fact, they all thought that Lin Xian wouldn't have a way. Lin Xian wasn't a god. However, Lin Xian was right. Even if there was no way, they would just treat it as a visit. At this moment, Qin Xiaotian was sitting in the corner of an exquisite coffee shop. Soon, a man walked over and sat across from him. Yo, young Master Qin, what's the matter that made you call me here so urgently? The man in front of Qin Xiaotian was very handsome and did not lose out to Qin Xiaotian. If this person were to appear in the Tianhua Academy, everyone would definitely recognize him. This was because he was one of the experts in the Tianhua Academy's advanced class. He was an expert on the same level as Qin Xiaotian and the others. His name was Chu Haohan. However, this person rarely appeared in the Sky Martial Arts Court. This person, Qin Xiaotian, pushed his phone in front of him. There was a photo of a person on the phone, and that person was none other than Lin Xian. I seem to have seen this person before. He's the trash from Tianhua Academy who can't cultivate, right? Chu Haohan took a sip of his coffee and sneered. Although he's still trash in this young master's eyes, this person is currently in the arcane body realm. However, he's only in the early stage, so he should only have the strength of 1 or 2 stars. Help me get rid of him. Qin Xiaotian looked at Chu Haohan and said. TSK. Young Master Qin, you're being boring. He's just a 1-star arcane body realm cultivator. If you don't do it, why should I? Qin Xiaotian frowned and said, I suspect that he's on guard against me and is waiting for me to make a move on him. There must be a trap, so I can't make a move. I'm curious now. What grudge do you have with this person that you want to kill him? That's none of your business. After the deed is done, I'll give you 3 million. Qin Xiaotian took a sip of his coffee. Ha ha ha. 3 million. Young Master Qin, you know that with my identity, I can't make a move on him. Even you're afraid of being exposed. I'm also a member of the Sky Martial Arts Court. Am I not afraid of being exposed? Qin Xiaotian put down his coffee cup and looked at Chu Haohan. Then, he looked at the people around him and said softly, aren't you from the Evil Fiend Hall? Why don't you find the trash from the Evil Fiend Hall and get rid of him? Ha, young Master Qin, what are you talking about? The trash from the Evil Fiend Hall. Young Master Qin, are you looking down on the Evil Fiend Hall? Humph. Qin Xiaotian straightened his clothes and said, I'm from a righteous sect. The Evil Fiend Hall is trash in my eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. How interesting. Young Master Qin wants to find a group of trash in your eyes to help. Qin Xiaotian frowned and raised his voice, cut the crap. Are you going to do it or not? Chu Haohan sneered and stared at Qin Xiaotian. He said, Qin Xiaotian, what right do you have to talk to me like that? Are you nobler than me? Are you more powerful than me? Or do you think that because I'm from the Evil Fiend Hall and you're not, you have a sense of superiority over me? Isn't that the case? Just take your money and help me. Ha ha ha, Chu Haohan laughed. In the next second, Chu Haohan sneered and looked at Qin Xiaotian. He said, Qin Xiaotian, why the fuck are you pretending to me? Don't you think that the number of innocent martial artists who died in your hands is small? You're not from the evil fiend hole. You just didn't join them. However, the essence of what you're doing is the work of the evil fiend hole. Don't forget, I have something on you. Speaking of this Lin Xian, I remember what I saw that night 3 years ago. Qin Xiaotian's pupils shrank and he clenched his fists. He actually knew about it. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about it. 8 million. Give me 5 million. I'll get someone to get rid of this Lin Xian for 3 million. Deal. Oh, right. This Lin Xian has a beautiful sister. What should we do? Up to you. Ha ha ha, then I'll play with him for a few years. Then, Chu Haohan finished his coffee and walked away. Qin Xiaotian knew that Chu Haohan was a member of the evil god temple, and Chu Haohan had evidence that Qin Xiaotian had killed many innocent martial artists. No matter which one it was more than enough to sentence them to death. On the contrary, because they had evidence of each other's weaknesses, they often asked each other for help. This had happened many times. That was why Qin Xiaotian asked Chu Haohan for help. Even if it was exposed, it would be the evil fiend hole's matter. No one would think of Qin Xiaotian. However, Qin Xiaotian had previously guessed that Chu Haohan knew about what happened 3 years ago. Because he had intentionally or unintentionally revealed it during a conversation, Qin Xiaotian had been suspicious. Now, there was no need to doubt it. He really knew. However, it didn't matter how much Chu Haohan knew. Even if Chu Haohan didn't know, the information he had was enough to ruin his reputation. He would be wanted by the enforcement union, and the only price he would have to pay was death. Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fists. Lin Xian was killed, and he had one less worry. However, there was still one more, Chu Haohan. This person must be eliminated. If Lin Xian knew about this, he would definitely laugh himself to death. This was the fate of a hypocrite. He had to pretend. If he pretended, he would have to pay for it. Qin Xiaotian's life was filled with worry and fear. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others had arrived at the First People's Hospital. The hospitals on planet Aqua Blue were similar to those on Earth, but to some extent, they were different. The normal treatment methods were the same, but there were other methods. For example, gene medicine treatment, wood, water, and even light attribute treatment. Each method had its own advantages and disadvantages. Heart disease, for example, required medical treatment. Attribute power was completely useless. Chapter 137. The four of them arrived outside the intensive care unit. Outside, they saw Lu Junjun and Lu Junjun's mother. Junjun. Lu Yufan called out softly. Then, Lu Junjun looked over. This was probably Lin Xian's first time seeing Lu Junjun. This girl was very beautiful. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Yi Yi, she was definitely a beauty. Her family was indeed ordinary. Although her clothes were branded, they weren't very expensive. At this moment, her eyes were a little red. Her mother was the same. Fan Fan. When Lu Junjun saw them, she quickly got up and walked over. How's uncle? I bought some food for you and auntie. Lu Yufan handed the food in his hand to Lu Junjun. Lu Junjun didn't have the mood to refuse. She took it and whispered a word of thanks. Junjun, what's the situation now? Lu Yufan asked. Wang Fugue was very shy in front of her. He just stood there and didn't say anything. His body is fine, but there's no way to cure the poison. The air in the ward might be poisonous, so Dad is being isolated for treatment. Just now, a very good doctor came. I don't know if he can do anything. Lu Junjun's eyes were red again. It will be fine. Lu Yufan comforted her. At this moment, the door of the ward opened. A doctor and a nurse walked out. Lu Junjun's mother hurried over. Lu Junjun and the nurse also walked over. Doctor, how is it? The old man sighed and said, it's very difficult. According to our experts, this poison has never been recorded in history books. That is to say, the gentleman inside is the first person known to have been poisoned by this poison. We have studied this poison and found that it is similar to other poisons, but in some aspects, it is completely different. In the previous treatment, we have tried many other detoxification methods, but you know the results. Not only were they unable to detoxify the poison, but they also stimulated the growth of the poison. Sigh. Doctor, I beg you, you must save my husband, I beg you. Lu Junjun's mother, Zhongling, cried as she grabbed the doctor's arm. The doctor sighed and said, we will do our best to study it, but I still have to remind you to be mentally prepared. His poison will invade his heart in half a day. When that time comes, there will be nothing we can do. So, we will do our best to study it in half a day, but you still have to be prepared. Also, you can go to the ward. The poison won't permeate the air. Generally speaking, it was best not to disturb the patient in such a situation. However, the doctor knew that they probably could not save the patient, so it was better to let them see each other one last time. After saying that, he walked away. Woo woo woo, Lu Junjun was wiping her tears at the side. Zhongling quickly pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. In fact, they were already mentally prepared. Junjun, don't cry. Wang Fugue didn't know what to do and could only comfort her. Lin Xian patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, you guys comfort Junjun. I'll go in and take a look at Auntie. After saying that, Lin Xian walked into the ward. Inside the ward, Zhongling sat at the side holding Lu Dehai's hand and crying. Lu Dehai was already unconscious. Lin Xian walked over. Zhongling glanced at him but didn't say anything. Lin Xian also sat on the other side and observed Lu Dehai. His body was already showing a purplish-black color, especially his lips, which were already a little scary. This was a sign that the poison had already penetrated deep. He probably wouldn't even need half a day. In 6 hours, he would be incurable. Auntie, I know a little about medicine. Can I check for uncle? Lin Xian asked. Zhongling nodded slightly, but she didn't have any expectations at all. Even the doctor couldn't do anything. What could a young child like you, who only knew a little about medicine, do? Then, Lin Xian pulled Lu Dehai's other hand and used his spirit energy to sense it. The Imperial Medical Saint technique gave Lin Xian memories, which were the treatment methods, various symptoms, and so on. As long as there were symptoms in the Imperial Medical Saint technique, Lin Xian would know. This poison, Lin Xian closed his eyes and felt it for a moment. The poison wasn't very strong, otherwise he would have died long ago. The difficulty was that this poison was something they had never seen before, and it was difficult to draw it out with normal methods, so there was no way to treat it. But when Lin Xian finished checking, he heaved a sigh of relief. Auntie, uncle was cut by a poisonous grass, right? Lin Xian asked Zhongling. Yes. He said that at the time, but we don't know what it was. Got it. Lin Xian then walked out. Brother Xian, how is it? Wang Fugue quickly asked. Come with me. Lin Xian brought Wang Fugue to the side and said, I have a way to detoxify the poison inside, but I need 5 ingredients. 3 of them aren't that rare, but the other 2 can be found. If you want to save him, I need you to find these 5 ingredients within 3 hours. Then, find me an alchemy cauldron, an ordinary one will do. Also, I need a fire-type fighter. It doesn't need to be too strong, just enough to support the flames for 10 minutes. I can do it in 10 minutes. Wang Fugue quickly said. I'll write down the medicinal herbs for you. With your Wang family's financial resources, it shouldn't be difficult to get them. Then, Lin Xian walked to the front desk and asked for a piece of paper to write down the 5 medicinal herbs. Brother Xian, what is a pill furnace? Lin Xian, this was the method of refining pills in the Imperial Medical Saint technique, but there didn't seem to be any alchemy in this world, right? No wonder he didn't know. That's not necessary. Just find me a bronze furnace. It's clean. Okay. Brother Xian, can you really save him? Lin Xian smiled and patted Wang Fugui's shoulder and said, if you can find it in time, I can save him. This is a matter of life and death, I won't fool you, right? I'll go now. Then, Wang Fugue ran off. Lin Xian and Lu Yufan stayed in the hospital for the time being. 2 hours later, Wang Fugue called Lin Xian and said that he had found everything. Lin Xian immediately rushed over. This was a small basement. It was pitch black and very damp. Inside, there was a bronze furnace on the ground. It looked more like a chamber pot. Brother Xian, what do we do next? Lin Xian took the medicinal herbs and confirmed that there were no mistakes. He said, fire, burn the furnace. Then, Wang Fugue released the power of flames from his body and ignited the bottom of the bronze furnace. Remember, the fire must not be extinguished. Lin Xian stared at the bronze furnace. When it was burning red, Lin Xian reached out and opened the lid. He threw the 3 medicinal herbs in first. It was hot, but it wasn't a problem to wrap it in spiritual energy. Chapter 138. In any case, Lin Xian knew that there were 3 types of treatment methods in this world. The first was gene medicine. Gene medicine contained elemental energy and medicinal efficacy. The degree of treatment wasn't too high, but it was something that martial artists would always have. Even a wood attribute martial artist would have to have it prepared in case they ran out of spiritual force. The second was the same method as on Earth. Science and technology medicine, surgery, medicine, injections, and so on. This was to deal with the problem of the body, not the injury. The third type was the healing effect achieved by wood elemental, water elemental, and light elemental martial artists. This third type was similar to the first type, but this type could heal more and more serious injuries. In any case, these were the 3 types in Lin Xian's memories. However, there was another method on Earth, and that was using elixirs. In this world, Lin Xian didn't know if pills existed. Maybe he hadn't come into contact with them, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. However, he hadn't seen any at the moment. There were many types of pills and many uses. The experience pill in the scumbag system was actually a type of pill. There were detoxification pills among the elixirs, and there were detoxification pills here as well. However, the nature of the pills was different. Lin Xian searched his memories and found countless elixir prescriptions in the Imperial Physician Sacred Technique. There were both strong and weak elixirs, and there were even some that were heaven-defying. It was only now that Lin Xian felt that the Imperial Physician Sacred Technique was not useless. Sometimes, he could save people that others could not. A medicinal fragrance came from the bronze cauldron. Lin Xian opened the lid and threw in the remaining 2 ingredients. The difficulty of refining pills was in the heat control, but the more difficult part was the recipe. If no one knew the recipe, then it was impossible to refine it. However, the imperial physician Saint Technique recorded it, so Lin Xian knew. At the same time, it needed to be refined with spiritual power. This pill was a very low-level pill. In fact, Lu Dehai's poison was also a very low-level poison, but there was no record of it, so no one knew how to detoxify it. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't need to be too careful or too delicate. As long as the pill was refined, it would be a success. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian told Wang Fugue to stop. Wang Fugue immediately sat down on the ground, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. This was a sign that his body was weak and his spirit force was severely exhausted. However, it wasn't a big problem and he could just rest for a while. Xian. Brother Xian, are you done? Wang Fugue asked impatiently as he panted. Lin Xian opened the lid, and a fragrant medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. Lin Xian saw that there was a medicinal pill inside, and then took it out. All right. Lin Xian walked over and handed the pill to Wang Fugue. Is this it? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, give it to Lu Junjun's father. He should be able to get rid of the poison in a short amount of time. Great. Older brother Xian, you've worked hard. Wang Fugue wiped his sweat and revealed an excited expression. Lin Xian could see that he was moved, and Wang Fugue had helped Lin Xian a lot. Lin Xian helping him was reasonable. You've worked hard too. Wipe your sweat and let's go to the hospital. Give this pill to Lu Junjun. Also, don't mention this to anyone else. If they ask, just say that this is the antidote you asked someone to find. Wang Fugue nodded. Brother Xian, don't worry. I definitely won't tell anyone. Lin Xian smiled and patted him on the shoulder. So, when the time comes, it will be equivalent to you saving Lu Junjun's father. Lu Junjun will naturally have a good impression of you, right? Wow! Wang Fugue exclaimed. This was not a simple hero saving a beauty. This was pulling her loved one back from the brink of death. In such a situation, the girl would definitely be very grateful and moved. I won't help you with the rest. Also, remember to lose weight. Yes, yes. Thank you, Brother Xian. That, Wang Fugue took out his phone. Ji Mai Bao transfer 3 million yuan. Lin Xian's phone beeped. Brother Xian, I, Wang Fugue, only have money. I really don't know how to thank you, but if there's anything I can help you with in the future, please don't be polite. I, Wang Fugue, may not be able to fight, but there's always something I can help you with. Wang Fugue patted his chest and said. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Okay, I'll remember. Let's go to the hospital quickly. If we go play, the poison will attack our hearts. Yes. Lin Xian felt that it was not a loss to gain Wang Fugue's absolute trust and even make him owe him a big favor. The Wang family was not only powerful in Tianhua City, but also in the whole of China. The Wang family's financial resources were at the top level. Naturally, they were also powerful in other aspects. Wang Fugue was the successor of the Wang family. In the future, Lin Xian believed that Wang Fugue would be of great help to him. This deal was definitely not a loss. People must be used to leaving a way out for themselves. Life seemed to be very good now, but what about the future? Lin Ye's company was limited to Tianhua City. Once the demon beasts attacked and Tianhua City fell, it would mean that Lin Ye's company was gone. If she wanted to reopen it in another city, she would need a lot of capital. The country wouldn't give her any subsidies. At most, they would give her a house to live in. Then this way out would be useful. Lin Xian wasn't worrying for nothing. This was something that would definitely happen. When they reached the hospital, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were still accompanying Lu Junjun. Wang Fugue and Lin Xian ran over. Then, Wang Fugue panted and said to Lu Junjun, "Junjun, this is for you. Give it to Uncle quickly. Uncle will be saved." Wang Fugue didn't even have any doubts about Lin Xian. If Lin Xian said that this elixir could save someone, Wang Fugue felt that it would definitely save someone. Really? Lu Junjun looked at Wang Fugue with her red eyes. She stood up excitedly and grabbed his hand. Her beautiful eyes were glowing. "Yes, trust me. This is the antidote that I asked someone to get from another city. It will definitely be useful. Trust me." "Yes. I believe you." Then, Lu Junjun took the elixir and walked into the ward. The others quickly followed. When they entered, the elixir had already been given to Wang Dehai by Zhongling. They knew that there was no way to save him. Now, it was actually equivalent to giving medicine to a dead horse. The main thing was that Lu Junjun also knew how powerful Wang Fugue's family was. It was possible that he could find a powerful antidote that others couldn't. Therefore, Lu Junjun believed in him. When the elixir was taken, everyone saw that the vital signs on the machine were increasing at a visible rate. Previously, it had been decreasing slowly. At that moment, Zhongling and Lu Junjun covered their mouths as tears flowed out from their eyes. Before this, they had used many antidotes, but there had never been a situation where the vital signs increased in a straight line. Now, it happened. This meant that he was alive. Chapter 139. Doctor, Doctor. Zhongling hurriedly ran out and shouted. "Brother Xian, it's really useful." Wang Fugue's eyes were also red. This could be his future father-in-law. Lin Xian nodded with relief, and, "It's good that it's useful." Lu Dehai's face gradually returned to normal. Soon, several doctors ran in. It's hard to imagine. When they saw that the vital signs on the instrument were still rising, they were already extremely shocked. When they saw that Lu Dehai's purplish-black skin was slowly returning to normal, they were basically certain that this antidote pill was useful. "Hurry up and check." 10 minutes later, the results came out. The poison was gone. Cough cough, at this time, Lu Dehai coughed and coughed up black blood. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian said, "It's fine, this black blood is poison. It's only now that it's completely discharged. Don't worry." Lu Junjun and several doctors looked at Lin Xian a few more times, then Lu Junjun gently nodded. "Young Master Wang, what's going on?" The doctor looked at Wang Fugue and asked. "Oh. I asked my family to bring the antidote from another city." They had already communicated with the entire country and there was indeed no such antidote. However, when they thought of how strong Wang Fugue's family was, they no longer doubted it. The patient's family member, the patient should be fine now. You can come out with me to sign the transfer agreement. Then, Zhongling followed out. "Wang Fugue, thank you so much, thank you." Lu Junjun looked at Wang Fugue and couldn't help but cry. Don't cry, don't cry." Wang Fugue could only say so. Lin Xian winked at Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue naturally understood what Lin Xian meant. Although he was nervous and a little afraid, he gritted his teeth and walked over. He hugged Lu Junjun and gently patted her shoulder. Lu Junjun took the opportunity to cry on his shoulder. The peak of life. Wang Fugue really loved Lin Xian to death. After all, when a girl was at her weakest, Wang Fugue saved her father. Lu Junjun's behavior was normal. "Let's go," Lin Xian said to Yi Yi and the others, and then the three of them silently walked away. "Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to be so good at picking up girls. Why are you still single?" Lu Yufan couldn't help but ask on the way. "That's because you haven't agreed to be my girlfriend." "Of course, I'm single." "You're so annoying. You haven't even confessed to me. How can I agree to be your girlfriend?" Lu Yufan pouted. Yi Yi expressed her displeasure. Was it really okay for the two of them to be so showy in front of her? However, Yi Yi was already used to it. After all, Lin Xian was always full of nonsense. Although, when Lin Xian heard Lu Yufan's words, he suddenly felt that something was off. Could it be that if he confessed to her alone, she would agree to it? Then he had to hurry. However, before that, Lin Xian decided to capture Ling Ying first. This woman was very difficult to capture under normal circumstances. However, the most difficult step had already happened, so in Lin Xian's opinion, as long as he handled it properly, it would be easy. "Then if I confess to you now, will you accept me?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "In your dreams," Lu Yufan said proudly. "You even touched my little brother, and you still won't accept." "Little brother? Wang Fugue. I didn't touch him." "No, it's my second brother." Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were confused. "Lin Xian has a second brother." "Yes, it's him." Lin Xian pointed somewhere. Shua. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi's little faces immediately turned red. Ding. Felt Lu Yufan's shyness, scumbag man value plus 50,000. Ding. Felt Yi Yi's shyness, scumbag man value plus 10,000. Stinky hooligan. Lu Yufan pouted and quickly walked away. The two girls didn't return to the school and went home together. Lin Xian also went home halfway. The sky was a bit gloomy, and it was probably going to rain tonight. Originally, he told Linya that he would eat at the cafeteria, but he was too lazy to go, so he bought some ingredients on the way. Then, Lin Xian cooked dinner at home. After he finished cooking, he took a taxi to Linya's company. At this time, Linya definitely hadn't eaten dinner yet. Normally, she would eat at the cafeteria, but since Lin Xian personally cooked for her, she would definitely eat with Lin Xian. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian carried the food and knocked on Linya's office door. Linya's cold voice came from inside. That's right, the Linya outside was such a cold woman. Please come in. Click. Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked in. Linya was reporting something. When she saw Lin Xian, she was slightly stunned. She subconsciously blushed because she thought of something. Ding. Felt Linya's shyness, scumbag man value plus 10,000. Lin Xian's face was full of confusion. He didn't do anything, so why was this girl blushing and embarrassed? Little Xian, why are you here? Linya quickly got up and pulled a chair for Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat down and placed the food on the table. I don't have anything to do in the afternoon, so I went home early and made dinner to eat with little fairy. Linya was really touched. The Lin Xian of the past would never be like this, but the current Lin Xian made Linya feel very touched. Are you still busy? Why don't you finish eating first? It'll get cold later. Lin Xian said as he took out the takeout boxes. Okay. Linya tidied up the table. Lin Xian made a total of 4 dishes. If there were more, it wouldn't be easy to bring them over. Linya might not be able to finish one of the 3 servings of rice, but Lin Xian had a big appetite. The two of them sat there and started eating. How's the taste? Lin Xian asked. Linya nodded lightly. It's very good. It's even better than mine. How is that possible? Little fairy, your cooking is the best. Loquacious. Although Linya said that, she was still very happy. After eating, the two of them sat on the sofa and chatted. Linya also took it as a break. Today, Linya was especially beautiful in Lin Xian's eyes. She was wearing a black office lady's uniform with a white blouse inside. A close-fitting skirt that reached her thighs and knees, high heels, and black pantyhose. Paired with Linya's perfect figure, height, and looks, it was simply too tempting. Tomorrow, I'm going shopping with your Miss Xiao. It's the weekend, do you want to come? Linya looked at Lin Xian and asked. Just the two of you. Linya said, it seems like Yi and Fan Fan want to come too. Yi and Lu Yufan agreed to deliver chicken soup to Lin Xian, so they went shopping. It was probably Xiao Runing who told them. Chapter 140. Lin Xian thought about it and said, I won't be going tomorrow. I have something to do. Lin Xian was going to Ling Ying's place for dinner tomorrow night. During the day, he planned to go to the Gale mercenary group to see Miao Xiaomiao. But it's such a good opportunity. It's a waste not to be with them, Linya said. Why should I be with them? Isn't it enough to be with you, little fairy? Lin Xian smirked and placed his hand on Linya's thigh. Linya's body trembled and she quickly removed Lin Xian's hand. No. Linya hurriedly said with a red face. Lin Xian moved closer to Linya's ear. He loved it so much when he saw the look on her face when she hit his ear. Little fairy, you're really beautiful today. Why don't you dress like this tonight, Anne? Lin Xian put his hand on her leg again. Linya bit her lips and looked at Lin Xian. She put her hand on Lin Xian's hand so that he couldn't move. Then she said seriously, Little Xian, why are you becoming more and more like a rogue? Little fairy, isn't this better than before? Also, it's better for a boy to find a girlfriend with sweet words. You said it yourself. But you're always touching me. Linya couldn't say that she was disgusted. She was just shy and held a grudge against him. Plus, they were in the company and Lin Xian had said that she was going to wear her pajamas tonight. That made her feel even more embarrassed. She couldn't imagine that scene. It's all little fairy's fault. You're too sexy. Lin Xian pressed Linya down on the sofa. Linya struggled subconsciously. However, the result was the same as that night. She gave up and let Lin Xian do whatever he wanted. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Xian was about to take the next step, someone knocked on Linya's office door. Linya reacted quickly and sat up. Lin Xian let go of her. She might be able to do other things, but Linya couldn't let go of that one step. However, Lin Xian was fine with it. What he had now was enough, wasn't it? Linya quickly tidied up her messy hair and clothes and said, Come in. Linya's secretary, who was also a pretty lady, walked in. She was surprised to see Lin Xian, so she walked over and said, Mr. Lin, this is the information I've compiled about the resources department. Please take a look. Put it on the table. The secretary put the documents on the table, then closed the door and left. However, she was very surprised. Wasn't the person in the room Linya's brother? But why was Linya's face so red? She wasn't sure if she saw wrongly, but it was red. I'll lock the door. Lin Xian quickly ran to lock the door. Xian, I need to work. Linya blushed and looked at Lin Xian. Then you can work on my bed. Linya, no. Lin Xian smiled and said, then you have to promise to let me sleep in your room tonight. Otherwise, I promise. Linya said helplessly with a red face. Linya didn't know why her relationship with Lin Xian developed so quickly. Maybe it was because Lin Xian took the initiative, or maybe it was because she spoiled him. The most important thing was that she didn't hate it. On the contrary, sometimes she liked it deep down. In short, Linya was like this. She was obedient to Lin Xian. But she was conflicted. She realized that she felt something when she was intimate with Lin Xian. It was a feeling that she couldn't accept. He was her brother. She had never felt this way before. Just last night, Lin Xian grinned and sat on the sofa. He watched Linya concentrate on her work. However, Linya couldn't concentrate anymore. But her state of mind was still pretty good. It didn't take long for her to sink into her work. Lin Xian looked at her. He felt that Linya was especially charming when she was focused on her work. It was completely different from the Linya in his memory. Half an hour later, Linya glanced at Lin Xian. He was looking at her. She blushed again. Little fairy, why are you looking at me? No. Nothing. I was looking at the clock behind you. Linya argued with a red face. Oh, so it's like that. Then little fairy, you can continue working. At this moment, Lin Xian took a look at his scumbag value. It had already reached 1 million. After thinking for a moment, he spun the roulette wheel in the scumbag system. This time, he used up 1 million scumbag points. The next time, it would also be 1 million. But the next time, it would be 2 million. Ding! You have successfully obtained the... It was another item that Lin Xian had never seen before. He realized that although the big wheel was sometimes a scam, it was indeed a treasure trove, type, spirit artifact, grade, Earth stage 10 stars. A type of pearl made of extreme ice. It contains an unparalleled power of frost. After pouring spirit energy into the ice spirit snow pearl and crushing it, it will release an extremely strong power of frost. The power of frost can spread to a radius of 15 meters in 1 second. It can freeze everything except the user. It can easily kill a 5-star arcane body realm cultivator. It can also freeze cultivators of higher realms for a long period of time. Lin Xian, the ice spirit snow congealed pearl was actually similar to the true flame bursting bullet from before. The former was more destructive when it exploded. However, the ice spirit snow congealed pearl wasn't as destructive as the true flame bursting bullet, but the frost energy could spread out to a distance of 15 meters. It could even easily kill a 5-star arcane body realm expert. In other words, those above the 5-star arcane body realm and below the profound heaven realm might be frozen to death, but they would be frozen for a certain period of time. This was a good item, but Lin Xian did not plan to keep it. He wanted to give it to Linya. Now that Qin Shaotian had returned, although Lin Xian was confident that Qin Shaotian would not dare to touch him or Linya, what if he found someone else? Although the possibility was not high, after all, it was dishonorable. He did not want others to know, but what if? Therefore, giving it to Linya to protect herself would definitely be useful. After another hour, Linya slightly stretched. Alright, let's go home. Lin Xian looked outside. It was already raining heavily, accompanied by thunder and lightning. It was indeed heavier than yesterday. However, at this time, Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. Normally, it would be fine if it rained heavily. In this season, there was no thunderstorm, let alone several days of gloomy weather. It felt very strange, as if it was an omen of something bad. Lin Xian shook his head, hoping that he was thinking too much. Then, he stood up. And, let's go home. Tonight was destined to be a wonderful night. Linya drove Lin Xian home. Chapter 141. After returning home, Lin Xian took out his laptop and sat in the living room to play games with Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. They had been looking for Lin Xian for a long time, and they even turned on their voice chat. After all, tomorrow was the weekend, so they could be unbridled. If it wasn't raining tonight, they might even ask Lin Xian and Linya out for a meal. Linya washed up and put on a facial mask. Then, she sat beside Lin Xian and watched him play games. Linya didn't change out of her clothes even though she had returned home, as per Lin Xian's instructions. Little fairy, you should change out of your clothes. It's uncomfortable to wear them when we're home. Didn't you tell me to wear them? Linya mumbled. Lin Xian grinned and whispered into Linya's ear, you can wear them when you need to. In your dreams. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and walked back to her room. After coming out, she changed into a set of casual clothes. Lin Xian felt that Linya's leisure time was too monotonous. Perhaps it was better now that she had Xiao Runing to accompany her shopping, but Lin Xian still felt that she was too monotonous most of the time. Little fairy, bring the laptop over and let's play together. It's a very simple game. Yeah. Sister Yaya, let's play together. Lu Yufan's expectant voice came from the laptop. No, I'll just chat with you guys. Linya smiled faintly. Lin Xian then whispered into Linya's ear, listen to me. If you don't, I'll punish you tonight. Linya, who would have thought that she would be bullied to this extent by Lin Xian? Linya glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Then, she went back to her room and took out her laptop. In the following time, the four of them played games. At first, Linya didn't understand and wasn't very open about it. After a while, she actually became very engrossed in the game. Sometimes, because she killed an enemy hero, her face would turn red with excitement. She was so cute. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was also relieved. He didn't want Linya to be too tired every day. How good would that be? After playing for more than 2 hours, it was almost 11 o'clock at night. Alright, I'll stop playing. You guys should go to bed early. Staying up late is bad for your skin, Lin Xian said to the computer. Alright, then. Big sis Yaya, we'll look for you to go shopping together tomorrow. Rest early. Then, they went offline. Ah. Lin Xian stretched lazily and turned off the computer. He took the opportunity to hug Linya. Linya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Perhaps it was because their relationship was no longer special, or perhaps it was because home gave Linya a sense of security. She took the opportunity to snuggle into Lin Xian's embrace. Lin Xian took out Icy Spirit Snow Pearl. What is this? Linya looked at the Icy Spirit Snow Pearl with a curious expression. This pearl was very beautiful. This is called the Icy Spirit Snow Pearl. It's a type of spiritual artifact. Lin Xian said. Spiritual artifact. Linya had never come into contact with a spiritual artifact. Of course, she knew about it. Lin Xian nodded. This Icy Spirit Snow Pearl's effect is to infuse spiritual energy into it and then crush it. It will release a very strong cold air. This cold air will not harm the person releasing it. It has a range of 15 meters. In other words, after crushing it, everything within 15 meters will be frozen. Amazing! Linya exclaimed softly. Lin Xian smiled as he pulled Lin Ya's slender hand over and placed the icy spirit snow pearl in her palm. Take this. From today onwards, you have to wear it like a key. If you feel that there is any danger or if someone is plotting against you, don't show any mercy. Crush it immediately. Will there be any danger? Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, whether there is danger or not is another matter. In this era, little fairy, you are so beautiful. Just being in the spirit condensation realm is not enough. Moreover, you don't know how to fight. Having something to protect yourself is always good. Don't refuse me. If you don't take it, I will strip you naked right now. Lin Ya's small face turned red. Then she held the icy spirit snow pearl. Remember, when you use it, you must infuse spiritual energy into it. Otherwise, it won't release. I will remember. Lin Ya gently nodded her small head. Okay, now there is one more thing to do. What? Get on the bed. In the next second, Lin Xian directly carried Lin Ya in a princess carry and rushed into Lin Ya's room. Nothing actually happened that night. It was the same as last night, but Lin Xian was very satisfied. The next morning, looking at the well-behaved Lin Ya in his arms, Lin Xian couldn't help but kiss her pink cheeks. But, so uncomfortable. A young and vigorous man with a beautiful fairy sleeping next to him. He could only touch her but couldn't touch her. It was really uncomfortable. Early in the morning, Lin Xian's brothers were especially energetic. Lin Ya's long eyelashes slightly trembled. Then she opened her eyes. Good morning, little fairy. Lin Xian looked at her and laughed. Lin Ya's small face turned red. Morning, then she moved a bit. Her delicate body suddenly trembled because she touched something very hard. She naturally knew what it was. Ding! Felt Lin Ya's bashfulness. Scumbag value plus 100000. Little fairy, what did you touch? Rogue! You're not being serious this early in the morning. Lin Ya coquettishly said with a red face. Lin Xian helplessly said, it's not that I'm not being serious. Think about it. I'm sleeping with such a beautiful fairy and I can only look but can't touch her. I'm a normal man. Do you know what kind of torture I've endured these past 2 nights because of you? Lin Ya didn't understand men's feelings, but the feeling she had before was very, very uncomfortable. It was the kind of feeling when Lin Xian stopped. Maybe it was the same as Lin Xian. Who told you to come up yourself? You deserve it. Lin Ya muttered. I feel wronged. That, Lin Xian's eyes turned. Then he moved closer to Lin Ya's ear and whispered something. In that instant, Lin Ya's face turned incomparably red. No. I can't. Lin Ya quickly shook her head and then moved far away from Lin Xian. All right. If you can't, then you can't. I'll go back and do it myself. Lin Xian sighed and was about to get up. Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian's appearance and slightly bit her red lips. Her heart still softened. Was she to blame? And holding it in was very uncomfortable, right? What a heartless woman. I'm so pitiful. Lin Xian exaggeratedly said with grievance. Wait. Lin Xian quickly turned his head. Lin Ya lowered her head and said with a red face, just this once. Lin Xian's heart immediately burst with joy. Just this once. Then Lin Ya burrowed under the blanket with a red face. Lin Xian wanted to pull the blanket away, but Lin Ya hurriedly refused. But so be it. Lin Xian grinned. Then he felt Lin Ya tugging at his pants a little. Then, his brother was held by a pair of soft little hands. He could feel that Linya's hands were slightly trembling. Chapter 142. After a few seconds, Linya held it and moved it back and forth awkwardly. Lin Xian leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes. He felt like he was about to become an immortal. 5 minutes later, Linya's scream came from inside. Then, she quickly ran out and Linya's clear voice came from inside. Ding! Tricking a big sister into using a computer for the host is considered an extremely scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 1000000. Lin Xian, a million scumbag value, wait. Is this supposed to be a scam? It's clearly consensual, okay? Lin Xian couldn't help but curse at the system. Sensing the host's dissatisfaction, a level 1 heavenly lightning punishment is about to descend. Please take back your words. Lin Xian, fuck. Sensing the host's foul language towards the system, the heavenly lightning punishment has increased to level 2. I'll take it back, I'll take it back. Lin Xian admitted defeat. This stupid system, isn't it too arrogant? Phew. Linya washed away the thing on her face that made her blush and her heart beat faster. Looking at her blushing face in the mirror, she took a deep breath. Little fairy, I'm going to make breakfast. Lin Xian's voice suddenly came from behind. Linya's delicate body trembled as she saw Lin Xian leaning against the door with an evil smile on his face. I'll go make it. Linya wiped her face, then lowered her head and hurriedly walked past Lin Xian. Then, she busied herself in the kitchen. Linya naturally took the day off because she wanted to go shopping with Heartwarming and the others. After dinner, Lin Xian grabbed his laptop and dragged Linya to play games with him. However, Linya went to wash Lin Xian's pajama pants and her own bed sheets first. After all, they were stained with something bad. Linya was still very willing to play games with Lin Xian. In the past, she never played games, but now she felt that it was quite interesting to have someone to play games with in her free time. In the past, she didn't play games purely because there was no one to play with her. Lin Xian was depressed, and she didn't have many friends, so there was no way she could play games with him. The doorbell rang at about 10 o'clock in the morning. I'll go open the door. Linya quickly ran over to open the door. Hello. Heartwarming looked at Linya with a smile. Good morning, Sister Yaya. Yi and Lu Yufan said in unison. You're here. Come in and take a seat. Then, the three girls walked in. However, when Linya looked at Lu Yufan and Yi, she felt very strange. She felt very sorry for them, even though they weren't Lin Xian's girlfriends yet. Wow! You guys are playing games so early in the morning. Lu Yufan exclaimed. Linya smiled and said, then you play with Xiao Xian. I'm going to make lunch. After lunch, we'll go shopping. How about it? Okay. I'll help. Then, Heartwarming looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Then, she went to busy herself with Linya. Lin Xian and Lu Yufan played games while saying, oh right, bring me some snacks when you go shopping. What do you want to eat? Lu Yufan asked. Okay, anything is fine. I'll eat it when I'm bored. Then I'll buy you milk powder. Hee hee. Lin Xian, do you believe that I won't spank your butt? Lu Yufan looked at Yi in fear. Yi said helplessly, he doesn't dare because Miss Xiao and Sister Yaya are in the kitchen. Slapped at the air froze. Ding. Spanking Sister Yaya is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 2000000. Wah. Lu Yufan immediately distanced himself from Lin Xian. He felt a burning pain in his butt. He looked at Lin Xian with resentment. Of course, he only hit the upper part. Because Lu Yufan was sitting, Lin Xian couldn't hit it. However, it didn't matter. Do I dare to do it now? Lin Xian waved his hand smugly. Yi quickly distanced herself from Lin Xian. She was afraid that Lin Xian would lay his hands on her. I'll go tell Sister Yaya. Lu Yufan fiercely glared at Lin Xian. Then, he ran to the kitchen to complain. Little did he know that Sister Yaya had helped Lin Xian solve some problems this morning. After a while, Lu Yufan brought Linya and Xiao Runing over. Lu Yufan made a face at Lin Xian. Little Xian, how can you be so rude to girls? Xiao Runing also looked at Lin Xian with a smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad. You hit a girl's butt. You're much better than before. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of complaining because it didn't matter. To put it simply, even if Lin Xian raped Lu Yufan and Lu Yufan complained, Linya would only blame Lin Xian. That was all. Linya simply spoiled Lin Xian too much. Little fairy, Miss Xiao, you don't know. I was only retaliating because yesterday, this girl held my... Before Lin Xian could finish, Lu Yufan rushed over and covered Lin Xian's mouth. He, it's fine. Big Sister Yaya, Miss Xiao, you two can go back to your work. Linya and Xiao Runing glanced at each other. Of course, they could see some things, but even if they saw through it, they didn't ask any questions, and just walked away. Lin Xian, you. Lu Yufan pointed at Lin Xian, her face red. What? You can complain, but I can't. Lin Xian looked at Lu Yufan with a smirk. Okay. I lost, okay. Tell me, what do you want? Lu Yufan sat on the side with an aggrieved look on her face. If she let Xiao Runing and Linya know that she had taken something from Lin Xian that day, then she would have no face left at all. Simple. Kiss me. Go to hell. Then I'll go tell my sister and Miss Xiao. Little guy, snitching. This young master will punish you to death. Whoa. Lin Xian, you're the best. Don't do it. Lu Yufan hugged Lin Xian's arm and swung it back and forth, acting coquettishly. Just a kiss will do. Here, kiss the face. Lu Yufan looked at Yi for help. Yi said softly, anyway, kissing the face doesn't seem to be a big deal, right? That's right. Why don't you kiss me too, Yi? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows at Yi and smirked. Then, he threw a pillow at her. Humph. Lu Yufan's face reddened. Then, she gritted her teeth as if she had made a decision. Then promise me that you won't talk about this in the future. Okay, I promise. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Lu Yufan nervously looked towards the kitchen. Then, she closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. It was enough to show that her heart wasn't calm. Her red lips softly touched Lin Xian's cheek. Then, she quickly left. Ding, tricking a big sister into kissing the host. Classified as a scumbag. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Ding, feeling displeasure from Yi. Scumbag points plus 10,000. Every time Lu Yufan and Lin Xian acted intimately, Yi would be displeased. Similarly, Lu Yufan was the same. As long as Lin Xian's EQ was slightly higher, he would know that these two girls could be captured. Chapter 143. Lin Xian was elated. Now that he could do this, their relationship would definitely be able to take another step forward. They chatted during lunch. Of course, Lin Xian drank a lot of the chicken soup that Yi Yi brought. After chatting, the girls went shopping. They were quite disappointed that Lin Xian did not go, but they had no choice. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi felt that it was not a loss to be able to accompany Lin Ya. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took a cab to the Bounty Hunter Guild. There was no other reason for him to go to the Gale mercenaries. When he was in trouble, Miao Xiaomiao was still concerned about him. Otherwise, she would not have asked Xiao Runing. However, this girl was especially arrogant. Even if she was concerned about Lin Xian, she would not show it. She did not even look at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian knew that she was concerned about him and was quite touched. This girl's confession mission was not urgent. It could not be rushed. When he arrived at the Gale Mercenaries Cafe, the scene was similar to before. Miao Xiaomiao sat in a corner and focused on operating the computer. As for what she was doing, Lin Xian did not understand. Wang Qian was tidying up the cafe. Miao Zhenghao and the others were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian, you're here. Wang Qian saw Lin Xian and said in surprise. Miao Xiaomiao, who was in the corner, heard the voice and quickly turned her head. At that moment, her big eyes shone with surprise. However, when Lin Xian looked over, she quickly turned her little head away with a proud look. It was as if she did not care about Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled in his heart and said to Wang Qian, Sister Qian, I'm here to drink some coffee. I'll help you. You go and chat with Xiaomiao first. Okay. The cafe's business wasn't good. It was only slightly profitable, but it didn't matter. They didn't open the cafe to make money. They just wanted to have a good environment for them to sit and drink coffee and chat. Making money was secondary. The members of the Wind Mercenary Group drank more than the customers. Lin Xian walked to Miao Xiaomiao's side. She still did not look back. Then Lin Xian rubbed her little head. What? Don't touch me. Miao Xiaomiao slapped Lin Xian's hand away. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +1. Lin Xian had no idea what this little girl was thinking at all. Her favorability towards him was now at 41. 5 was quite high. Lin Xian then sat in front of Miao Xiaomiao and smiled at her. Miao Xiaomiao blinked her big eyes and glared at Lin Xian. Why are you looking at me? Miao Xiaomiao pouted. Miao Xiaomiao was indeed beautiful. When she grew up, her looks would not lose to Ling Ying and Lin Ya. She was so beautiful at such a young age. Especially her twin ponytails. It was very suitable for a girl her age. With her looks, she was definitely the target of those weird uncles. However, this girl's IQ was terrifyingly high. Let me see how much you care about me. Lin Xian smiled at Miao Xiaomiao. TSK, who cares about you? Miao Xiaomiao said indignantly. Then who was it that kept asking Miss Xiao if I was fine? She even called me but couldn't get through. I heard she was so worried that she was about to cry. Miao Xiaomiao froze and blushed. Ah! Did Sister Ning Ning tell you this? Yes. Sister Ning Ning said she wouldn't tell. Miao Xiaomiao pouted angrily. Then, she thought of something and quickly said, It's Grandpa who told me to ask if you're fine, not me. Why would I care if you're dead or alive? It's good that you're dead. There's one less disaster. Also, why would I cry because of you? What a joke. Women. She was so young and already learned about women. What would she be like when she grew up? I'm your good brother after all. You definitely can't bear to part with me. Good brother. Do you have proof? Miao Xiaomiao faced Lin Xian without any fear. Don't forget that I have a recording of you calling me good brother. Miao Xiaomiao smiled slyly. Really? Isn't your phone broken? Lin Xian, damn. This girl was indeed different from her peers. If it were any other little loli, they would have panicked. He actually didn't manage to fool her. Okay, you're good. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but give Miao Xiaomiao a thumbs up. Wang Qian walked over with a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Lin Xian. She smiled and said, so, don't look at Xiaomiao with the eyes of your peers. Lin Xian thanked her and then said, Sister Qian, do you think Xiaomiao was worried when she heard that something happened to me? Miao Xiaomiao kept winking at Wang Qian. Xiaomiao, what happened to your eyes? Cough cough. Sand got in. Miao Xiaomiao quickly rubbed her big eyes and said. Wang Qian smiled and said, I don't know. I asked for leave at that time. Drink slowly. I'll pour you more when you're done. Thank you, Sister Qian. Miao Xiaomiao breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaomiao, don't call me Xiaomiao. Call me Sister Miao. Miao Xiaomiao said unhappily. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. This girl was really cute. Okay, Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao, ding. Detected Miao Xiaomiao's resentment. Scumbag value plus 20,000. Where's Grandpa Miao? Lin Xian asked. Grandpa went out to play chess with an old friend, so he's not here. But. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian and said, you actually have both space and thunder attributes. When Miao Xiaomiao heard this news, she was shocked. Even her grandpa was shocked. Space attribute plus the rare thunder attribute, this power was simply too abnormal. Lin Xian didn't know what to say. Indeed, he used to have the space attribute, but after using it once, it was gone. But in the eyes of others, Lin Xian still had the space attribute. Miao Xiaomiao even suspected that the time attribute was released by Lin Xian using a spiritual weapon, or that he himself also had the time attribute. Thinking about it, it was impossible. A pure thunder attribute was already very rare. A pure space attribute was even rarer. A pure space attribute could only be found once in a few 100 million people, not to mention a dual attribute that combined the two. Then, there was also the time attribute that could only be found once in a few 100 million martial artists. 3 attributes, 3 super rare attributes in one body. How was that possible? Do you believe it? That's what the outside world is saying. I specifically asked Sister Ning Ning. Although her answer was vague, I'm sure it's true. I believe it. Then it's true. Lin Xian shrugged. Miao Xiaomiao was shocked. She was a little arrogant. She was indeed a genius, and her wind and fire attributes were indeed powerful. But after meeting Lin Xian, she realized that her grandpa's high regard for Lin Xian was not without reason. Chapter 144. Miao Xiaomiao thought about it and then slammed the table, scaring Lin Xian. What was this girl doing? No, you have to fight with me. I want to feel how strong the power of space is. Miao Xiaomiao looked at Lin Xian seriously. Lin Xian, apart from being arrogant, Miao Xiaomiao was also a battle maniac. But that couldn't be done because he didn't have the space attribute. If I fight just because you tell me to, wouldn't I lose face? Then what do I have to do for you to fight with me? Meow Xiao Meow asked. Simple, call me Big Brother and I'll fight with you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Big Brother. Lin Xian originally wanted to say something that she wouldn't do. Wouldn't this matter be over then? But he didn't think that Meow Xiao Meow would just say it. Although Meow Xiao Meow was shy, she didn't care. After all, she had already said it, so it wasn't that embarrassing to say it again. You didn't hear me out. Apart from calling me Big Brother, you also have to massage me for a month, serve me tea, and go die. Liar. Big liar. Your nose needs to grow longer when you lie. Meow Xiao Meow gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and said, How am I a liar? Who told you to say it before hearing me out? How can you blame me? Ding. You caused Meow Xiao Meow to be filled with resentment. Scum man value plus 20,000. Meow Xiao Meow was so angry that she kept panting, as if that would calm her down. I just wanted to know how strong the power of space is. Meow Xiao Meow said in a small voice, looking a bit wronged. Lin Xian really softened. No, this girl was very smart. She was pretending. It was definitely a scheme. Moreover, even if Lin Xian softened, he couldn't do it because he didn't have the space attribute. You don't need to feel it. If I release it, you won't be able to fight back against me at the same level. Lin Xian said. He wasn't trying to act tough. He was really that strong. Alright. I won't fight then. Meow Xiao Meow snorted. Besides, I'm here to see you, not to fight with you. Looking at me. Yeah, why else would I be here? Meow Xiao Meow was delighted to hear Lin Xian's words. TSK, who wants you to look? Who do you think you are? I'm your good brother. Meow Xiao Meow. Behind them, Wang Qian wiped the cups and smiled as she listened to their bickering. It was quite interesting. He was also the first man she had seen who could make Meow Xiao Meow feel helpless. Speaking of which, little Meow Meow, I have a question for you. Go ahead. Say, have you ever met a weird uncle who wants to take you to eat lollipops? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Of course, I've already crippled 3 of them. Lin Xian, damn. He couldn't afford to offend them. A bunch of old men still lusting after my beauty. Disgusting. Meow Xiao Meow said angrily. Then she looked at Lin Xian and asked, Why are you asking this? Actually, Lin Xian wanted to say that he also wanted to treat Meow Xiao Meow to lollipops, but after hearing her words, Lin Xian gave up. It's nothing. I just thought you were pretty and wanted to ask. You also know that this lady is devastatingly beautiful. Meow Xiao Meow raised her head proudly. You know that this lady is devastatingly beautiful. Lin Xian, damn it. He had only praised her beauty, and this girl had added 3 modifiers. Bah. Lin Xian, are you staying for dinner tonight? Wang Qian walked over and poured Lin Xian a cup of coffee as she asked. Lin Xian shook his head. Not tonight. I have something to do tonight. Oh. Which girl are you going on a date with? Wang Qian asked with a smile. Meow Xiao Meow snorted and said, Him. It'd be a miracle if he could find a girlfriend. Lin Xian, sorry, but I'm really going to a girl's house tonight. She said she would cook for me. Lin Xian looked at Meow Xiao Meow smugly. I don't believe you. Men. Wang Qian didn't care whether she believed him or not. She just smiled and said, That's quite promising. Is she your girlfriend? No. Meow Xiao Meow breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lin Xian's words. She felt that before Lin Xian answered, her heart was on tenterhooks. It was just like when they were in school and the teacher read the grades one by one in front of them. Is it a girl you like? Wang Qian sat beside them and asked. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, that's hard to say. After all, the little girl sitting next to him was also Lin Xian's target, so he couldn't speak carelessly. Wang Qian smiled and didn't say anything. TSK, hard to say. You sound fake. You're a single dog who can't find a girlfriend. Miao Xiaomiao made a face. Yeah, I'm waiting for you to be my girlfriend when you're older. That's why I haven't found one yet. Lin Xian's tone sounded like he was joking, but he was actually testing her. Whoosh, Miao Xiaomiao's pretty face instantly turned red. Ding. Miao Xiaomiao's favorability towards you +3. 5. Lin Xian, favorability could increase like this. Just you wait. I'll tell Grandpa that you teased me. Miao Xiaomiao then glared at Lin Xian. I think it's feasible. Xiaomiao can find a boyfriend when she's 16 in 2 years. After all, Xiaomiao, your mother started dating your father when she was 16, right? Wang Qian laughed and teased. Even if I do, I can't find that big hooligan in front of me. Lin Xian shrugged. At least he felt that this little girl had some potential. By the way, Lin Xian, do you have time in the next 2 days? Wang Qian suddenly thought of something and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I have time recently. However, I might not have time at certain times. This can be discussed. What's the matter? Let Xiaomiao speak. Miao Xiaomiao then nodded and said to Lin Xian, it's about your incident. A Thunder Tribulation Realm beast appeared. Many powerhouses investigated and discovered that there are many signs of active beasts in Linfeng City. Therefore, the Divine Temple, the Bounty Hunter Guild, and even the Trial Union have joined forces and will enter Linfeng City at noon the day after tomorrow. All the major mercenary groups under the Bounty Hunter Guild can also participate in this operation. At the same time, no matter what, the mercenary groups will receive a handsome reward as long as they contribute their manpower. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then looked at Miao Xiaomiao and asked, do you mean that everyone has this idea? Miao Xiaomiao nodded. That's right. Everyone has already discussed it. We will set off together with the group the day after tomorrow. This kind of opportunity is very rare. It's basically a benefit for all of us. Of course, it's accompanied by danger. However, this danger should be minimized, so we plan to go. Minimize danger. Lin Xian looked at Miao Xiaomiao in confusion. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.